Alright, so looks like I'm all booted up now, stream-wise. Now I'm just gonna send the link out to the relevant servers, so everybody knows that we're live now. Do that every time, so we can get as many people to stay and watch the stream as possible. Alright, I'll start from the bottom and work my way to the top. Shouldn't take too long. Alright, number 2. And I gotta move up to these ones, and then should be good. Wait a minute, what's this? Looks like there's a new channel for live streams in the multiplayer Discord server. That's pretty cool. Let me see if I can't even read the color though, which is sad. Okay, so I just used that ping. Alright. Do that. Should save me a bit of hassle with getting the ping pongs out. There we go. I'll paste down to that one next. In general, I have like 4 or 5 Wars Liberty servers directly, and then there's some AoE3 and RTS ones that I'll also post to in case people want to come in. And whenever it's a Juanito server, I just say in vivo, which means live. You know, basically the stream is currently going on. Let me see here. I'll just do that in the Delian server now. In vivo, Juanitos. Do the official Age of Empires server now. Might get some people from there. I think I got them all now. Yeah, I just checked at the top from bottom. I think we got them. So, should be good. Let me check in back in with the live chat to see if anyone has appeared. Looks like right now nobody is here just yet. Also, as soon as I click back in, it said my connection was excellent for some reason, so I don't know what that means. For whatever reason, when I do the 1440 quality graphics, it says warning, but whenever I view it on YouTube, it looks fine to me, right? Doesn't look delayed or anything. So I don't know what they mean exactly by that. Like, warning of what exactly? Yeah. Right now it says about 5 minutes to 10, right? in 10 minutes after pressing the live button, I usually start the recording, and then we do the matches. Yeah. Hopefully some people come. If not, I will talk to myself for what could be 8 hours. Yeah. Because, believe it or not, I looked at the recordings today, and I found out that my series was not the only one that was a 3-match one. So, I think all of them except for one that's actually missing recordings ended up becoming a tiebreaker one. So, we're going to be doing lots of very evenly matched matches today. There's not going to be really a lot of one-sided stuff, because clearly each of these Juanitos managed to beat each other at least once this week, which is cool. You don't always see that. Actually, I don't think we've ever seen this before. We get like 2 or 3 tiebreaker ones, and then the rest, it's a 2-0 beatdown. But as far as I know, there's no 2-0 beatdowns for this week, at least what the recordings tell me, because the one we're missing, I think, is Eternity and Delian. We only have game number 1. Game number 2 is absent, and we don't even know if there was a game 3. So, what can you do exactly? I mean, what I think ended up happening is Eternity beat Delian in game 1. Delian, frustrated, defeated, weakened, probably resolved to invigorate his vitality by looking up some Juanitas muy bonitas to boost his morale, and doing that, he forgot to press the record button on the game, and probably that's why we didn't get a recording of it. Juanitas bonitas, it can be a double-edged sword. They look very good, and they can push you to do better in your match, but if you forget to record the game, that doesn't help me out very much. So, use your Juanitas bonitas photos wisely, young Juanitos, alright? Oh, we got a viewer. How wonderful. Just saw that number 1 just show up. You're viewer number 1. Who are you? Are you a Juanito, a gringo? What are you? And you made it just in time, because in 3 minutes we can actually begin doing the casted matches, which is awesome. If you got any other Juanitos or gringos in the area that would like to see some Wars of Liberty stuff live, we're going to be doing that today. And from the looks of it, probably a good solid 8-hour stream, perhaps, maybe longer. I don't know exactly, because I can't tell from the bytes of the recording file exactly how long it's going to be, but I can estimate they're going to be probably in the ballpark of probably like 25 to 50 or so minutes, probably each one, and then we actually got more matches than usual, since most of them, except for one, were all 3 games instead of 2, so it wasn't a direct beatdown. There was some back and forth and tussling, yeah. And hopefully, too, all of you are starting to pre-order your Age of Mythology Retold premium packs as well. No, I mentioned that, I think, the last week, but just want everybody to get it, because it's going to be a good experience. If you're, doing any sort of streaming like I do, good way to get viewership in. If not, it's just fun. You get ahead of the crowd, you can get your training down, so you can get some high elo points, hopefully. And learn the stuff you need to learn before everyone else does, which is always great. So, hopefully you can go do that. And actually, yesterday, another Age of Mythology related milestone. Yesterday was my first ever multiplayer match of Age of Mythology Divine Edition. That big thing with Romans, Lakota, and all that? Yeah. Me and Rex were actually able to do an actual live 1 versus 1 multiplayer match, and that was pretty good. I guess Rex didn't really want to use the injector file that much because of the special rules around, the antivirus that you have to do to set it up. So what he ended up doing was built a scenario file and used the trigger to turn each of the players into the civ that he wanted, so we could actually do a Lakota mirror match. I can't guarantee when that's going to release because I do everything in a sequential line, but if I feel like, hey, people are really going to want to see this, maybe I will publish it quicker than just going from top to bottom, right? Especially since I know a lot of people here love Age of Mythology Divine Edition. And I mean a lot of you. Like, literally some of those uploads has like 8,000 viewership on, which 8K, which, I've never really seen for any other genre but that, so maybe I'll give them a treat. But Other than that treat, let's begin with the treat of today, which is actually going to be our tournament. So I'm going to press the record button now so we can have a backup VOD in case we need it, in case YouTube doesn't archive and save this stream for whatever reason. Let's begin. Welcome everyone, it's Unstoppable Steletsy, and today I got for you the Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga 2024 to 2025 A Week 6 matches to go over with you. So, last week I think we did Liga B and their Week 2 games, so we're back to Liga A once again, doing the Week 6 games. And we do have quite a bunch of them today. In fact, I think all but one of the series that we have in my files today were all tiebreakers, so I think just about everyone, Ato here, at least for my record, won at least one game here, so everybody was doing pretty good, you know. Also, I can tell you from my experience, we are actually doing Great War Age as well, because I actually used Great War Age in this tournament in this week, so you'll definitely get to see some of that. Liga is Spanish. League isn't. Did I say league? I thought I said Liga. Well, doesn't matter too much, you know. They understand that it's the Liga. Liga A, basically, or Liga B if it's the beginners. So, right now we're going to begin Liga A, and thanks for volunteering for planning View My Bond. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm also looking to do a special Legacy AoE 2 mod called, is it the Festive mod? It has a bunch of Christmas and presidential stuff in there. That'll be fun. I'm still looking to set that up, and once we do that, that should be a fun thing to do. But for right now, let's get on with Aladdin vs. Sabero Match 1. It's loading right now. And by the way, I think it's possible some of these matches might be part of the older patch, so if they do out of sync at any point, I will go back and try to play them again on the older patch that I still have the folder for. Just so you're aware of that. I do have a backup so we don't lose out on that footage. I wanted to prepare for just about everything, and I knew there was the possibility of that happening last week, but I guess none of those games were done in the current patch, but now I think it's going to be a mixed match between the two, depending on how early the Monitos got to work, basically. But anyways, Aladdin is playing as the Ottomans, and Sabero is using the Chileans. A civ we really don't see a lot of in Liga. To be honest, I feel like Chileans feel better in late game matches, because to me, the way you really want to use Chile is you want to play into your stronger economy. Chileans get a lot of economic cards, and what's more is, economic technologies actually improves the gather rate of the Chilean villages more than standard villages. At a bit of a cost though. See, depending on what resource the gather rate technology affects, it makes the villager a little bit more expensive in that resource, actually. So, let's say we research a wood chopping technology from the market. Your villagers will actually start to cost like 1 or 3 or something wood after that. So, the more economic technologies you get, the more expensive your villagers get. And depending on what techs they are, they'll start to cost other resources other than food. So, possibly wood and coin, depending on how many mining, chopping, and plantation techs you get. I can't recall if it also is affected by techs you get from the home city, or if it's only technologies in the, from the market, the mill, the hacienda, and the plantation. We'll have to check that out. Let me see if he has any ego cards we can rep. Huh, interesting. So it looks like, oh, he has refridge. So villagers gather food more. Yep, notice how down there you see roto gather rate improved by 10%. Yeah, so basically for regular villagers this card would improve them by 20%, right? Because that's what refridge does. But for Chile, because they have a special bonus around it, they get an additional 10% gather rate, so it's almost like 30% gather rate, which is even better. However, I don't see any other like eco cards here besides extractivism. Extractivism is actually the Latin American version of economic theory, and I believe for this, the Rotos Gather is improved by, I think, 15%, since the base rate would be 10%, right? So it would have to be a fraction of that. Lots of unit shipments here too. Artisanal, 1-0. Youngeos, the Grenadier unit from the Artillery Foundry. Unlike the Grenadiers from the barracks, they are actually the old school Grenadiers that keep throwing explosives and don't do anything else. This is a very combat-centered deck, so it should be interesting to see how this one works. I like the synergy with Claim of Magellan Strait, though, because basically you send a fort in 3, and in 4 you can send another fort, and both of those forts will start to trickle coin, so that's a nice little economic trick you can use. Aging up with the Arab Wave. This is a pretty good immigrant option all around, because the Arab merchants that you can get from the colony actually trickles a little bit of every resource while they work. So while they might be wood shopping, they're also going to be bringing in some food, some coin, and a little bit extra wood too beyond their normal gather, right? So definitely look out for that. And I'm wondering here like what Ottomans are going to do, because Ottomans in Wars of Liberty are really not that tough in the mid game. They're either better in the early game or in the late game. Or if you can get like a good FI in, they can be pretty solid too. It all sort of depends on what route you go with, because in general, the only power units they get due to their weird gap and upgrade technologies is the Svahis, the Bombards, and the Falks, pretty much. The foot artilleries, as they're called here. Those things, you know, still have their same powers they would in Legacy, but the Janissaries, these Delhi Cavalry, thing is, you can't upgrade them till Imperial Age, so they start to drop off pretty quickly if you're just dependent on upgrades. Only way you can sort of compensate it, of course, is through cards and numbers, basically. So you have to play them a bit differently than you would in the Legacy game. Here is the Arab colony going down right over here. And we're going to have to see sort of if Chile can defend against this assault by the Ottomans. Look, alright, so it's double racks Janissary build. I see barracks number 1, and then barracks number 2 is going to follow that. And this will allow Aladdin to basically double queue up the Janissaries, which can be very powerful. It's in fact one of the more popular Ottoman builds in Definitive Edition. You know, I've seen a lot of YouTubers like Widgie and so forth cover it before, so it's definitely a build I'm very familiar with, and I think if Aladdin can keep up with his queue numbers, you know, keeping those Jans coming out of both buildings, it's probably going to be a winning strategy here, you know. I don't see Chilean Civicos beating off Janissaries by any means necessary, because the problem is, Janissaries are tanky with their high HP. Civicos are mediocre musketeers, you know. They can be good at certain things. They're sort of like a weird functional musketeer unit, but when it comes to like standard play, they seem to fall a bit short, I think. However, there is a alternative though, because actually the Arab colony, you can send battalions of the Gallego, which is a immigrant version of the Janissary. However, I believe that they nerfed the stats slightly, though, to make them a little bit less impactful than the actual Janissary. But in this situation, when your only other option is Civicos, I feel like you kind of have to add them in here to try to defend yourself a little bit. We'll see, though, because right now, Sabero does not have a lot of food, and he doesn't even have enough wood to really get a lot of infrastructure out other than this foundry. Oh, it looks like he's going Youngeo, actually. Kind of an interesting option. You know, Chileans are one of the only civilizations in Wars of Liberty that still has the old school Grenadier archetype, right? Ones that just throw their bombs, they don't have a musket or anything. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So basically the way that these sort of units work is they have the same logic as the old school Grenadier does. Basically they throw explosives, it deals crush damage and splash, has good siege. However, the difference here is that the Youngeo actually has 50% pierce armor, which is solid, and also it doesn't suffer from any malice either. So when they're like throwing their I believe it would be dynamite since they're based off of prospectors, right? Essentially, when they're fighting hand cavalry, they're actually dealing that whole 18 damage versus them, which is really powerful, because the more of these you can mass up, you can actually do a really good job against really any unit type, as long as you can keep their grenade toss active. Right now, they're actually forcing off the Janissaries, which is pretty cool, you know. I feel like, honestly, this was Subaru's best play at this point. I don't feel like Sabikos would have lived up to their potential against these. And Escopetero is a hit or miss, right? If their shotguns are real lucky and they can get the most bullets in with those splash attacks, they can do pretty good. But if it misses a lot, Janissaries have a clean-cut win there. Subaru's going to ship in additional Yungeos into his ranks. It's also going to grant him a crate of 100 food. The great thing about Chilean cards is they actually deliver a 100 crate resource of some kind alongside whatever the original effect is. So in the case of the Yungeo shipment, you get 4 of the Yungeos, and then you get 100 food with it. And in the case of like crate cards like these, notice how it's 800 coin instead of 700. Same thing with the wood, and then the wood in A3 would be 1100 instead of the usual 1k. So in general, your crate shipments are a little bit more effective as Chile, and then whenever you're sending your other cards, whether they're upgrades or units, you're getting a little bit of a resource payback when you use up that shipment, which is a pretty good perk for you to take advantage of. Okay, so Aladdin is aware of the current situation regarding the Yungeos, and he's gonna actually add in the Abyss Gunner as a proper counter to that. Abyss Gunners should be really effective here, since they are basically fully fledged skirmishers that deals crush instead of pierce damage. So these Abyss Gunners are actually really good hard counters that can beat the Yungeos out very easily, should they get into range to fight them. I think once Aladdin gets his second batch of Abyss Gunners, he might already be set to start attacking these Yungeos. And this is going to force Subaru to come up with a slightly different plan, I think. I think in this situation, your only shot is probably Lancero. Yeah, you would have to do Lancero at this point, because problem with going with artisanal guns is the fact that the Abyss can actually, you know, regardless of this malice, they are dealing full crush damage versus artillery, and with the right numbers, the Abyss Gunners regardless can snipe cannons pretty well. So you definitely have to be careful of that 100%. I just don't like the fact that Chile keeps having to garrison their villagers. It almost feels like they're losing out economically here to the Turks. Which, yeah, it does seem like it. I mean, they do have a lot of food though, so it's not like they're starving just yet. It's going to be essential though that they can find a permanent way of keeping the base clean though, so they can actually get some gathering done. Did that bomb actually hit, or did it miss? I saw it sort of go off to the right a little bit. Alright, so these explosives, they're doing pretty good against the Abyss Gunners, right? Thing you gotta do, what you see right here, is you gotta make sure that the Abyss are staying out of range of the Yungeos. They're kiting pretty well. Your micro is basically gonna be the all-tell sign if you beat this or not. If you can't micro well and you let the Yungeos get in the range of you with the sufficient numbers, then you're basically done for here. Now this is a bad idea. You don't want to go with Savicos. Savicos, unless he's going for the Troplica Diablo attack, right? The one where they pull their swords out when they start charging forward. He might be able to pull that off, but yeah, he's not doing that though. He's just fighting them like regular musketeers. Oh, now he goes into Troplica del Diablo. Alright. Basically what that mode does is it gives your Savicos the ability to charge at a fast speed, and also gives them multipliers against infantry instead of cavalry. So they no longer counter shock units when they're in that mode, but they do counter infantry better. However, just not enough of them here to really do anything. If you could do it with, like, say, 25, 30 of the Civicos, that could probably do something. But if you only have, like, 10 of them like that, it's not a really useful tool for you to use. I mean, you frankly need another batch of the young Geos here, I think. Alright, so now we see artisanal cannons. That's probably the next best thing at this point, but they are going to be sniped by the Abyss pretty quickly, I think. Yeah. If it wasn't for Abyss Guards, I feel like the artisanals would be a better defense here, but the fact that Aladdin was smart enough to add the Abyss in with the Janissary, as he saw the Janissaries kind of dwindling, basically saved him the game pretty much. And there we go, it's a GG. GG. Aladdin is up by one point at this point in the series. It's doing pretty good. And now what we can do is, now we can move on to game number 2. Okay, so we see Saludame Juanita. So Carlos Luis Fermin Dolan is here, and Stefan Matrovic is here. Wonderful. Both some Legacy and some Definitive Edition players are here to join us today. So that's pretty good. Let's boot back up again. By the way, I was running this on the current patch of Wars of Liberty, so maybe all the games were played in the new patch and I don't have to do a lot of swapping around and guesswork, which would be awesome. You know, if I could just stick to one version, pretty cool, because you know what I can do after this stream ends? I can take my older version of Wars of Liberty that I had to rebuild and everything, and I can delete it and save up some disk space on my PC, because I really won't need it for anything else, which would be really great. But anyways, we're into match number 2 now of Aladdin versus Severo. And we're loading right now. Alright, so Aladdin is going as the French. Pretty solid all-around Civ in Wars of Liberty. And then we got the Chinese. So this time we only got vanilla civilizations. Normally I would say that's kind of boring, why don't you play some new Wars of Liberty civs, but in this case I feel like, honestly, these are some pretty fun civs, right? China, always an exciting one. The new consulate options are pretty solid, I would say, for China. And in the case of the French, they have a pretty revamped roster, I would say, for the Wars of Liberty mod. They got some new unique units. They've had some swap arounds regarding their generic unit roster. But the one thing you will notice, though, with French is that they have all Royal Guards for every unit except for artillery. So Grenadiers, Line Infantry, Hussar, Cuirassier, even the sailors, even the Marines you can get from the light ships on the water, they get Royal Guard. So it's basically a total of, if I do the math, I think 9 Royal Guard units for France. Yeah. Pretty powerful stuff, I would say. And I feel like against China, France actually has some pretty solid options to deal with the Chinese, I feel like. I think the Chaucer of Cheval is a pretty good counter to Chinese capital age play, so if they try to go for more of the purple territorial army, I feel like France can just sit back with their Chaucer of Chevals and kite their way through them in ways that other civs would really struggle with. Reason I say that is the Chaucer's stats were redone, so now with their 50% pierce armor and their quick movement speed, I feel like they can really get some strong ground against the Chinese army now. And you can not only be left with just having to train them, you can actually ship them too from the home city, since they do get an infinite shipment, which you actually see right here. This is the shipment right here that I like, because basically you can keep shipping in 7 of the Chaucer Chevals to bring up your army of skirmishers. France no longer has access to generic skirmishers. They instead get the Chaucer Cheval, which is a mounted skirmisher, which means, you know, I think the damage was modified, the hand attack and some other things, but in general it just means that it's a much faster skirmisher with the shock tag instead of the infantry tag. Which means basically things that have multipliers against infantry, like cannons, actually don't deal any multipliers against the Chaucers, but things like pikemen actually do, which is kind of interesting. So you've got to play with them slightly differently. Also, another unique unit here for France is the Zouave. This is actually a assault shock infantry, so It's also considered a type of foot cavalry. So, again, artillery would not deal multipliers against these webs, but dragoons actually would, as well as musketeers' bayonets as well, and pikemen. It's kind of interesting. You kind of have to pay attention to the tag rework to understand what all these units sort of does, but just be rest assured that this web is an infantry destroying machine. And when you combine them with the Chausirs, you get some really nasty synergy between the two, and they can really take out a lot of stuff in general. And as far as the rest of the stuff in the French deck, I feel like this is more of a, I would say more of a balanced FF-friendly deck. Because I feel like you can go FF here, but you can fight it out in H2 as well. You got your frontier defenses, which gives the longevity of your base, granting you more towers that you can put around your base. You got really all the possible unit shipments that you can, I believe. You got your volunteers, your line infantry, your hussars, even your shieldmates, your Bagirmi shieldmates. These are basically a mounted anti-cav unit, so they have lances meant for fighting other mounted units with. And they also have a lot of hand armor as well, so they're kind of an interesting unit, to say the least. This one should be pretty fun. Also a lot of upgrade cards I noticed too, because this and this, these are for the sort of your quote-unquote archaic units, so your pikemen and your like volunteers. These are the same thing as crossbowmen. This is for muskets and grenadiers, and then these are for your hand cavalry, so your hussar and cuirassier. And this is for range cavalry combat. France actually gets a lot of combat cards to accommodate their very large military. And just going back to the Chinese once again, we should check them out. This is an interesting card, Stockyards. Basically helps with the growth of your herdables. Maybe Sabero's going to do something with goats this game, since the Chinese can make goats at their villages. And he's going to use that to boost his food up, maybe. Not too sure about that. I'm also not too sure about the cords of wood, because when I play China, I go for the 300 food instead of the 300 wood, because I'm just looking to age up quicker and get my consulate up and start pumping some export units. That's what I usually do. In terms of everything else, though, this is a pretty standard Chinese combat deck, I would say. Not really the same as mine, since I don't ever use Saigo herd pretty much. I much prefer using my rice paddies, I feel like, but you could totally go this route as well, since huntables do have a good gather rate. Has all the essential combat cards, I feel like. The repelling volley, a blue banner army hit points is always solid. Western reforms is pretty solid. Northern combat pretty okay, so lots of good combat stuff in here as well. Picking up the diplomatic intrigue, and after that, the choice of which ally you'll do with the consulate only becomes 25 export instead of the usual 100. Sabero will be going with Germany this time for some of their Maykauffer line infantry. It actually makes them more closer to the old school British, right? Like, who used to be able to send Redcoat musketeers to their consulate. Now that sort of goes off to Germany, who sends their Maykauffer line infantry, which has the same stats, pretty much. And as China doesn't really have a musketeer unit in their roster, this can be a pretty nice addition to their army. You know, you can go with a lot of the standard Tigermen, the Chukunu, the Nian Riders, that archetype of China usually does, and then you can have some decent musketeers in the back supporting you. And this console option gives you a total of 8 of the Maykauffer infantry. All of these very good against shock units, and they can hold their own against infantry as well, thanks to their range attack. Also, I see Tigermen being shipped in. These are a pikeman unit. Also, a blue banner army is also coming in from the Summer Palace. While it looks like the French are going to be doing a combination of grenadier and line infantry. This seems like a pretty enticing option when you're playing France, because both of these units actually benefit from the same upgrade cards in their home cities. So if you can keep it to just musketeer and grenadier for the most part, you're going to be able to save your deck for some other stuff. You know, or you're actually going to be able to keep all the combat cards in there for them, which I think is about 2 of them, right? They get, I believe, a hit point card in age 2, which I don't see here, but they do have the regular combat down here. So that's definitely going to be a good synergy between these 2 units, which are both going to benefit from that. Oh, here comes the Begirme shield mates. I can't say how these are going to be useful just yet. I would hold these back until I see some Neon Riders, because that's really what they're good at countering. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about this. Oh, I see. Here's the Neon Riders right now, but they're on this side. Yes. Whoa. These. What's going on with these? You put your line infantry into bayonet mode. Why? Why would you do that? Just curious, why would you do that? I didn't see any cavalry over there at that time. I don't know why you put your bayonets up. You're better off just shooting at your enemies until you run into a shock unit. Swarm, usually. Grenadiers getting an okay volley there, which is good. Now they're gonna have to get out, I think. And they're going to try to maybe hit as many of the Tigermen as possible. Yeah, try to kite as many of those Tigermen off as you can. That's one less thing you're going to have to deal with on the front. And then you can focus on the ends. It's going to try to get some hits in with this last shield mate here. It's doing relatively... Oh, took one of them out. That's not bad at all, actually. Almost took another one out, too. Oof. Oof, indeed. However, at this point, you're just running low on army now because you're only doing 1 barracks. Gonna try to make some partisans here to deal with the Nean threat, which they'll do pretty good against until the Neans, of course, take off and they try to fish you back into the true canoe. They're gonna be fed right into them. Oldest trick in the book. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're going to need to get some more production in the back. Or you're going to have to supply with shipments, right? Get the volunteers out, get the line in, get the hussars out. You need some more army here. That's your problem. You just don't have the numbers and you don't have the production yet. Try to take advantage of the Sans-Culotte villagers, improve gather rate, which it also shares with the Courier de Bois from the Legacy games. So definitely make sure that you got your eco distribution set up properly to deal with that. Getting some wood now to actually make some of those production buildings, since Aladdin doesn't actually possess them yet. Only had that barracks on the center map. You're going to need probably 2 barracks here. 2 barracks would probably be okay here. I don't think you really should go with hussars, since Tigerman sweeps that up in big numbers, so just make lots and lots of line infantry, I think. Lots and lots of line infantry. Ship in some volunteers with that. You might be able to do some impressive stuff with that. Minutemen. Minutemen, not really that good. I mean, yeah, they're going to get some nice hits. They actually took out 2 Nean Riders, which was pretty formidable, I would say. They're going to take out... Oh, Grenade took out another one. Yeah, that's what you get when you take out the mouse and the grenade throws. You know, Grenadiers can indeed wipe out actual mounted units. And you can actually see them flying in the air in real time as a result of that. Right now, looks like France can return to their hunt over here. They were wise enough to put a redoubt in this area, though, to help protect it from some potential raiding, which is great. You know, in general, when you have any hunts that are away from the town center, always keep a tower nearby, because you never know when this is going to happen. These things are going to happen, and then you're going to lose like half your economy, and that's basically GG at that point. Yeah, pretty much. I just don't like the fact that Aladdin is keeping his line infantry on bayonet mode all of the time. They really should be in ranged attack mode, actually getting some ranged hits in on the true canoes as well. He's so hyper obsessed with taking out these cavalry that he's forgetting about the archers. These archers are just as much a threat as the cavalry are. The cavalry takes out your infantry, the Chukonus can take out your infantry so they can't take them out, right? because the best thing against the Neon Riders, of course, is a lot of pikemen, a lot of musketeers, but unfortunately Chu Canoe counters that, so you need to deal with that in the appropriate time frame. Right now, I just see you making some pikemen to deal with the cavalry, and you're going to ship some. Now, the hussars will help out against that, and hopefully you can... I think at this point, you could probably get those hussars to work well for you, just considering you were able to drop them down to only 2 Maykoffers left. But at this point, can Sabero get more of the... Yeah, he's already ready, export-wise, for another batch of Maykoffers that costs about 400 export, which he has right about now. So maybe we're going to see another batch of Maykoffers come out. If not, maybe Sabero will opt for the resource trickles that the German consulate allies still possess. You know, the one for food, the one for coin, the one for wood. Yeah, maybe that's what China's going to go for. If not, I can see 8 more Maykoffers being added into the mix here. Yep, here they are. Here's 8 more Maykoffers ready to go against France. At this point, I would say France has already been effectively defeated, right? They just can't get any more army off the ground at this point. They're going to go for one last strike against the Chu Canoes with the hussars, maybe take out a couple of them. But that doesn't deal with the Neon Riders, it doesn't deal with the Maykoffers, which are going to be coming. That's your problem. That's essentially going to be your big problem here. And it's actually the Neon Riders, of all the units in this mix, that actually has the best siege. They have a siege of about 30. Which is actually more than the Hussar, which is only 20 siege. And also the Neon Rider is a 1-pop unit. So considering that, these Neon Riders almost acts as good as pikemen when it comes to going on the attack mode and sieging stuff. Yeah, it's pretty cool too, because, you know, normally with pikemen you just make like a bunch of crossbowmen ready to skirms and just spray them with the bullets and get rid of them so they stop sieging. Now with these guys, you can actually run down those same skirmishers with them and there's nothing they can do. So they work a little bit differently. The only thing they have to worry about, of course, is like pikemen, right? But that's what the Chu Canoe does. That, in that sense, trying to really synergize its military even better than a lot of the Western countries does in the game, I feel like. And that's pretty cool. And if you do need musketeers, of course, you got Germany, right? You can get Germany to send you over some Maykoffers, so you can get some line infantry in there. Otherwise, the Chu Canoe Neon Rider combo usually does everything it needs to on its own. And then when cavalry becomes a problem, just add some Tigermen in. If it's a lot of assault, then you can, of course, add in the Manchu in, because they're a maneuver unit with the bow and arrow. They can deal with the assault class bear. Yeah, I feel like China really has an answer for a lot of things in this mod, I would say. I mean, they're not invincible, right? Like, India can beat China pretty easily, I think. I think I've proven that, and then Chapo proved that before. So, a lot of high-level players going up against each other. It seems like, statistically, India does do better than China. But, that being said, I feel like China really outdoes most of the competition, I would say. You know. Especially, you're going to see that today when I use them against the chorizo. I think you're going to kind of realize, at least depending on what the civ is, the matchup is, and how fast the player is, China is actually a really horrible thing to use against somebody that's in real trouble. Because essentially what happens is, if you're really quick with China, and you can go for the Russian consulate option, you can go for Opel-Shenets. You get about 13 of the pikemen, each of them carrying about 25, 30 siege. And you can take out houses, you can take out towers, you can take out the barracks buildings, and it's really effective. Yeah, I mean, look at this, like, way too late at this point. I mean, you can try to queue in pikemen to deal with the Neon Riders, but the swarm is just so bad at this point that all the Neon Riders have to do is stop sieging, hope their AI pathing, and then they just start hitting the pikemen with the lances, and it's already a done deal. Trying to fight with the Sanskeleets, since the Sanskeleets are a decent combat villager with a good range attack, and of course they have good pierce armor as well. So, in particular, Sanskeleets can do pretty well against the Chu Canoe, but when it comes to things like the Neon Rider, which focus on melee, yeah, then they have a bit of a problem. It also depends sort of on what cards you go with. Like, if you have, I believe it's the Pioneers card, the Sanskeleets really become hard to deal with, but if not, it's slightly more manageable. And as you can see right here, it seems like France was just overrun at this point. It almost seems like sort of a, well, I wouldn't say an inverse of the last game. The problem with the last game for Sabero was he just couldn't get together the right sort of army he needed. Geosaur is just too tanky, Abiscar is just too hard-hitting, so he just didn't have the right stuff. Here it looked like France had the right stuff, they just weren't putting it out quick enough, right? Because when I was facing Sabero, remember, he knew how to use France really effectively, and he just cleaned the floor with them, basically. It was really, really nice to watch in general. Well, not versus me, but you know, it was a good gameplay. Bad mic. Stefan Mitrovic says bad micro. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean that's sort of what this came down to. Good catch there. I feel like the problem was he did not get enough grenadiers going, and he did not get the numbers he needed. Why can't they build Wars of Liberty mod for DE? Because honestly, just building it on Legacy is hard enough. To port everything over to a new game would take probably many months to years. Only thing that would probably get the devs to even consider that is like monetizing off of it. Like somebody'd have to pay up a lot of cash to them, which I think I've talked about, and I kind of made a joke proposal once and said, you know, would you do a port of Wars of Liberty to the Definitive Edition platform for $100K? And they said, oh yeah, sure, $100K sounds good. So there you got an actual price, I guess. So if you viewers here can come up with that kind of cash to send to the devs, maybe they'll give it to you. Just make sure they hold up their end of the bargain, though, and they don't bamboozle you. That's all. Definitely. And what else did everybody else write here? ARAs. Oh yeah, definitely. 100%. Looks like Aladdin is actually here watching his series as well, which is really cool too, you know. Isn't it fun when you're watching a live stream of somebody talking about games that you were a part of, you know? I thought that was always a fun thing, you know. Back in the old days of Daedalus, doing the old World Jamborees and seeing my gameplays, I thought that was a pretty fun experience, you know. Seeing what I did right, seeing what I did wrong, where I can improve, it's definitely a fun experience. So yeah, definitely. And now, Alden, we're going to be seeing your game number 3 now versus Sabero. Can you pull off a win here, or will you get smoked twice in a row? We'll see. We'll see if you can still redeem yourself here from potential defeat. So, looks like Aladdin is going with the Tupi, one of the probably the best aggro civ in Wars of Liberty, and the opponent will be the Dutch. Another new contender in terms of aggro in Wars of Liberty. This is a pretty interesting combination. I believe Dutch traditionally would win this one, I believe. I'm saying that because don't you remember the time we did that funky 100% handicap challenge against Gafas? Or Unstoppable Gafas, which is YouTube channel, which you should definitely check out. Basically, Gafas used Tupi against my Dutch, but he had 100% handicap, and I still did pretty okay against him, which tells me if the handicap wasn't there, I probably would have beaten him out with the flankers, and also potentially Grenadier and Skirms as needed. So I think personally, Dutch beats this out if they play perfectly well. However, Tupi can also catch you off guard. See, the way the Tupi works in this mod is they can build really large armies of warriors through something called the Tupi raiding parties, which they construct from their longhouses, which is one of their pot buildings. Essentially what a Tupi raiding party is, it consists of 2 archers, 2 Yibraharas, which are basically your pikeman style unit, but they don't use pikes, they actually attack you with battle axes. And then the Maratakoras, which is your foot cavalry, right? They use a big club and they're good against archers. So, if you want to think of it in terms of like Aztec military comp, you would essentially begin 2 Antonins, 2 Coyotes, and 2 Pumas from it. It's a nice banner army to send, and it really rounds out your army really good. The more of them you can stack on top of each other, and then of course you can put down a war hut if you want to add one particular unit into the mix more, which is pretty cool. Another thing you can do too to gain early army with Tupi is Instead of like the normal big button technologies that Native American civs usually get, the Tupi can send out batches of their YBC archers. I believe a group of like 4 or 5 of them, might be 6, but the thing is, each time you send that batch of archers, the big button becomes more expensive each time. So you can technically send it infinite times, but by the time you get to like batch number, 50 or something, 45, I can't math in my head's a bit mixed up. The thing actually costs like upwards of 50,000 food to get. And that's even more than like the more expensive prices I've seen for the Great War Age in the game. So that is really expensive. Very costly to get. Tupi is just about ready to go for their age up. I see them going for the messenger and going for a very quick age up, honestly. We'll see 100% though. Yep, messenger. Oh, the chief. I'm trying to recall what the chief does. I think the chief will give them some wood, I believe, at this stage. I know in later parts of the match, the chief will actually make your buildings cheaper in wood. So, if you wait till like Imperial Age, your buildings become like 50% cheaper in wood costs, including your town centers, as well as your war huts, your longhouses, all that becomes really cheap. If you send it this early, you just get some wood, which is always nice. It's like the Core Master. It helps you facilitate the construction of your war hut, or potentially some longhouses to get the raiding party mix if you want to go for that. Go for like the mixed bag of fruit or nuts, basically, in terms of army. How about Dutch, though? Like, what is Dutch doing? So Dutch is aging up with the Statesman. Statesman will grant I believe, an outpost as well as some coins. It's sort of the same thing as the Governor General in Legacy. And something you need to be aware of when you're viewing Dutch and Wars of Liberty is the fact that they don't have banks in this game. They used to have banks not too long ago, but those were removed. And instead, now they have like 3 varieties of villagers. They got slaves, which are good at coin tasks, settlers, which are good at food tasks, and then the Javanese or Indonesian villagers, which are good at wood tasks. So, if you're really good about macro, you'll always make sure that your Javanese laborers are working on the trees, since they do 10% better again with that gathering. Slaves 10% better with the mining and the plantations than the villagers, the settlers, the traditional European villagers. They do good at like mills and also berries. So, in fact, even before you get a mill out, you can really take advantage of their good gathering right on these berry bushes, which is really nice. Now, let's check out the Dutch deck. I'm wondering, like, sort of what comp they're going. So, what they might be doing here is they might be going for a flank or rush attack. At least at the start of the game. Yeah, basically how that works is you send this card out, the Schutterige Mobile, and essentially what this does is it gives your flankers, which normally has 4.5 speed, a movement speed of 5, making it almost as quick as cavalry almost, right? It's not quite as fast as cavalry, but it becomes pretty close to that. And what you can do is you can take advantage of the flanker's range attack, as it is a crossbowman musketeer hybrid, and you can kite enemies relatively easily. It's really powerful. But it does look like Dutch will actually be going the Grenadier route instead, as the Grenadier might technically be better depending on how you can micro them, your numbers. The only threat you gotta worry about is the Maratakoras. But if you can, sort of force them in sort of an enclosed area perhaps, Grenadiers might be the better option. It really depends, right? So basically, what are Grenadiers? You've seen them last game, you saw them this game. How do they relate compared to like your everyday the 5th edition Grenadiers? Essentially, these Grenadiers, they have a charge attack for their grenade. They throw a grenade, and they have to wait another 60 seconds to throw another grenade. And until that grenade recharges, they just they do this. They fire their gun, right? So think of them as like musketeers, but good against infantry, right? Now, bayonets obviously apparently don't do anything, but the way they sort of make up for that is then they get 20% pierce armor, so they are combat-wise more competent against things like archers and muskets, which normally, they'd either be neck and neck or with it being destroyed by. Grenadiers can take a little bit more abuse from range, as they're more of like an anti-infantry solution than their line infantry counterparts. Only kind of wacky exception or one would be the Dutch, of course, with their flankers. Flankers do get anti-cav multipliers in melee, but they also get anti-maneuver, anti-dragoon multipliers at range, since they're supposed to be a hybrid between a crossbowman and a musketeer almost, so they can sort of serve in both roles. They just don't get range multipliers against the heavy infantry though. They don't get that part of the crossbowman role, just the anti-dragoon part. I think if they got that, they'd actually be really Now this is awesome. Look at what Sabero is microing really well here. He's not he did a great job at not wasting the grenade lobbies too quick. And as a result, he was able to take down all the hand units, and now the archers are vulnerable. These archers, they're good against heavy infantry, but they are not strong. 75 HP, 8 range attack, this is not good. This is like a weak step. And the way you're supposed to use these archers is you're supposed to come in with like 50 of them if you can, as well as a bunch of other stuff, like the Maratakoras, like the Yibraharas. When it's just the archers by themselves, they really just not in good shape. Now that the Maratakoras have come out, though, now they can actually send these grenadiers running really far back as possible from them. You gotta put the flankers in the front, try to get their bayonets in position, since they do get a total of 5x against scout, which the Maratakoras does categorize as. You gotta reposition towards the tower. Now grenadiers have to keep queuing up here, otherwise you're not gonna have enough anti-infantry. But I think in this case, because the Tupi units are pretty flimsy, since they are a bunch of foot units, you could argue the Grenadiers are really a good counter against all the Tupi units, should you aim them properly. You gotta kind of have to do what Sabero was doing before, where it's sort of like reserving when they throw. Don't throw right away. Don't let the first thing it runs in front of them take the grenade hit, because if you do that, the Grenadier loses all of its value. If you can wait for units to group up, ideally in a choke point, in a organized area where they're trying to attack one particular thing, like maybe your explorer, you can use that as sort of like a trap to catch them all up into that little enclosed space, and then the splash attack of the Grenadier and the crush damage can really work. It's magic. And in fact, they also get a slight multiplier as well against infantry, which this is right here, the .125, that's against infantry. Yeah, for some reason the UI here is pretty weird, and yeah. Well, the thing is, because of my wacky UI, the way my monitor works is, even when you roll over some of the stats, it doesn't always pull up the little window thing. It's kind of strange, but it's functional. So where's Tupi economically? So Tupi, how many vills? How many vills on the Tupi? So they're gonna have about 20. Where's Sabero at though?
Hello?
Now this is hard to count because they got so many different types of villagers. Yeah, so Sabero is actually in really great shape. He's got like 7 of the Indonesian vills, 5 of the African ones, and like 16 of the European ones. And he's making sure too that the special villagers, like the slaves, are doing their coin tasks, and the Indonesian ones are doing their wood tasks, which is essentially means he's operating off of another economic theory in terms of resource output, without of course needing the actual economic theory card active to experience that. Good fight for Dutch here. They were able to take advantage, I think, a little bit of the trees here, which kind of messed up the pathing of the Maratakoras. Oh, these Oibisi archers though, you could use some grenades to take them out. But I guess not. I mean, at this point, maybe just take them out with the flankers. And they can start sieging away at this war hut. Tupi need to really think of something fast here. Once you survive the initial waves of the Tupi, and they can't catch up economically, Tupi kind of falls out of favor really quickly. It really becomes dangerous when you give Tupi some time to grow, and then they start attacking you. Because in general, they're going to hit you with these big waves of like 100, like archers, Yibber Axemen, Maratakoras Clubmen, and like these big 100-unit swarms. And once they do that, then you're done for with Tupi. But if it's this case where they attack you and they utterly fail, and then they keep up the ante on them and keep like poking them,
then Tupi become one of the easiest things you'll ever deal with, you know? It really all depends on timing with Tupi, right? In general, you want to be ready to defend, but be ready to throw a quick punch and jab in there once they get defeated. Because if you're not, Tupi are just going to get all those market techs going. For the berries, for the wood, for the hunting, get all those going. And then you're basically going to be in pretty good shape there. Oh wow, look at this. This is a blunder right here. You dropped off your food crates at the War Hut instead of the TC. This is something we're seeing both in Liga A and in Liga B. People just not moving their home city gather points in enough time, which means sometimes people are literally dropping off their resource crates into their enemy's base. For those smart enough, they know that they've done that and they just go ahead to grab it. But in the case of Liga B last week, remember, we saw somebody do that, but they didn't notice it because they weren't scouting, and that's why scouting is important, right? It wouldn't matter in this case, though, since luckily the War Hut is so close to the Aladdin base that he could just recover it pretty quickly. But if he did from the War Hut down here, though, that would have been game over for him. Like, what can Tupi even do at this point? They got, like, how much food is that? So, a total of 700 food in their stockpile. What they can... Oh, so he's going to send more armies of Legacy archers from the... Yeah, that's... Scouting party, that's the big button from the town center that sends more of these archers out. And every time you send it, the cost becomes more expensive for the next send, and the next send, and the next send. Until, again, yeah, your scouting parties literally cost like 500,000 food, you know? More food than feed an entire continent just to send out like 4 archers. Or 5 archers, or how many archers is it? Doesn't matter, it's just a really good stacking card for getting lots of anti-infantry out of it. Again, in the town center, I mean, yeah, at this point it's looking really bad for you against the Dutch. I think even if the Dutch decide, you know what, we're not even going to micro our grenadiers, we're just going to let them target the first thing in front of them, you probably could just win with just that. However, Sabero is not going to do that. He's actually going to work hard to make sure that some of his grenade volleys are actually decent. He's actually going to put his flankers in the melee as well, which is going to be great against the scout class. And now the grenadiers are going to finish off the archers there. That is I believe a win. Excellent work, Sabero, on that one. Fortunately, Aladdin, it looks like you weren't able to come back from that one. Good call, though. I mean, Tupi is always a good option when you're looking to get a win in 1v1. You just weren't able to stack the sufficient numbers against the European Grenadier roster. Very good. So, definitely work on getting those swarms up. Unit numbers are really important when you're fighting against the Grenadiers. There's sort of 2 ways you can deal with the Grenadier class of unit. Actually, 3 ways. Number 1, you can try to mass up a lot of skirms, especially the longer range ones. You know, the crossbowmen class are really not that great. You kind of want to go for like the H3 type of skirms and just kite them. You could go for Hussar or Assault to attack. Actually, yeah, the thing is, yeah, Assault is actually a great counter to Grenadiers because they are also heavy infantry, so things like the Escolta can do really good against them. You know, Escoltas will rip through Grenadiers. Right, so definitely look out for that, and then artillery, of course, is another good option. Just make sure, though, that the artillery are not exposed to them when they have their grenade recharge, and that can actually hurt them. Which would end up hurting you because you lose out all that value. And what did Stefan Mitrovic say? Could we make a Age of the World League? Absolutely. I feel like if Kato's sort of agreed to it and was willing to help organize it, I think we totally could see something like the Wars of Liberty Liga be brought over to the Age of the World mod. And I think at this point there's pretty much enough civs right now, and probably in the coming months when, you know, Armenia, Georgia, and the Kalusa comes out, that we'll have enough civs to justify a tournament. So, oh yeah, 100%, you know. But you're going to have... You and others that want that type of league are going to have to be really active about getting that set up, sort of like what the parameters are, what civs are allowed, what cards are allowed, what bonuses are allowed, because we know that Age of the World is a work in progress sort of a mod, and there's still a lot of stuff they have to work out in terms of balance and stuff, right? I mean, they got rid of some of the really cancerous stuff before, like Jesuits having 4 allied native sites available and stuff like the Circle of Osis making Age 2 organ guns and rockets. That stuff was cleaned up, I think, but still some stuff that needs to be definitely fixed before they consider going to that type of a event. And what else do we have here? And why is nobody doing water booming on Malaysia and FF? I could totally ask the same question to you about that. See, in the old days when I fought MCMR in the original Liga, MCMR on Malaysia, he actually beat me only because he was doing the fishing ships and I was not. I went for full Paisano economy, and he was doing Paisano economy with fishing boats, and that's what killed me. Didn't matter how good my combat was or my unit comps, he ended up beating me from that. Maston Picture Flio Satanias que decir easy dijo. Hi, great, yeah, I know. 2 Jesuits are my best civ. Oh yeah, 100%. Jesuits, I would say, are probably one of the strongest late game civs in Age of the World mod because they just win in superior numbers. Having access to 3 native sets of native warriors that you handpick, as well as, of course, the Shaolin and the Shaolin and some other one, Tiger Claws or something you get from the Homesea. You just beat your enemy out with mass numbers of native warriors, and then back that up with organ guns. Yeah, pretty much. Now we're actually moving on to my series against the Chorizo Muy Largo, and we're going to see in this game 1 what I was talking about in regards to the Chinese and how nasty they can be to deal with. So, Chorizo decided to go with the Inca in this game. I banned him from using Zulu and Mapuche, and he was probably seething at this fact. Like, how could the gringo do that to me? He knows I need Zulu to win. Like, basically that. So yeah, I caught him off guard and he had to go Inca. I can't recall if I've ever seen him go Inca before. I think I've seen him do it before. And I go Chinese. It's one of my... wait a minute, I actually went Koreans. Just had a Joe Biden moment. I thought it was China. No, I'm Korea. Actually, I think he did ban me from using China, and I went with Korea, the other Asian civ, because Chorizo knew, the gringo's gonna use Chinese against me because he did that in my live stream before. And I said, nah, I'm just gonna go with Koreans, the other China-like civ, except that they don't have the banner armies. They just, train the spearmen individually. And essentially what you're going to see me do here is I'm going to do Dangpa Spearman with Opal Shenets from the Russian consulate. And what my goal is going to be here, take down as many houses of Inca as possible to the point that they can't actually train military because they have no population for the army to begin with. And why it's bad for the case of Inca in particular is their houses don't cost wood, they cost coin. Which, unless you got all your villagers on a silver mine, is gradually trickled from the villagers working, essentially. So, if you can keep the enemy off of the silver mines, the gold mines, the copper mines, the salt mines, all the mines, it's a good chance you can house Inca indefinitely. And that leads to instant win condition right there. And that's what I'm going to go for here. I'm going to combine the Dangpa Spearman, which is a good siege unit, also good against the Akaruna, with the Opal Shenet, which it comes in really good numbers and does the same thing. And also add in some of the Myung archers, too. A couple of archers in there to deal with any potential Huamakas, go toe-to-toe with the Bullis warriors as well, and you got yourself a win condition. And this is sort of the 1v1 deck I use with Korea. You got 3 villagers, you got each of the resource crates should you need it. I max out my unit shipments with the Gungo Cavalry, the Myeongyong Longbows, the Dangpa Spearmen. I keep Lord of the Mounds as well. Lord of the Mounds is a great option because it gives you a nice free unit that you constantly keep getting in the terms of the Tigers, Tigers are really a good option against archers, good against artillery, good against musketeers, just because they have a reasonable amount of hit points and they don't suffer from any sort of like multipliers because of their pet tag, right? They're not infantry, they're not cavalry, they're pets. Pet tigers. And as a result, only things like I think villagers actually have multipliers of any kind against the pet tigers. Pretty useful. And then, of course, diplomatic intrigue. This is what starts off the whole thing. Use diplomatic intrigue to pick up 300 export. Combine with the export you already got, and you can get a batch of 13 opal plants out once you hit age 2. Especially if you can get enough wood to get that constant out before you reach the age up. It's really nice. Really useful. And another thing you can do with Asian civilizations to push yourself even further into the consulate is they get a special technology in Wars of Liberty called economic concessions. It's a technology research at the market which grants you 75 export, which you can push towards your consulate purchases, but it does have a trade-off of making your market less effective at trading. So if you don't think you're ever going to use the market to like trade food or coin or anything, just use economic concessions, which is this technology with the anchor right here, to get yourself a nice 75 export. And if you combine that with diplomatic intrigue, you can get a very quick set of 2 consulate armies, since each one costs 400 export a whack. Get 800 export, you get 2 armies. Combine that with your regular armies, combined with the War of the Mountain Tigers. That's a combination that opponents can rarely deal with. Right here I go with the... Which one did I go with? Oh, I went with the Hwaseong Fortress. And there's a reason why I did the Hwaseong Fortress this time. Normally I would love to go Grand Palace. Reason I went with this thing is just in case the Chorizo Muy Largo had some sneak attack Huamaca thing built out for me. I know Chorizo has to do all-out rushes to actually win games. He's not that great in the mid and late game usually, so if I can put this big giant fort down to meet him when he hits my base, that's going to buy me some time to fight that off and possibly knock him out. However, from what you're going to see today, I don't think this Chorizo is going to have a lot of time to try something like that, because I'm going to have my own plans for the Chorizo Muy Largo. And if we look at the Chorizo's deck, lots of resource crates, 3 trading post travel as well, so Chorizo was actually playing ever more so defensively and economically this game, and probably, from the looks of it, was going more FF, I think, because like, what do I see here? An infinite Huamaca shipment, a larger Huamaca shipment, Mankos, Inca Mortars, so these are all like FF style cards. I don't think Chorizo was really ready to deal with any hardcore H2 siege. That I think was something that he probably wasn't expecting. Wait a minute, so he's got 3 trading posts, Travat, and advanced trading posts? Huh. I'm a little bit unsure about this, because I feel like, in a sense, you either do one or the other. You either get advanced trading posts to make your TPs cheaper, or you don't want to go that deep and you just want 3 TPs on one route or something. You plan that out. Because now what I feel like you're doing is you're going to delay the time that you can get your resource crates out, and if you're dealing with an immediate threat, that's going to make you suffer really badly. Yeah, I would just sent out 700 wood first, then get the trading post travelers on the trade routes, so I can get some more shipments quicker after that. I would not have sent both advanced TP, because remember, advanced TP is persistent on how much coin you got, right? Because remember, Incas produced buildings for coin. About, wait a minute, is that 150 coin? That is kind of expensive. Honestly, that's expensive. You know, and you can't make Huamacas or Bullis Wars if you're spending all your coin like that. So this might have, put Chorizo in a real bind here. When I think about it, I'm like trying to think tactically, like where Chorizo went wrong here. It might have been his greed over trading posts. in my quick action that basically put him in a horrendous situation. Because here's my Opalshenitz after I got Diplomatic Intrigue. See, I shipped that out, and now I'm all more than halfway there to my second batch of Opalshenitz, which is even better. And now what I can do is I can send my wood, get some Dangpa Spearmen going, maybe some archers, do a bit of a mix and match, whenever I need. Because right now, as you can tell, I can actually afford, like, barracks right now, and then if I ship in some wood, I could do that. I could also ship in some spearmen, too. There's options. Oh, I went with archers, because I was kind of worried about the Huamakas, because the Huamaka is such a wild card unit of the Inca. It's technically a spearman, but because of its rate of fire, the Huamaka is stronger than a halberdier against infantry. And it can take out archers, it can take out artillery. You can take out anything with the Huamakas if you're not careful. So I just wanted to get some backup archers in my backside there as a backup. And so if any Huamakas do show up, I can target them down with the archers and take out that threat. And what I do now is I start to siege at the Ushnu. Because I know that the Ushnu is his production building. If I can take out the Ushnu, I shave off 200 coin from any potential attacks, because it's going to cost him 200 coin to make another Ushnu. And right now, it seemed like Teresa was totally caught off guard because of his earlier purchases, Trying to go greedy on those trading posts on the trade route basically cost him an early Ushnu. And he could have had, like, maybe 5 or 10 more of these things active. And as a result of that, his Ushnu is down. And he doesn't even have 200 coin to build another one, mind you. Still starving for money, Still starving for money, and he can't actually train any military now. And then I can move on to his house. This was also kind of funny. I was actually able to keep my very special explorer Kim Jong-un and Little Rocket Man, slashing right into his infantry. Go for his other house. This man is down to 20 population. How many minutes? 7 minutes in the game, and he's down that much pop. Unreal. He can't even afford an Ushnu. He's just getting a market right now from the looks of it. Which, pretty interesting. I see a phone call coming in. I'll check that really quickly. Be right back. Yeah, what's going on?
So, his blood pressure is extremely high right now.
Yep.
And I just was trying to ask if you wanted tacos or something, but I couldn't fucking talk to you. You're doing your show.
Yep, I'm alright. I got food. I'm all set.
That's alright, Jonathan. I just been trying to fucking... I was trying to have you look up your bank. Like, figure out that liquor store in between somewhere to see if they have grape juice.
Yep. Let me see. Let's finish up the rest of this match. Sorry for the quick interruption. Let's go. Alright, so, as I was saying before, kind of the goal of this attack pattern is with Korea, prevent your enemy from producing military, prevent them from producing, really, even villagers, because now the Chorizo can build his Ushnu, but he can build a house, but now he has to go do that, and he's really low on coin at this point, because even if he builds a house, he can only afford to queue up so much military, like maybe like one Bolus warrior, and these spearmen can overpower that quite easily. Just saying. I'm gonna try. Yep, Chorizo's now gonna try to play in H2. Gonna get some food. Like, way too late though. I mean, like, look at me. I can queue up some archers. I got get some spearmen going. I'm gonna send another batch of Opal Senates as army number 2. And yeah, it's basically gonna be a really strong attack here. Yeah, then you send the archers around the middle here to the town center to get the spearmen. Because what I can do here, actually, instead of going after the TC first, is go after the houses once again, house them again, and now he's not going to be able to make any more army units, right? Like, look here, he's going to try and make some more Bolus warriors, but because I have a lot of Myungyungs in the arm, yeah, I can one-shot them now with these arrows. And I got just enough time to basically take them, well, one by one by one. All the while taking out houses to make sure the Chorizo is not going to be able to make any more of these. Even if he does have the coin for it, which he doesn't have the coin for anymore because he's stuck in his town center, all cooped up like a chicken. Yeah, take out the last one, and likely not any more is going to come out. Whoa, wait a second. Oh yeah, he sent, Guano, which is granting him a coin trickle. So he is getting a little bit of coin, but not a whole lot. And funny, the house is going down before the Machu Picchu arrives. Basically what Machu Picchu does is it gives your building some more armor against attacks, which is pretty nice. Oh, yep, way too late. GG. Yeah, this is a really good show of aggro by me against Chorizo, who really likes aggro himself. He's like big on the all-out Zulu rushes and Mapuche rushes and stuff, but I did the even worse things to this little Juanito here, and it really showed very well. Yeah, 100%. Alright, so now we're going to check the... Alright, should be good on that. Now we're going to go to game number 2 now. I think it's actually the first one that Chorizo actually... Well, we'll see. We'll see. See, it's going to be a fun one. Pure Pike was the best choice from Stefan. Yes, yeah, that's why I went with that. I knew deep down, like, how could I stop Chorizo in his tracks? I could get a full army of pikemen down instantly, house him, take out his production buildings, and he's basically going to sit there and not able to do any work anymore. And it seemed to work really good in that case. Definitely. And as far as who Kato is, which I see here, Kato is the developer of Age of the World. He is the main developer. He's the one that thought up of this whole operation of Age of the World. So if you want to understand Age of the World better, you have to go to Kato. He's the owner of Age of the World. He's the owner of the Age of the World Discord server. He's the mastermind behind it all. Took a lot of inspiration from Wars of Liberty and ended up making a sort of like a Wars of Liberty and DE experience without, sticking strictly to that timeline, right? Because clearly in Age of the World you can do stuff from... What is his nickname? In Discord it would be Kato Santos. Yeah, Kato Santos. That's his Discord name. He's the main developer. I don't understand advanced TP than 700 when will you get TPs up. Here's the thing, Stefan. Inca builds their buildings using coin and not wood, so the only thing you can actually do with wood at all with the Incas is either get their market technologies or make their scout unit, their Akaruna, which is like their version of the Kaioimar. That's all you can do with the wood. So the fact that he did that was actually very questionable at best. Alright, so now we're going to move on to my game number 2. This one should be pretty fun. Yeah, well, I wanted to try something a little bit different here than I usually do, because I see a lot of people do it, and I figured, hey, why not try it myself? Because it's only the chorizo, right? Like, he could win a game or two. I doubt it, but we'll see. So I go with Bolivia, you know, just like the Juanita Boliviana Eternity does, and, you know, chorizo actually goes with the Russians here, you know. The Civ where Unstoppable Stoletzi started with. Interesting one to say the least, you know. And what I'm going to do here is, I am going to go for the War of the Republicatas build here. Or at least as much of it as I can. The key to War of the Republicatas is grab as many trading posts as you can in Age 1 and in Age 2. And with all those trading posts, try to mass out as many Republicata Macaats from it as possible, because the Bolivians get a card called War of the Republicatas. Each trading post will grant you 3 of the Republicata Macaats, which are a ranged version of the Musketeer. In addition to its melee attack against, you know, cavalry, its range attack also gets the same multipliers, making it a really formidable unit. You can combine that with the Bolivian's own trainable native unit, the Kairuna, as well as any natives on the map. Like, this one has really good natives, you know, the Cree, tanky skirmisher. Then you get the Wendad mantlets from the Wendad native settlement. Those two are just really good overall. Very solid ones, I would say. So this is sort of like, this is my deck anyway. See, this is the thing. I sort of like constructed this deck before realizing how significant the Francotirador would be as a one-pop unit, so I still built this deck like sort of the old way. You know, I had like 300 food in here. I had, you know, Mrs. Ahe. This is essentially the Latin American version of Advanced Trading Posts, so I can actually build those TPs out very quickly. I had some Tin Barons mines here, so I could get some tin mines delivered to my base. And then essentially the second part of War of the Republicatas is you include all of these unit shipments. So it would be the Francotiradors, the Mosquiteros, the Kairunas. Then you get a Roma conscription, which gives you a smaller number. The Kairunas only 4, but what it does is it gives you Kairunas every time you age up, and also increases their build limit as you age up. So it buffs it up over time. And then the Daza Grenadiers. It's a very elite Grenadier unit that you have to pay up some food to get, but it's pretty solid. And then as a backup too, I have Bolivian Syndicate, which allows any immigrant colony you have, whether it's Croatian, Italian, or Japanese, to actually train the Confederates' filibuster skirmisher unit. It's got the same stats as like a crossbowman, so it's good against heavy infantry and dragoon units. Pretty good unit overall, since Bolivia doesn't get a normal crossbowman equivalent per se. They get the Francotirador, which is a mounted version of that overall. I think the reason why I went with 300 food here is because I just noticed my age up times were kind of questionable, and I just needed a little bit more food in my stockpile to get to that magic 800 food number that I needed to for the age up. And it looks like Russia's kind of in the same boat themselves, yeah. That's sort of the thing that the Bolivians and the Russians share in common, is they don't get villager shipments from the home city. And as a result, their age up options are a little bit different than normal, right? Russia, of course, goes up with distributivism, wood trickle, which they did here. You could also get exotic hardwoods if you want even more. Go for eco theory. But most of the time you're just going with this, and then you're just sending off crates and units once you hit an H2 with the Russians. Usually you start with the Cossacks, and then you work your way over to the Unstoppable Streletsy if it's Legacy. If it's this, it would be Unstoppable, I don't know, Cantonists, I guess. You know, same stats, just different look and name and everything. So Russia's aging up with Artisan. This is the same thing as Quartermaster, so what you get with this age up would be 400 wood, enough to afford a blockhouse, and then some, right? Enough wood to probably get 2 batches of the Cantonists as well. As for me, I'm going with the Croats. Croatians is a good idea for the more of the Republicatas build because it does grant you 300 wood. So it's like a little bit slightly weaker version of Quartermaster. The only downside is pretty much the Croats don't have any trainable immigrant units in H2, which it makes them a little bit weaker, right? In the old days when they had their sailor unit available with their colony, they could make the sailor units, but since those are only at the Falcuza ship now, you can't make them anymore. You only have to wait till age 3 to get the Cazador de Indios. And that's like mid-game. That's usually not going to suffice in this build. So, only reason we're going for Croats is for the 300 wood. And I guess maybe some of their technologies at this stage are somewhat good economically, right? One of them, Franciscan churches, lets you have a total of 3 churches. If you have basically buffs up your church build limit to 3. Which, if you have all 3 churches active, would be 1.5 experience points per second. Pretty solid overall. And it does grant you a church wagon as well, so it helps you jumpstart that, and then you just build the other 2 out yourself. But that's like really like late game thinking. Really trying to rack up the infinite shipments mainly, you know, whether it's the Francotirador ones, the Machetero ones, or if you're looking really down the glass at like super late game, your Native Warrior infinite shipments, since those are the ones that you can only get through the home city and they don't cost any pop, like your infinite Makea shipment or your infinite Amara Bolas Rider shipment. Lots of shipments to worry about with Bolivia, I know. But, it works out really good most of the time. I say most of the time because sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes, like this situation. Like this situation. Because, see, what Chorizo did was he took advantage of the fact that he has distributivism and a wood trickle to actually compete for trading posts. He grabbed top one here, grabbed middle one here. This one over on the top here is always going to be inaccessible because you can't build within the mortar's range of a town center. So I actually can't get a trading post into this site even if I wanted to. Which leaves me this one, and this one which I already built on. I already built on this one. So I can only build here now, which means, mathematically, 3 times 4 is 12, so I'm only going to get 12 Makeats out of this. So, Chorizo effectively countered me really well here just by putting down trading posts of any kind and competing for the trade route. And that was a high IQ play by Chorizo, honestly, because a lot of players don't usually compete for the trade route when they're going up against Bolivia. They just sort of play the way they normally do, and they just wait for trouble to strike. And Chorizo didn't do that here, so he was a little bit ahead of the game, What I'm going to do here in particular to deal with the Russians is, I know the Cantonists are kind of trash in terms of base attack, so I'm going to try to get some of the, Wendat Madlets out, because they're a high hit point unit, and it's going to take the Cantonists a reasonable amount of time to try to hit through those, in general. However, we got some Cossacks here, which is going to be a bit of a problem. Did I send the Makeats out yet? No, I didn't, because I was trying to get over to this native site, and I wanted to max it out as much as possible. Now, Though it does say it's a one-time muster. It actually isn't a one-time muster because any train post you build after the car ascent will also give you the McKayets, believe it or not. And I'm assuming that's the case, in which case the devs really need to change the description of that, not to fool anyone anymore, because right now it's just a really good card that you get some pretty insane value to as a native warrior civilization. Yeah, 100%. Also shipped in the Francotiradors here. These are a mounted skirmisher unit. Yeah, mounted skirmisher unit. And with this mounted skirmisher unit, I can do some good multipliers against, in particular, these partisans, these pikemen. Also, these are naturally going to be good against dragoons, actually somewhat stronger because of the Baron multipliers as well. However, you can already start to see a serious problem in this formation. Got the mantlets mostly doing the siege work here because, you know, they do have a good siege at 45. But one thing I'm not doing here is attacking his army and sticking in the front, which is making the Bushateros get wiped out, making the Francotiradors get wiped out, and thus I'm kind of getting outnumbered here, which is causing a bit of problems for me. And yeah, at this point, the Macheteros are essentially sitting ducks because, yeah, they basically getting papped in with everything else. And it's not a good situation, to say the least. And 1 second, I notice it's starting to storm out there, so I gotta close a couple of windows near me so things don't get wet. 1 quick second for that. Guess we were having thunderstorms today, so I had to shut some windows before it, started storming, because some of them, the water comes in, it can damage stuff, so you definitely have to stay on top of that. I also have to stay on top of my unit numbers as well, because right now I'm just getting overwhelmed here by Cantonus and by pikemen, which is insane. Like, you normally don't see me getting outnumbered like this, but Chorizo just happened to be playing the right sort of, method at this point. Block up the trade routes, discourage the McKayets. Because if he went for, some normal Chorizo sort of all-out rush thing without the train posts, I feel like, probably could have, knocked him out right at this point, but just missed the knockout. And now I'm actually struggling quite a bit now, because now, Chorizo's actually diversifying his portfolio now, so he can actually get some of the Cossacks out now, which is going to cause me some serious problems. Here comes the Cossacks, a couple of partisans. Really not good, because remember that the Francotirador here is a shock unit, so it's actually cavalry, so believe it or not, these pikemen will actually do really good at fighting them, and will actually deal hardcore 5x multipliers against them, which is good. Definitely good. Good for him, not good for me. Trying to remember, did I actually make the dazes this game or not? I don't know, actually. Can't quite recall if I made the dazes. Yeah, not quite sure. Keep getting rings coming in this room from phones and stuff. It's crazy.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Just trying to do my stream here. But anyways, yep. I think that should do it for a while. Hopefully we can finish out the rest of this one. Yeah, so this is the next thing I did. I tried to get some tree trackers out as well. And essentially what I'm trying to do with the tree trackers here is tree trackers is use their higher amount of hit points to try to make statistically better trades versus the Cantonists, which are a low hit point unit. As you can see right here, the Cree Tracker has about 300 hit points compared to the 72 of that of the Cantonists. And essentially what that means is, if we have like fair trades with each other, the Cantonists will normally get beaten out by the Cree Trackers, assuming we have the right numbers, but unfortunately in this situation, I'm kind of lacking the needed economy to keep making these. Like, if I started making the Cree Trackers earlier in the game, I feel like we probably would have been in better shape to fight these infantry with, but because I did it a little bit later on now, not too good, honestly. Not too good at all. Yeah, because essentially what Chorizo's doing is going with sort of the mishmash of all the Russian units under the sun, except for the Plastoonis, I think, you know. I don't see any Plastoonis here, but certainly has everything else, you know. Has the Musketeers, the Line Infantry, which, by the way, Russians get Royal Guard now, the Frontoviks, hence my new Discord name, Unstoppable Frontovik. The Partisan Pikemen, which are Royal Guard Opolshenets, once you hit age 4. Cantonists, the Skirm, the Stoletsi, and then you get the Cossacks. So, everything except the Plastoonis at this point. Huh, yeah. I was actually pretty impressed by Chorizo this game, because it seemed like after game 1 he kind of really wanted to redeem himself really good. Because essentially what happened to game 1 was he was cleaned up under the rug. So he kind of wanted to prove himself here and say, you know, I might have a bit of problems in my matches, but I can, you know, deliver a nasty bite, you know. And that's sort of what happened was he kind of delivered a nasty bite this game and said, you know, you can't just walk over me with these little builds of yours, you know. Occasionally I'm going to be able to fight back, and that's what happened here. Chorizo just gained the right unit and economic edge to be able to counter that pretty well. Yep, did okay with the Dazzler grenade throw here, honestly. Yeah, pretty much. Just gonna wait for this match to finish out, and then we can move on to game number 3. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely impressed with Chorizo here because this is actually his first win in the Liga. Yeah, believe it or not, before we started this series, Chorizo told me he was gonna want to beat me 2-0 because he wanted to win something here. Yeah, because he hasn't actually won even a single game in the Liga up until this point. So for him, this was a real victory. Like a real victory lap. Like he actually accomplished something in the tournament, you know. Up until this point, he didn't really beat anyone yet, so he's like, oh, muy bueno, you know what I mean? And I think sort of the reason is because some of the easier players he could have gained, you know, wins from, like Ivanj and Darkus, are in the Liga B now, so he can't, you know, take wins from them anymore, so he really needed a victory like this to give himself a score other than 0, essentially. So yeah. Good game though. Probably I would say the most boring one of the 3. You know, game 3 is going to be a really fun one, and that's where you're going to see Chorizo probably pay the price for winning a game. Because I'm not going to make it real easy for him, you know. If anything, I'm going to make it really hard for him. Let me load in the mod right now. What is the reward for winner? Essentially, it's just a title, I guess, and I think it's just a title, if I recall. I know the original Kikamadamitos tournaments for Wars of Liberty, as well as the World Jamborees, did have a monetary prize, but as far as the Chorizo League is concerned, he doesn't give out any prizes, at least not yet. I know there's someone that might be doing a Wars of Liberty League at some point that talked about maybe doing money prizes, but we'll see if that happens, you know. I think the good thing about money prizes is it really forces people to want to do better, forces them to stick to the schedule and keep up with their games. But at the same time, let's look at Helter Skelter for Definitive Edition, which I was an organizer for. Essentially with that, the problem is people were offered a monetary prize for winning the tournament, right? But people weren't participating, right? I kept checking in, like, hey, are you going to play your game? We've been waiting for like a 1 week, 2 week, 3 week into May, June. People just wouldn't play, so thankfully that tournament was finished up, I believe, yesterday, where Come Get Some did the last, like, match that was organized between, I think, Team A and I think it was Team C or D or something. I think it was the group that I believe that I streamed initially, but I guess because those two teams were the most participated, they did a last show match to close off the tournament, which really wasn't going anywhere at that point. Any other information? Himas Inf Grens were best. Here's the problem, though. Bolivia can't train the Grenadiers. They can only ship them. The Dazas in the patch before Great War Age were actually able to train them for a time, and then devs ended up turning back on that and saying no, they should be a home city only thing for whatever reason. I don't know why that's the case. Because I feel like the Dazas have seen too much turning around, basically, in terms of role. Like, back when Dazas were straight-up bombardiers, before the new Grenadier class was designed, Dazas were a home city-only unit, and then when the new rework happened to the Grenadier units, then it became a barracks unit. And then again, in Great War Age patch, devs decided, even though it's a new unit, why don't we bring it back to the home city again and lock it behind food costs? So I don't know what's quite up with that exactly, you know, because I remember the Daza was a pretty good staple unit for a while in the pre-Great War Age patch. It was pretty solid, to say the least. And what else? What are other mods you would say are good, not including Age of the World and Age of Pirates? The Republic of Texas one is pretty good. I've used that before. Fantasy Monsters is also a fun one with lots of cool mythological units. Will we have a Serbia game? I don't think we are, because I believe Chorizo actually ended up banning the Civ from his tournament because he feels like their increased damage upon unit death bonus was too much for him, and he didn't think that it would fit this event, so he ended up banning the Civ altogether. They were used in the last Liga though, and I think I actually did a game or two with them. So definitely check out the last Liga if you want to see Serbs. Pretty good Civ, I would say. I mean, the thing that makes the Serbs really good is once you kill one of their military units, all the other ones gain increased damage. It's temporary though; it's not permanent, because if it was like permanent, you'd be doomed with like 500,000 damage units like all the time, and that just wouldn't be right, right? But depending on how well you can micromanage with Serbs, you can almost make it seem like that to your opponents though, because if you can like keep up big stacks of army, those little grave things that keeps the units gaining their attack can continue to boost them up again and again and again, and it's just really effective that way. Definitely is 100%. I am Serbian, so I asked. Yeah, hopefully next league of Serbians are allowed again, because they're actually one of my favorite Wars of Liberty sits myself. I really think they have some fun stuff in them, you know. The sort of synergy between their Royal Guard Hajiks, I already forget what they are because I haven't used them for a while, and the recruits are good. They can send out lots of Sakavali cavalry from their shipments that gain increasing stacking damage each time you ship them. Really cool stuff with the Serbs. But let's move on to game number 3 now of Chorizo versus me. This one I can tell you Chorizo paid the price for. And you're going to see why. He's really going to pay the price in this match here, and you're going to find out why. So, essentially what happened was, Chorizo Vlad, okay, I'm going to go the Portuguese. It's a waterish map. It's a good civ for that map. It's totally a good finisher civ to do in any tournament. But, believe it or not, guess who also knows how to play Portuguese? I know how to play Portuguese, and I've actually been using them in this Liga tournament for 2 times before this. So, what Chorizo ended up walking himself into was a mirror match which he didn't want. Portuguese versus Portuguese. And I'll be honest with you, as soon as Chorizo saw that I was going Portuguese, he said, "I hate you, gringo." He did not want to mirror me with this civ. He doesn't like mirror matches, and he definitely didn't want me to go Portugal against his Portugal. And we're going to see why that is during this match. Chorizo totally got caught with his pantalones, down, basically, in this situation. And it comes down mainly to the ways that we use the Portuguese civilization, how he uses the Portuguese civilization versus the way I use the Portuguese civilization. Because, see, normally with Portugal, as you know, you're playing it out for at least the mid-game, usually the long game and the late game. Chorizo doesn't like to do it this way, though, and sometimes it's good, sometimes, or a lot of the time, it's not very good. Well, you'll see exactly what that is this game and what you can learn from that, basically. So first is first, we're gonna compare the decks. 1 second, I should probably pick this one up. Be right back. I know we got a lot of rings today. Like, dee-dee-dee-dee, like every couple seconds. I don't know. But it's getting a little tiresome real quick. Alright, so let's resume though. So, as I was saying before, we're going to check out the Portuguese decks and like compare sort of what I'm doing and why that's probably the better way to go in competitive 1v1 versus the way the Chorizo did. So, this is my deck. As you know with Portuguese, they do not have villager shipments at all. So, your Age 1 card selection is really not that good. You can get this though, Colonial Militia, and this can be a really nice synergetic card with the Portuguese, and that's why I include it, because it does two things. It makes my town centers do more damage when I garrison villagers, and it allows you to send a larger batch of Colonial Militia, which is far bigger than the one that you get default of the Minutemen. Also in my deck, I take advantage of Capitães de Mato. These are basically a native dragoon that has multipliers against villagers. As you know, dragoons usually have a malice against villagers to stop the game from turning into Age of Empires 2 with the whole Mongol Cav Archer raiding garbage, right? But this unit here actually can get multipliers against villagers, and it can kite villagers very easily. So that's why I include this. Also, I have some decent, I have the basic unit options here. I have the line infantry and volunteer for Age 2, the 2 Cazador shipments for Age 3. Age 4 I have the 2 steel guns, which is the same thing as heavy cans in Legacy. Rest of my deck, resource crates. I keep food in Age 2 as a backup. Also economic shipments. Portugal is meant to be played late game. You want economic shipments. So I include Royal Mints and Refridge for the food and coin. I also include Textile Mill and Cigar Roller, because in general with Portuguese, for a good Portuguese deck, we need to make sure we have extra resource upgrades. Also, I make sure to include all the upgrades for infantry. The 3 gunpowder ones specific to Portuguese, as well as Advanced Arsenal. I have Fencing School, actually, to keep production up. I also keep Dragoon Combat to boost up both the Goons and the Hussars. So no matter what sort of like comp situation I'm going to run into a Portuguese, I have options, right? Now, this is what Chorizo does in terms of comp. So Chorizo, he sacrifices a lot of the late game coin upgrades that I did. Instead goes for Eco Theory, Furrier, Spice Trade, Exotic Hardwoods, and Sawmills. So this is mostly going to be early game only, except for the Eco Theory and the wood. Also lacking the hit points on the gunpowder, the Advanced Arsenal. Does have more crates in Age. What's this? No 1k coin? What's this? That's insane. He doesn't have... Why doesn't he have 1k coin in there? Are you kidding me? And this is supposed to be a professional deck? Wow. Man, also 9 line infantry instead of 6 Cazadors. That is cringe. Absolute cringe, man. Absolute cringe. How wonder this Chorizo is going to have some problems this game. That is not good. Absolutely not good at all. Yeah, this is the centerpiece of any Portuguese game, right? The fact that they get a covered wagon with each age up. Also in Wars of Liberty, they get a free fishing ship as well with their water gather point with each age up too. So even if you don't want to, build on water, you can still get some work done on water. Like I get right here, right? I get a little fishing boat, and then as soon as I get my widths, I'm going to take this little fishing boat and start putting them to work on the water over here. And basically what that means is by Imperial Age, you can have a total of 4 fishing boats working on the water. Not that you're going to... Well, this game we're going to get that far. And you're going to see how I do that in the end, but you're not always going to need all 3 or 4 of them, essentially. And I one thing too, I realized this game I could have gone schooners as well to get some fishing boats out, but the fact that you already get a couple of free ones with the Civ made me think, you know what? I'm going to mostly focus on land. I'm going to keep my wood options available in terms of putting up towers, building barracks, and I'm just going to use the free fishing boats I get alone. Because that's better than not having anything at all at that point. I'm still doing pretty good. So what I do here is I start with 700 coin, and then I go for 700 food, because I want to get the resources I need for the fast capital age first, and then back it up with 700 food should Chorizo go for an all-out attack, which you can see is already going to happen here. Chorizo has this desire with the Portuguese to attack all the time with the Ordenanza, which is a spearman unit. See, Portuguese don't get regular pikemen in the Wars of Liberty mod, they get the Ordenanza. It only costs about 30 food and 30 wood, but it has some funky stats, right? Multipliers clearly aren't as good against Cav, but its generic hand attack is technically better. Siege is also pretty reasonable, and Chorizo is going to try to beat me out with just sieging all my stuff down with the Ordinanzas. He's kind of trying to emulate what I did to him with the Koreans, almost. However, because I packed this particular card into my deck here, Colonial Militia, that means that I will have lots and lots of batches of Minutemen to fight back against this. I'm going to have lots and lots of armies to defend against these spearmen constantly. And even though he might be sending them into different batches, one down below, one in the middle here, I'm going to be able to constantly keep trying to duel these units away from my base, essentially. And now that the Colonial Militia card has arrived, I'm going to have 2 big batches of Minutemen that I can call upon here, should I need them. Hopefully, though, I'm going to try to see with these Minutemen if I can try to use just these, but if Chorizo wants to keep persisting and attacking my base, I'm going to fight back. You know, I'm not going to let him just siege all my stuff down like he let me do, you know? I sort of know what he's doing because I did it to him, and I did it quite well, so I'm not going to fall for that. I'm not going to get too confident, right? I'm going to try to get that capital age, but I'm not going to do it too quickly and risk losing everything. Also here too, I kept a queue open of line infantry, just so there's one additional unit that I'm adding into the mix as well. Line infantry is pretty good here against Ordinanzas since they actually have hand armor and they can, you know, they can deal with the abuse of the spear attacks pretty well. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, Chorizo is kind of going for like an all-out spear attack here, which is kind of funny. You know, I've seen him do this on Jebel Musa before in the last tournament too. He just keeps sending rows and rows of spearmen at you. And it's like playing tower defense, you know? You know when you have like the balloons and the monkeys trying to pop the balloons and stuff? Except instead of balloons and monkeys, it's Portuguese Minutemen and Portuguese spearmen going at it, you know? And now the Colonial Militia are good for Minutemen, whatever you want to call them. Depends on what game you're looking at. I guess they call them Colonial Militia in the DE, but here they're called Minutemen, so I'll just call them Minutemen. This big group of Minutemen here, again, I was able to call the big batch. I was able to fight off another wave of Ordinanzas. And in fact, I could probably move him forward at this point and start attacking his barracks over here now, and like taking them out. And another important thing to note is villager differences. So right now I have 27 villages on the field, 2 more queuing up now, so I'm going to have 29. And the Chorizo, through all of this, has only 22 villagers. So regardless of all that, you know, sort of abuse I was under from the Chorizo attacking me with spearmen, I'm still up by a count of like 7 to 8 villagers. Pretty impressive, you know? And that just shows you the way you're supposed to use the Portuguese civilization. The way you're supposed to use the Portuguese is basically to keep a villager count above your opponent while using the town centers as defensive structure to house the villagers. And that's essentially what you're supposed to do, pretty much. And once you get a handle on it, like here, you can see this, you're basically able to shoot up. Oh yeah, by the way, Teresa Lily took his forward settler too and tried to grab some of my crates too. Little cheeky taco trying to grab my resources. Didn't go over too good because I was able to intercept it for the most part myself. And then, obviously, that settler is now destroyed. So now Teresa is left with... how many villagers? 23. He's going to have 23 villagers, right? And I have a total of... 31 villagers. So I'm actually in almost like a 10 villager lead now, almost. Because I'm going to start queuing up even more settlers. And at this point, we're starting to see things turn around a bit. You know, Chorizo is no longer gaining a real advantage by going for constant spear attacks like that. He is going to try to change it up a bit at this point, though. Add some of the volunteers in, you know, a bit of a ranged unit. And see, hey, if I add some range units in here, can that make a world of difference here? We'll see, though. We'll see. And this is sort of why I don't like to go too much with the fishing boats on land, on like sort of land-water hybrid maps like this. I like to keep the wood in my back pocket, so if I want to build some of these redoubts near my TCs, I can definitely do that, because these are additional structures that are going to be attacking his units, and they're additional structures his units might try to target instead of my houses, instead of other important things. And in that case, I'm going to deny additional attacks from the Chorizo, and I'm slowly going to grow my villager numbers to higher amounts. And in fact, right now, I have enough resources to go for that capital age. And I'm going to do so under the marksman, or what it's called in Wars of Liberty, the gunsmith, who's going to grant me a group of 6 cazadors. So 6 of those powerful skirmishers. And with cazadors, I think it's safe to say that all these attacks by Chorizo are basically thrown out of the water at this point. Yeah, that's essentially what happens, because the cazadors, as you know, in Wars of Liberty actually have, I believe, 50% pierce armor. Really tanky, brutal units. Especially for these line infantry and these volunteers. They actually can't even touch them. You know. And if you can get, like, both shipments of them out too, with the ones you get from the gunsmith, that's enough to basically do all the work you need by itself. In terms of defending and also pushing. And now we're also queuing up villagers here too. Let me see how many villagers I got now. So we're going to be approaching 37 villagers now, whereas the Chorizo, based on that as well as queues, is at about 28 villagers. So we're starting to see that 10 villager advantage continue to manifest here, and that's going to lead to much better resource outputs for me on the map, right? Yeah, Chorizo doesn't want to attack just yet. By the time he does attack, we're going to have cazadors waiting for him here, and that's going to be pretty good for me. And then I already have a shipment too to get another cazador shipment going, and I'm also going to be queuing in line infantry from the barracks I've had since the start of the game. I'm going to move the town center to the north here, so I might be able to pull in some hunts, maybe grab some mines on the side here, which you can see, definitely see one up there, another one here. I'm going to be trying to move a little bit northwards, try to claim one side of the map to me. Shipping in cazadors right now, while I'm also trying to upgrade the line infantry to veteran. So that way, not only do I have a strong skirmisher on the field, I'm going to have a decent anti-cavalry option as well. Which, when you combine both cazador with line infantry, that's usually one of the best combos you can do in the mod, I would say, for Portuguese. Because then you can't you're not going to be threatened by cavalry, you're not going to be threatened by infantry. The only thing you really got to worry about is artillery, in which case you just make culverins, you make dragoons, you make some of the other Portuguese units for that. Another thing you want to look out for, too, is probably assault units when you go in line infantry, cazador. But guess what? Portuguese are one of the only European civs to not have an assault unit. You know, they don't get cuirassiers, they don't get their own unique unit for that. At least right now. Maybe when the Portuguese civ gets reworked and they get additional stuff, maybe they'll be able to get some sort of assault thing then. But right now, it's only the scout, the hussar. At this point, Chorizo knows it's kind of the end for his pushing days, and now he's backing up doing frontier defenses on his base. And essentially what Frontier Defenses does is, every time you send it, it gives you 2 frontier wagons, you build some redoubts. Until, of course, you reach the build limit of about 8. And considering where Chorizo is right now, where he really can't push out anymore, he's going to try to turtle up in his base now and play Portuguese the traditional way, the way that I like to do them. However, I have a little bit more time of doing that myself, so I'm really ahead of the game at this point in terms of that. And you also have to consider the fact that I am queuing up 3 queues of villagers while he's still stuck on 2 queues of villagers. Which means I'm going to build an even more sizable villager lead against that particular opponent. Going to ship in my second batch of the cazadors now, just so I can round out my composition between anti-cav and anti-heavy infantry here. Because hopefully the thing I'm hoping for is I'm going to have so many units, right, that Chorizo's not going to be able to do anything for a very, very, very long time. In which case I can kind of do whatever I want, right? I can go for an attack in Industrial Age, get the Guerrero upgrade on the line infantry, get the Guard Cazador. I could go for an Imperial Age, upgraded attack. I could even go for a Great War Age attack. I could go World War I on them. You know? That's the cool thing. This is only reason I run Portuguese in Wars of Liberty now is just so I can potentially use Great War Age in competitive games, because they have the most see-through viable pathway to 99 villagers and a good economy. That you're probably statistically highest to reach a Great War Age as the Portuguese than you are with other civilizations, except, I don't know, maybe Paraguay, maybe some other ones. One of the only civs that you can almost guarantee yourself Great War Age gameplay depending on how well you can do them. And you saw in the last time I used Portuguese, right? I didn't end up getting to the Great War Age, but my opponent did, just because of the way the Portuguese playstyle works. So that means, in general, if you want to see more World War I games in Wars of Liberty, ones that reach the World War I age, you should probably consider picking Portuguese to make it happen. Either you'll get it, your opponent will get it, or both of you will get it. And it just makes the event that much more interesting. It showcases the highlights of the Great War patch in real time. It's really fun. It's not so much a competitive advantage, it's really just fun. And it's a good bragging right too, because if you can beat your opponent with Great War Age, it just shows you how good you are with economy, with management, and so forth. It just shows you how much in control you really are of things. Really. Yeah, see how good that Cazador line infantry combination is right there? I ripped right through his Hussars, and now I'm going to be able to take some of these volunteers out as well. At this point, Chorizo doesn't have any other choice but to keep adding frontier defenses in front of the town centers, trying to build a bit of a turtle shell for himself to prevent me from going right in after him. The thing you gotta remember though here is that Wars of Liberty Portuguese don't have organ guns. They actually have the foot artillery or the falconet in their roster, so that's the only reason you don't see any organ guns in this deck, is because they literally don't exist with the Civ anymore, and I don't think that one falconet card is H3 is actually that good. So I'm basically going to assume that you're going to want just the 2 Falconet card, and that's the only one that's going to be viable for you, essentially. Right now, I'm queuing up 2 queues of the line infantry because I know Chorizo is going with Hussar. At this point, Skirmisher is not going to be a significant desire of me, since the Musketeer is going to be more important here to deal with the Scout class. Scout class is going to be the thing, if anything, that could potentially ruin me here, so I'm going to prepare more for that than I am, say, other stuff. Also, I decide to ship in some of the Capiteas de Mato. I figured that's just another thing we can use against shock units. Also, we can use it to raid some of his settlers, perhaps, too, and cut Chorizo back a few pegs. Because if I want to go for, like, Imperial Age here, Great War Age, it's going to be a lot better if I can do that under the guise of raiding his economy into submission. That's really going to be the best thing that I can do at this point. 100%. So right now I got a bunch of veteran line infantry, and I got my 13 inspired Captillo de Matos. I also have another backup batch of them here too if I want to send those out. Yeah. I think in this situation though, best thing I would be using it for other than raiding is you can put them into melee, so they gain about 30 hand attack against the Hussars, which is not bad honestly when you have this many of them. And you combine them with other units like these. And as I want to try to move northward on Malaysia, I'm going to be putting towers further up. So I'm going to put one near the road here. I'm going to put one above the route here, closer to Chorizo's side of the water. And essentially I want to cut this map down in half, basically. Be able to take up half the gold mines, take up half the food. But it's not really half, because I have some presence down here as well, down towards the bottom, so it's almost like I have 3 quadrants of the landmass to be able to grab mines, be able to grab hunts. And though I can handle farm economy with refrigeration, it's still much preferred that I keep taking advantage of the better food eco early on that I get with hunting dogs and the steel traps of the hunting. And just to check in again, we should check in with villager numbers once again. So right now I'm looking at the cusp of 69 villagers, whereas Chorizo is actually just starting to age up right now. Literally 20 minutes in and he still hasn't even reached capital age yet. What is this Chorizo doing, man? Well, I'll tell you what he's doing is, he's just getting onto fish economy now. And he's basically forced to stick with this mill for his economy because there's no safe hunts anymore that he can get except maybe trying to snare this one in, you know, trying to herd them this way. But that of course could put him at risk now because I would just be able to snipe that with my Capitao de Matos here because of their anti-villager multiplier. So what is he aging up with exactly? So the academic. So how many villagers he got here? 34 villagers, 4 fishing boats. Yeah, it's safe to say that my economy is just booming compared to his at this point. Definitely. And then I got 2 fishing boats of my own that I don't even have to train because they're free with the age ups. So in that sense, I'm doing really well here. So now what I'm doing is, not only am I doing line infantry, I'm going to start to queue in some of the falconets as well. The new secret weapon of the Portuguese at this point. Because with these falcons, what I'm going to be able to do is I'm going to be able to cut through his infantry. I'm going to also be able to do some decent siege work as well with them. And because I have so many line infantry, Chorizo's just going to have that much of a harder time, you know, cutting through the cannons because I'm just going to be in with much stronger bayonet attacks from fully upgraded line infantry. I don't only plan on getting more upgrades on the line infantry than him, I also plan on adding the cards in. I plan on adding advanced arsenal in. I plan on training them faster with fencing school. So my line infantry are going to be like an all-around unit by the time I get to Industrial Imperial Age. Because essentially I'm going to outstat them to the point that even these volunteers are going to kind of fall short against the line infantry at that point. And here I think I go for a bit of an attack, just to keep the pressure going right. I want to make sure Chorizo isn't giving him too much time to build up at this point. If I can do anything to sort of keep him on his heels at this point and from going full steam ahead, that's probably the best thing I can do. What do I go for now? Do I go for coin or do I get some of these upgrades? Really could go for either one at this point. I mean, I'm sitting in a pretty safe boat at this point in terms of map situation. I go for refrigeration. I go for the coin. I thought for a second, wait a second, I'm gonna get some food for my economy, and then I realized, you know what? Why don't we just get to Industrial Age, get that Guerrero Royal Guard upgrade on the line infantry. I can also get the field guns upgrade on the foot artillery as well, which is a very cheap cost. It's only like $250 on the food and wood. Combine that with the guard on the line infantry, and you got the basic combination you need to do a 2-unit punch forward to Chorizo, or to hold them back if I want to go for like Imperial Age Great Wards. And here is Chorizo's fort. Chorizo ended up doing a fort here as well. Pretty good idea just to give himself the defense he needs here to keep me out. I'd probably do the same thing if I had a fort card. And he placed it in a pretty cool area here. Stuck it between this outpost, this one, and this one, which means it's going to make it harder for the AI pathing in my units to actually surround and smother the towers or the fort's proximity to start sieging it. Because basically they're going to have to bump off these buildings and go ping ping, basically, trying to get around these collision areas to reach the building. And in that regard, he was pretty smart about that. However, of course, it doesn't protect you from mortars, right? I could still go in with some howitzers and shell it from a long range and just keep the cannons and the line infantry in sort of like a defensive posturing to protect the mortars. That's another option as well. Still, I'm going to keep constantly checking out this. So these are veteran volunteers, so he's not even upgrading line infantry yet. He's just trying to gain a bit of an edge with the semi-skirmisher unit here, and he's also going to get veteran on the Hussar, believe it or not, even though he knows I'm doing a lot of line infantry, which I find kind of interesting, you know. Does he? Yeah, he doesn't even have Dragoon combat in his deck, so these aren't even the strongest possible, you know, units that he could potentially go for to deal with that. I'm going to check villager counts once again. So it looks like I'm at about 95 villagers, so 4 more and I'm like at my full villager cap. Whereas Chorizo, 43 villagers! Literally half my count. Yeah, and yes, he does have some fishing economy too, but still, that is pretty noticeable. Like, look at these resources here. This is not good. It's like barely bringing in anything. I could just wipe them out right now. But that, what would be the fun of that, right? What would be the fun of that? That'd be too easy. That'd be way too easy to do. So, you know what? I'm just going to try to hold them out as long as I can. And then, once I can get the resources for Industrial Age, Imperial Age, Great War Age, just go for the big button approach. And that's what I wanted to do here. So that's what we're going to do. So going back to my side, because I'm bringing in lots of resources here, I am able to go for the Socialite. And the Socialite is a, basically, I would say it's probably close to the Tycoon Politician from Legacy, which grants you coin crates. That's essentially what the Socialite does, but slightly less. I think it's about 800 coin instead of 1k coin. And sort of my idea here is, I'm going to try to go, unless I'm attacked severely, I'm going to try to go for a fast Imperial push here. get the Guerrero Guard upgrade, get the Imperial Guerrero upgrade on the line infantry. So that way, statistically, my line infantry will be 90% stronger than his. And that's really going to prevent Chorizo from making any particular military gain in that situation. And that's essentially what I'm going for here. So I'm going to get my little feeding of coin here. Got my mills up to seed, up to artificial fertilizer now, so the farming is pretty good. I didn't even pick up any economic cards yet, so I haven't even really got my, my refridge, my royal mint, my textile mill, or my cigar roller yet. So I got about 4 resource cards in my back pocket that I can call into to do that. So now I'm gonna queue in 2 mortars. I'm going to ship in 2 of the steel guns. I'm going to get howitzers as well, because for whatever reason, people like to make artillery in Industrial Age and never research howitzer or field gun. Or Culverin Royale. I don't know why people don't do it right away. That should be like an easy beep beep in, do it right away. And I'm going to be able to afford the RG upgrade, the Guerrero on the line infantry as well.
Sempre tô.
Preparado. Linhador. Vou fazer. Linhador.
Alright, so I'm going to put the howitzers in the front and hope to do as much siege as possible. Chorizo, though, was somewhat aware that I could go with mortars, and he actually decides, you know what? I'm going to go culverins, because culverins is a great answer to artillery. And this was a good idea by Chorizo here, because now he's going to be able to put some pressure on my mortars. Because he knows if he doesn't do anything soon, this fort is no longer going to be a fort. It's going to be a bunch of rubble and granite and whatever else makes up a Portuguese fort exactly. It's going to be totally crumbled. And in fact, right now, the fact that he's taken so long to get these culves over here, that fort is just about done with right now. Can I take out the... Well, he's going to take 1 mortar out. Oh... Now, this is the thing I didn't understand in this match. Instead of doing everything he could to take out mortar number 2, he actually let me take out his fort when he could have sacrificed the culverins to take out the mortar. But then I think he realized he probably has foot artillery, and I definitely don't want to give him a clean break at using those against me, so I may as well let the fort go down, but have something to prevent the anti-infantry artillery from plowing in, because the biggest mass that Chorizo has right now is his Cazador and his Volunteer mass. So if the foot artillery can engage that, these things are getting knocked out. So you definitely need to deal with that. And now Chorizo, in light of that, is actually going to start to add in at least a queue of a Dragoon. He's at least queuing 1 up. Maybe thinking having some maneuver in there is going to be good to deal with the artillery. My thing is, though, you're fighting Portugal in a mirror game. Going for a maneuver is a really bad idea in general, because the Portuguese don't have the assault class, so if I decide, whatever reason, stop making artillery, the maneuver class is actually not doing anything anymore. The best thing you can hope to do with the thing is put in the melee and, like, make it a meat shield to fight the hussars with, and I'm not even making hussars, so we're talking like a wasted unit there that's going to get wiped out by the better stats of the Guerrero line infantry. In which case, let me look at my home save. I'm looking at this right now. So yeah, I haven't even really sent in any of these combat cards, gunpowder, infantry combat, the attack or the HP one. I haven't sent advanced arsenal. I did send royal mint though, so my coin economy is starting to zip to new heights as we speak right now. In terms of villagers, maxed out 99 settlers. Chorizo's going to try to prevent that though, with these little attacks by hussars though. But you know what? I could take my slave hunters here and put them into melee. Yeah, because that's essentially what these natives are, historically, and hunt his hussars as if they're slaves. And that they're doing. Look at that one just got wiped out, and Teresa's going to keep trying to run away with them, trying to distract me. Oh, he sniped me with the culverin when I wasn't paying attention. That's cool. That's always fun. Also going to try to... Yep, I'm just starting to get the bookkeeping right now on the plantations. Then I can get the other 2 plantation upgrades. Then I can work my way towards Imperial Age. Get a capital. Do I already have my capital? I don't have it yet. Yeah. For those that might be scratching their heads with that, basically Wars of Liberty lets you build a capital in Age 2. And it contains a lot more technologies than it normally does. It also contains the technologies you normally find at the church, right? Like the standing army, the lighting ones and all that. The capital gets those now. So you can build a capital in Age 2 to get those techs whenever you want. It also contains the royal decree technologies as well now instead of the church building does. So capital ends up becoming a far more significant building in Wars of Liberty. It's also no longer built by your villagers. It's actually built by your explorers. So if you want to build a capital, you unfortunately have to ransom your explorer back to start getting that capital built, basically. I was thinking of that too when I was playing this, like maybe I should ransom them back and get my standing army upgrade on the line infantry, but I felt like at this point I had such an clear economic advantage. Like, look at this. 589 score for purple. 270 for the little chorizo pequeño over here. This is Liga A. This is Liga B. This is difference between Liga A and Liga B right here. That's it. Just look at the score. Look at the scoreboard if you don't believe me. And I'm not even playing seriously at this point. Like, I could have ended this thing a long time ago, and I'm just messing with them. Like, I actually want to hold this game out as long as I possibly can just to get World War I. And start, like, spraying mustard gas on top of its tacos at this point. That's what I'm going for. And mustard gas on top of his empanadas, I guess. If it's Argentina. Yeah, like, what do you do at this point? It's chorizo. Like, let's look at the resource difference. 1k food. Oh, 10k food almost. It's not even comparable at this point. I'm literally just abusing this sauce, this poor little chorizo in ways that could never be done before. Like, he exposes his culver and I just wipe him out with the falconets. Like, I'm just waiting for Great Warriors at this point. Like, I don't even care at this point. Like, I just want a Great War Age. I don't care how long it's going to take, if Chorizo's going to try to obstruct me at all. I just want my Great War Age in peace. And I can afford an Imperial Age right now, so I'm going to go get that. Right? Well, this Chorizo is still in the Capital Age. What is his villager count at this point, by the way? So he's got about 66 settlers, so finally a pretty reasonable economy combined with fishing boats, right? Yeah, pretty much improved, but not when I'm starting to get Imperial Age now. I'm trying to remember the Field Marshal. Oh yeah, Field Marshal gives... I'm trying to remember. I think Field Marshal gives me a group of line infantry or some more steel guns, so I get yet another anti-infantry weapon to use. We'll see which one it is once the age up arrives. Yep, I got my Explorer back finally too without having to use a ransom. Still got my villagers cooped up in here trying to get away from Chorizo's hussars. They could technically go after these ones here because they're a bit far away, but at this point, who even cares what Chorizo does, you know? Could hit me with the wet chorizo noodle at this point, and it's like, what are you gonna do? Yeah, it's still double score, like 661 versus 304. And then once you get the Imperial upgrades from the capital for economy, it's gonna soar even more at that point. I'm just messing with this little chorizo pequeño here right now.
Tô pronto.
I'm just waiting for Great Warriors. I mean, at this point, I should probably just start checking chat. Must Falk beat him? Great Warriors in peace. Yeah, that's right. Great Warriors always leads to peace of some kind. Yeah, that is 100% true though. If you get Great Warriors, it's the war to literally end all wars, you know, and that's the way it works in Wars of Liberty. If you get Great Warriors first, your opponent will be surrendering pretty soon. Most of the time, right? Sometimes, if you're really not tactical, sometimes you can get it at the wrong time and your opponent can beat you with better resources and quicker trained units, but if you time it right, Great Warriors always beats Imperial Age. That's so that Field Marshal Politician gave me the steel gun, so I got 4 steel guns now to work with. Getting Cigar Roller, which last coin upgrade I have in the home city. Next I can get Refridge to boost up the food. I can also get the factories as well. But I am going to start to research excessive taxation from the capital so I can get my coin economy up from that. Probably going to get deforestation as well, along with isn't it? Yeah, sustainable agriculture, right? Yeah, that's the one for the food, with the fruit in the basket. Then I should basically be full economy at that point. Yep, here's deforestation. Again, standing army now. So these line infantry come out even quicker. Can combine that with the fencing school to be really effective. So what am I doing? Oh yeah, Chorizo magically pulls out the Ordinances again. Literally useless unit at this point. And I say, hey, may as well take advantage of these big Minuteman armies and just deal with it that way. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Now I can put these villas back onto the plantation safely. I'm probably going to do a little bit of scouting with the Minutemen here, since they are going to lose hit points anyways. Or you could keep them with your regular army too. I mean, as long as they don't get hit by anything with a splash attack, you could very well get some good volleys going with those. So where's the, yeah, like scores, now you start to see the score difference expand even more. 729 score versus Chorizo. Used to be Muy Largo, now Muy Pequeño. About 342 on the economy. He finally gets the industrial age. Like, come on, finally you may reach the industrial age. We were waiting. We've been waiting for a while for that. We've been waiting. And as soon as he does that, I'm there to harass you again. Whatever I want, you know. Because I realize now he is sort of getting up there in upgrades. So I should probably try to take away his self-esteem once again. And keep him in his little base. Like a good little Chorizo Pequeño, so I can get the Great Warriors that we all want, right? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to blow up his towers, blast some of his infantry. I'm going to do stuff, you know? And at this point, his army is essentially gone. He's trying to fight back with whatever he can make, you know? But what's the fun in killing them? So let's retreat back to the center of the map and get the Great Warriors, right? Who wants to play to win? I just want to play to have fun. I don't care if you want to try to attack me like 20 times just for me to crush your dreams once again, little lad. I'm just going to do that. Just going to have to sit and wait like a patient little Chico and wait for the Great Warriors to come to you. Because let me tell you, once I get it going, you'll see those planes coming through the sky, those tanks coming through the jungles. You'll know it's Great Warriors before you even know it. Here we go. Here it is. Declare total war. Great Warriors is upon us. It's about almost halfway complete. Halfway complete.
Sim, correto. Eu vou. Qual é a sua ordem? Vou fazer. Sim.
I can also start to upgrade my towers as well, because I don't know at this point like what Chorizo's gonna do. Like Chorizo knows. Well, he told me at the end of this game he sort of knew what I was doing at this point, and he's instead of resigning, he was willing to let me get away with it. Basically, like he could have probably resigned himself a lot earlier, but at this point he's just having as much fun as I am. Well, it's not having any fun because he knows he lost everything, but you know. He realized he could ruin it for me and just resign, or just let me get Great War Age, put some stuff on the map, and yeah. So, here we go. Second Great War Age of the tournament. Finally here. Both of them with me somehow involved in the game. So, I mean... At this point, I'm gonna tell everyone in the Liga, you gotta do something for me. You need to get some Great War Ages in your matches. Why am I the only one doing this stuff? Like, am I the only go-getter in this world that wants to get World War I gameplay in a Wars of Liberty tournament? Am I the only one that can do that sort of thing, or do you want to step up to the plate on the baseball field and do it yourself, you know? Maybe you too one day can get a Great War Age in a Liga tournament. Just have to reach for it. Here comes the trucks, and once the trucks start sending their stuff in the ground, we know it's time to end all wars, right? The scariest thing about Portuguese, honestly, is the fact that they have such a high town center build limit compared to other civs, that they can literally get out millions and millions and millions of trucks queuing up at the same time, and it's total anarchy, right? You get that little weeny window with the Star Great War Age that maybe you could take out the supply depots that the trucks are deploying down, but against Portuguese, because they can have extra town centers, that means those trucks are going to be building in all sorts of directions. Means that they're going to get their anti-aircraft guns up quicker. They're going to be able to get their bunkers down quicker. They're going to get their oil rigs up quicker. Their shipyards, their assembly lines, all those World War I facilities are going to go up very quickly when you're playing as the Portuguese, just because you're going to have more trucks to work with earlier. Assuming, of course, you have the economy for it. Because one thing that I don't have that I wish I had that the Chorizo has is exotic hardwoods and the sawmills. So if I had those technologies, I would actually be able to get some trucks, get some even more trucks going. But I feel like in this situation, once I run out of wood, I kind of have to trade off some coin to wood at the market a little bit to get some more trucks going. But in general, I feel like we got enough trucks here, alright? So what I'm going to do is try to find some good places for my supply depots. Probably over here. I actually have one over here already. See, why I had two over here. Reason why I wanted to do that, I could put my airfield back here so I could drive my planes forward, and then I could also get my oil rigs in the back where they're more defended away from the Chorizo, right? At the same time, I'm also going to add some field barracks in because I don't know exactly how committed Chorizo is at this time. Like, he could try to push on me again, and I want to be able to start queuing up soldiers as much as possible here. Yeah, pretty much. And I'm going to try to cover this a lot more now because for those that only watch my tournaments, you might not know how Great War Age works exactly, so I'm going to kind of give you the scoop on Great War Age a little bit. So basically, airfield builds your aircraft. Field barracks builds your vehicle and heavy artillery stuff. So like these guys, the flamethrowers, which is a unique European weapon in Great War Age. You can also make soldiers. You can make field medics as well, which are basically just surgeons. They can build field hospitals. And for some other civilizations, they have some other things too, like the Balkan civs can make the mounted infantry, which is a cavalry unit for World War I. The only one like that. Oh yeah, by the way, when you attack a truck, it actually, the top covering of the truck basically gets eroded from it. Oh, he's gonna make it blow. Oh, he almost made it blow up. Yeah, the truck literally explodes if you kill it, which is pretty cool. But what's not cool for Teresa, though, is the fact that I'm making some of my flamethrowers now. These things are absolutely insane. I think they're classified as a siege unit. And what they do is they constantly throw constant flames in your enemy's face. These ones have a pretty good splash attack as well, so it's actually a really nasty unit to use. Really a brutal weapon to use against your opponent. And what I'm doing now is I'm actually starting to research the first ever Grey War Age technologies added to the mod. So what I'm going to research here is pasteurization. What pasteurization does is it basically makes it so when you drink your milk, your cheese, your orange juice, and your grape juice, right, you really don't have to spend the whole day on the toilet because of some bacterial infection you got with this stuff. So yeah, Portuguese milk and cheese without trips to the bathroom. Yeah. And what it also does in Wars of Liberty is it gives your food economy, improves your food economy by 25%. Actually the same rate as the refrigeration card you see here. So basically, instead of actually shipping refrigeration, I just researched a version of refrigeration instead from my Great War Age command post here, or supply depot. Sometimes I call them command posts, sometimes I call them supply depots. It's the same thing. The only thing that the supply depot does is it's required to build Great War Age buildings around it. And now we got the line infantry here. And now I'm trying to remember now. So I definitely had some flamethrowers here. And then I was gonna, yep, here comes the Zeppelin right here. Essentially what this is for, you can take your soldiers here, you can garrison them inside the Zeppelin. So that almost acts as like a ship, right? You can garrison them inside here. And then what it does fighting wise is Zeppelin can bomb buildings and ships from above with explosives, and then it can release a cloud of mustard gas as a special ability that wipes out everything underneath it, including your own units. So if you want to drop mustard gas down on, say, a battlefield like this, best shot is take the units, jump them into the airship, and then drop the mustard gas and keep them in there until it safely, passes. I think it expires in about 30 or so seconds. But one thing I will tell you though, like in your matches, they did add a bit of realism to the Zeppelin. So for whatever reason, let's say your army is up here in the Zeppelin and somebody has anti-aircraft guns on the ground to shoot at the Zeppelin, or they have fire planes to start shooting horizontally at it, your units actually will die in the Zeppelin, like they actually will be lost. Because you might be thinking, hey, wait a second, when I have, a ship near the coast and when I blow up the ship, the units will usually be saved right when the ship capsizes. But no, that's not the case here. Your units up in the Zeppelin, because you're in this high altitude, will fall to their death from the aircraft, just like the Hindenburg did, right? So, just something I'd point out, because if you can't reach an area in time before AA guns and fighter planes can take it out, try not to have your units in there, or they will perish. They will perish. And you definitely won't like it if it's really expensive stuff like tanks or armored cars or stuff, so just keep that in mind. But anyways, I was really pleased to do this match for you, because this is the second time that we've ever seen Great War Age in the Ligas before. Obviously, the first one we did was, I think it was a week ago, right? Yeah, so, no, it was 2 weeks ago, because last week was the Leon. It was 2 weeks ago with Sabero that was the first Great War Age. And I happened to be in that match as well, except I wasn't the one doing the Great Warriors, unfortunately. It's my opponent. And instead of the Zeppelin and flamethrowers, I think he just spammed a bunch of soldiers at me. He did some tanks, and I think... Did he do a field gun or machine gun as well? Yeah. It's kind of fun, though, because I feel like when we do Great Warriors in these tournaments, I don't think there's a set rule in stone of how you're supposed to use it exactly, because it hasn't really been done a whole lot. I still don't think most players, including probably even me, knows how to use it like how it's actually supposed to be meant to be used. Because sometimes I feel like I'm making tanks, sometimes armored cars, sometimes soldiers. And it's like, where does it all sort of fit in? I'm sort of getting the gist of it now, though. From my understanding, tanks are a nice momentum-based unit that you can keep throwing at your enemy constantly. The field gun is more of like a defensive but also offensive thing for splashing through large groups of stuff. Machine gun is just a good counter to cavalry, and the soldier is not only a good, like, decent masterable combat unit, but it can also be acted as an anti-tank unit, because one of the techs I did research in that game is something called anti-tank guns, which lets our soldiers, meaning the soldier unit, not your military, of course, just the soldier unit for Great War Age with the helmet, deal multipliers against artillery, so it ends up becoming a good sniper against the tanks, the armored cars, all the Great War Age artillery tag units, and also the old ones like the Culverins, the Falcons, that players might still be using. Because I think, if I recall, you could technically still run mortars and culverins in Great War Age, because the culverins still can hurt cannons pretty well. Mortars can help with the siege. So we're at the record games tab now. Let me check the chat as well. Great War read before. I asked Kato. He asked what was Liga and stopped writing. When does stream end? So stream ends whenever the matches end. So basically the way I run these streams is I go from left to right. So I have to go through, now this encounter, Adri versus MCMR, I have to do Chapos, I have to do the 1 to 30 and Delian match we have, and then I'm going to do the Fufi and Rommel series. We've made it through 2 series so far, and by the end of the night, you're going to see about 4 more series. These are ones I haven't seen at all yet, so these ones are actually going to be really insane. Really insane. One thing I'm wondering is, why isn't Chapo winning 2-0 in his series? Like, how are these Juanitos Burritos actually beating him? Because Chapo's been around in more celebrities as long as I have. He was in the first Kikamita Matos tournament alongside me, so I'm pretty surprised that Chapo still takes as many losses, because I think macro-wise and micro-wise he technically is a couple of steps ahead of me, so it's just something I'd point out. But anyways, Adri versus MCMR, let's go. Hopefully, Stefan, you can stay here through the rest of the matches, though. This is totally an awesome set of matches here. And overall, it brings in a lot of views as well, because it's like an 8-hour live stream, and we go through like 20 or so matches consecutively, and it brings in a lot of stuff. So it's always a worthwhile event. So what we got right here is Adri going as the Bolivians, and MCMR is going as the Germans. 2 very tough civilizations for competitive, actually. Meaning tough as in easy to use, tough, like really strong. For different reasons, though. So, Bolivia, mainly for the reason you saw during my game, but Adri, I'm assuming, is going to do a lot better than I did. Essentially, the War of the Republicatas build makes Bolivia one of the most competitive civs in Ligas, because Bolivia can essentially mass up a large army of native warriors, including the Kayarunas and the Makayats, using the War of the Republicatas card to do that. As for Germany, though, the way Germany works is, Germany has basically acquired the old British bonus with the Manor Boom, so instead of the normal houses, Germany can now build the Meitskierne, which is the same thing as the manor house for the British. It's a 135 wood costing house that delivers you one settler when it finishes building. And just like with the British, that means that with Germany you can build a total of 20 Mietskairns, and that means 20 additional settlers added to your stockpile that you can use to deploy a pretty good army and economy with. And on top of that, Germany gets access to the Krupp steel factories, which produce artillery for free over time, and they can build one additional one with each age up, right? Starts at about 1 in capital age. By imperial age, you can have 3 of the Krupp factories. And it's a nice way to get a lot of free artillery units, so you can put your resources into other things like line infantry, hussar, skirmisher, you name it. I think, frankly, this new German civ is probably a lot more scary to deal with than the old school British, just because, they got such strong artillery options. They got, of course, the land war unit functionality as well, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So, let's check out this German deck, because I'm a little bit questioning of it in like 1 or 2 areas. So, right now, looking up here, this looks good in Age 3. These are totally viable cards you can run in a deck. 3 Settlers is your first card. Then you go for Habrecht Plan, which is your second card. Habrecht Plan is basically a clone of the British Virginia Company. So, just like that, it reduces the cost of your Mietskairn houses by about the same amount, changing the 135 wood cost to an 87 wood cost, which makes your manor boom with the Germans, or your Mietskairn boom, really, really effective. And you can get those 20 settlers a lot quicker. And then what this is Ruhr Poland, which grants you about 2 Polish peasants, plus 2 additional Polish peasants for every 5 minutes of the game up to 30 minutes. So if you consider the mathematics of that, essentially what that means is this card by the 30-minute mark will give you a total of 14 villagers. And not settlers either, the Polish peasants, which are basically just the nation-state peasant villager you already know from the game, just with the Polish voice set. And that's actually kind of important here because, actually, since Krupp factories have such a strong economic Krupp factories have such a strong economic pull on the Civ in terms of what they do by giving you free artillery, they actually reduce the build limit of the German settler in favor of allowing the Krupp factories to require 5 population to construct. So, if you do want like a closer to 99 villager economy, the only way to do that would actually be through Ruhr Poland to add the 14 Polish peasants to your 84 German settlers, right? So yeah, that's kind of the only way you can reach that, pretty much. And you'd still be short by 1 villager, but definitely considering the fact that you're taking up 15 pop for the Krupp factories, you really don't want any much more economy than that in super late game. It's only good for treaty, probably, when you're trying to rack up extra resources. Which reminds me, when are we going to get Treaty 45 games in this patch with Great War Age? When is that going to happen? And what are even the rules of ethics about that? Are we going to allow people to use aircraft to just bomb people's bases while the main armies are shredding through the walls? Like, what's even the ethics of that? Or is like half the battle just going to be a bunch of fire planes trying to shoot each other over the walls so that the Zeppelin can pull through with like an army of units and just launch a bunch of mortars and field guns into there? Yeah, that's kind of an interesting one. And also, will spies gain more value in that world too? Because the spies can use their landmines to potentially disrupt the tanks, the armored cars, and just explode them. Yeah, it's good point. But as we see right here, Habrecht Plan has definitely helped out MCMR quite a bit, keeping up with his manor boom. He already has about 5 of the Mites cairns completed, so he's already gotten 5 settlers out of that, which is as good as 1 shipment, really. He can get about 3 more of those if he builds 15 more Mites cairns. But we should probably start to check back with Bolivia now and see where they are on everything. In terms of Bolivia, I see they do things a bit differently than me, but they do something a bit... Adri's doing something a bit similar to Eternity, you know, our Juanita Boliviana. So instead of doing all those church-related cards that I like, it looks like Adri has gone up with Mother's Day, which improves your Juanita Bonita Explorer by 50% stats, while also returning you a shipment. So basically it's almost essentially upgrades your Explorer for free almost. Which for some people they like that because, you know, the Explorer here, Vicenta Alcocer, is actually a really important Explorer for your Civ. Not only is she a good fighter with her sword, she can actually train some native units as well. She can also build native embassies, of course, too. And since you get access to the Kea Runas from the start of the game as a native warrior belonging to your roster, that means that you can actually construct the native embassy throughout the match as well without even allying with the native tribe at all, because you already got natives. You don't need any more. But halfway take them on board if you can too, you know. That's sort of the bonus of the Bolivian Civ, is lots and lots of natives. They're good in terms of both upgrading natives with some really powerful ones like Tokoyo Industry, which gives native warriors 40% in hit points, as well as their ultimate building, which doubles the build limit of native warriors, making Bolivia a really nasty civ to deal with. You know, if you let Bolivia do it, they will swarm the map with like 5,000 units. Really insane stuff. Adri isn't leaving any time. He's basically going to start working right away to sieging an outpost. MCMR is going to try to pull off a defense by defending with line infantry. Line infantry being a good musketeer unit as a defense. Yep. Yeah, just like the manor house boom, Germany has also acquired the British identity in terms of Royal Guard logic, right? They get musketeers now, line infantry, and they're also Royal Guard Maykoffers, right? And then they can also get Royal Guard Hussars in the form of the Totenkopf Hussar, making Germany pretty close to the old school British roster. So right now, all Germany can really do is try to make as much line infantry as possible from these 2 barracks. Also shipping in line infantry, maybe just enough to get the enemy out of your base. Because remember, these Republic Macaeads were the result of the War of the Republicate discard, which allows every trading post that you get to pop 3 of them out for free. So once you take out all the Macaeads, Adri can't really get any more of them without either building more trading posts or shipping them from the home city, which Bolivia can also do. Looks like MCMR was able to dodge a bullet there and will be able to pursue the Bolivian army now with his line infantry. These line infantry overall are pretty strong for Germany, you know. They can get the Royal Guard upgrade for them. They get some combat cards for them, of course, from the home city. They get a particularly powerful one called Needle Guns, which actually improves the rate of fire of line infantry, making them really good against actual other infantry as well. So they can actually shoot really quickly. Right now it's just looking like a bit of an infantry fight between the Keirunas and the Macaeads against the line infantry. The one thing that the Keiruna does do better, though, is it actually has 14 range instead of 12. So if you're really, really good with micro and the game isn't lagging, you can almost do a bit of kite micro against the line infantry using the Keirunas. However, the line infantry is overall a more sturdy unit with more HP and attack. and is probably why Adri has added in the Franco Tiradores here. These are basically just mounted crossbowmen, you know. Look at the stats. You can see the .25 against heavy infantry, .5 against dragoons, or otherwise called maneuver. Yep, same multipliers as, say, crossbowmen are for the Europeans, right? And interestingly enough, believe it or not, even though these are like a mounted skirm unit, they actually only cost 1 pop now because of the changes in this most recent patch. So it's actually quite possible to get large volumes of these Francotiradores now and just overwhelm your opponent with them, which is pretty cool. The one thing I think about the Francotiradores, though, is that they're probably better than like crossbowmen because they are faster. You know, they can get in and out of trouble very quickly, you know. They can also avoid the multipliers of falconets, too, because they are a shock unit instead of an infantry unit. So if somebody wanted to shoot them with, say, falconets, horse artillery, something like that, there's a good chance the Francotiradores could survive 1 or 2 direct hits from them, depending on how many upgrades you got. And then that's what I've always found to be a pretty cool thing about mounted skirms and Wars of Liberty is they have all the advantages of skirmishers plus a reduction of some of the vulnerabilities that are also impeded onto the skirms because they are a skirmish unit. So now we got, what's this, German line infantry and volunteers. So it looks like MCMR is going to try to mix it up a little bit now. A bit of anti-cav, a little bit of skirmish. So MCMR is going to be doing line infantry, which is their musketeer, and as well as the volunteer, which is their crossbowman equivalent. Dismounted one, though. I feel like in this situation, I would rather just have the speed of cavalry than the 2 extra range of these volunteers, though. Because whenever you notice that you're getting into a bad situation with these Francotiradores, you just pull them out like instantly and zip them out of there. And there's nothing really these guys can do about it because they're literally on top of a horse and they'll just ride off into the Bolivian Juanita Eternity Sunset. Like nothing even happened. One thing I do find interesting here is like when I'm looking at like the resource counts, I do notice MCMR is gaining the score advantage though just because he's adding mites cairns into his pocket. And how many mites, he could build 8 more of these and get 8 more settlers still, so it's not over quite yet. MCMR still has some room to grow in terms of growing up his score right here, and if he does that completely, we're looking at a pretty solid win here for MCMR, I think. Because I feel like eventually, once this Bolivia can hit Capital Age and pick out the, what card? It's a card. Wait a minute, they don't even have the card here. I was going to say, there's actually a card that gives your Francatores +2 range, and well, gives them access to the Guard and Imperial upgrades later. So yeah, if you add that, I would say Adri would have a pretty good edge here, but these are just going to stay generic 14 range skirms for now.
Que la Virgen del Socavón le bendiga, mi general.
A sus órdenes.
CMCMR is starting to siege some of the trading posts now. That's pretty smart. Well, it's actually a double-edged sword, remember, because even though you took down a trading post, if, say, Adri were to build on that trading post once again, he could actually get 3 more Machias from that because of the way the War of the Republic Hate discard actually works. So
you know, you might actually end up getting punished slightly for doing that, almost, because you're just giving Adri more units to use against you. However, at this point, I feel like MCMR has effectively turned the tables, because now he's massing up lots of more sturdy units, I would say, you know. While the Volunteer is clearly not as good as a Francotirador, I think, in terms of application. Well, it's about even, actually. I mean,
Teniente?
yeah, it's about even. It's about even. The Francotirador has speed, and the Volunteer has some more range. But I think the Line Infantry, though, is definitely a far more tankier unit here than, you know, the Mikaets and the Kaerunas of the Bolivian Civ right now. That's going to show pretty quickly here. And frankly, what would push MCMR over the edge at this point in terms of victory would begin that capital age, get that Krupp factory going, and start getting some free foot artillery. Because then you could use that to take out the natives, and all you'd have to worry about then is the Francotiradors, in which case you could use Hussar for that, or you could just... No. Actually, no. I just thought of that, actually. Because, you see, in the current versions of Wars of Liberty, the bayonets of, like, musket units with bayonets, they don't get a multiplier against all cavalry units anymore. They only get multipliers against scout units, so like Hussars, maneuver units, dragoons, and they get a slightly reduced multiplier against assault, which is like the heavy cav. But what they don't get a multiplier against anymore is cavalry without any special tags like the Infernale or the Bagarmi Shieldmate, as well as mounted skirms like the Francotirador. You know, so it's not like you can actually chase these guys with bayonets anymore. The Francotiradors would probably do some decent damage to them. Well, I don't know. I mean, how much blind? Yeah, I mean, technically, it'd be a pretty close fight, I think, if you tried to put these in the melee against them. Lanceros, though, I don't know about Lanceros. I'm not too sure about that. See, what I'm thinking is, you're going to probably want to go with Skolta here, because he's doing a lot of line infantry. The Escolta in H3 is a far better hand unit to deal with that, because the Escolta has 3x against heavy infantry, whereas the Lancero only has 2x against skirmish infantry, which MCMR has, but that's not the main threat right now. I see also Adri's trying to keep up with villager production as well, using mining camps. Essentially what mining camps are is something Bolivia can do. If you have a nearby mine, like a silver mine, also a gold mine, could be a copper mine, a tin mine, salt mine, opal mine, a mine, you can build a mining camp next to it. And that mining camp will produce approximately four villagers over its lifetime. And then by the time it produces about 4 villagers, the mining camp collapses and you have to rebuild it again and again for 300 wood. You can either build them using the Juanita Bonita here, Vicente Alcocer, or you can actually train them too from the town center from wagons. So you got options, and kind of the purpose of the mining camps is 1, to help you boom, and 2, to help you supplement your army. And why would I say that? Because there's actually an ability from the town center, from a big bun called trying to remember the Serena. I already forgot the name of it. It's basically a big bun technology, and essentially what it does is it allows your explorer to turn a number of your villagers into Kaerunas, which are of course, this native musketeer unit you keep seeing over here. So yeah, that's sort of the dark secret of the Bolivian Civ. They have a way of actually overcoming their build limit of these Kaeruna natives by using that big bun technology to pull it off, and that's essentially what they do.
caballero.
But I'm going to be watching, though, because I feel like at this point MCMR is in a really good shape at this point. He can already sort of queue up 3 barracks worth of the line infantry now. So at this point is like Bolivia. Yeah, you got to do this. You got to defend with both your early artillery here, your artisanal cannons, as well as your Francotirador skirms. And just try to get him out of the... It's kind of... MCMR was almost there, too. He almost finished off that TP. Kind of good that he didn't, though, because now he doesn't have to deal with even more Republicate to Makaets hurting him at this point.
Auftrag. Ja, bereit.
Yeah, try to queue up some more artisanals if you're Bolivia, though. They're definitely flowing a lot of coin and wood, so yeah, they could definitely get some more cannons going. I think they have advanced arse. That's a bit of a problem, you know. I feel like you could have gone advanced arsenal here, honestly. Could have been a pretty good move, I feel like. Because essentially what you could do with that is, with advanced arsenal, is you could get the shrapnel, I believe it's called the shrapnel upgrade for the artisanal cannon, so they could actually do more multipliers against infantry. Also, you could, say, get the steel point spear to get the multipliers improved on your lanceros. You could actually get the siege through the guerrillas technology too, the siege up of your francotiers as well. Not that you're probably going to stick around with them past the capital age, just because you didn't get their late game card. Yeah, you got options though. You know, Bolivia actually has quite a few options for stuff once you get into the nitty-gritty of it. You know, they could go natives, they could go Francotirador, they could go assault unit. They got some decent artillery that has multipliers against ships. Really good multipliers against ships. Yeah, pretty much. No, don't. See, this is what I don't like. Adri is wasting military by throwing his Lanceros into the front of the base, basically. He could have kept the Lanceros off to the side, and perhaps harass some villages with those. Because now you're kinda gonna have to hope that your artisanal cannons are enough to cut through these walls of infantry now. Yeah. Because once you lose the sword meat shield of Kayarunas in the front, it's kind of hard to recover, I think. Yeah. And now you're going to have Germany going up the capital age now. And they're probably going to hit you with the West Prussian Yuan shipment, which is going to grant them about 10 Yuans with the veteran upgrade. Right, since Yuans are no longer a German unit, as they got regular hussars now. Yeah, once they get that shipment going with all these line infantry, I feel like they're going to just wipe their way through these artisanal cannons, and Adri's going to have a serious problem to deal with. Yeah, serious problem.
Ja.
trying to see, like, position-wise, like, how this is going to pull out at this point. I see MCMR went for a bit of a harassment force with his line infantry. Maybe to reposition Bolivia in a more favorable position for himself. MCMR is now going to start to add in the veteran Hussars now. Or just regular Hussars. Hasn't quite upgraded any of these units yet. Could start to probably get veteran line infantry real soon. Could get Spandau Arsenal. Essentially, it enables your advanced arsenal improvements, and it also halves the cost of all your arsenal improvements. So, upgrading your units through the arsenal becomes really cheap as Germany with that card. It's going to get the veteran line infantry. Pretty expected at this point.
Auftrag.
Yeah, I mean, these are a lot of stats on the field for Germany. I don't know how Bolivia's actually going to deal with it at this point. Also, yeah, oh yeah, these are skirmishers too. Probably got them from the gunsmith age up as well. Also could ship in 8 skirmishers as well, which is even better.
Bereit.
And new ones.
Auftrag.
9 hussars. Yeah, this is a lot of stats on the field, and all really Adri has at this point is just a bunch of artisanals. Starting to get artificial fertilizer right now too, with 1k coin. What's Adri gonna do though for like combat? I mean, these guys gotta fight at some point. He's getting a fort. Is that fort gonna arrive in the spot they need to in the right amount of time? Oh, he's gonna use it as a wall blocker here to block off this area. Alright, so I'm awaiting the final fight here. I think 99.99% sure it's going to be MCMR Germany taking this one. I'd be very shocked if anything else happened, because believe it or not, I mean, Adri is not too far behind in score. Considering he's fighting Germany, it's not too bad. I mean, considering all the free villagers Germany gets to their Meitzkern houses, he's not doing horribly bad in terms of score. Like, he's only 50 score behind, you know. Definitely a pretty even fight, I would say, in that regard. So, yep, fort should be up pretty soon. Bolivia will now be adding their own Juanitas muy bonitas, las vivendelas, inspiradas. Inspiradas. Yeah, I'm not even gonna. And then never learned what the Juanita word is for inspired, so I'm gonna call them las Juanitas inspiradas. Yeah. Pretty well upgraded Juanitas, to say the truth, honestly. One cool thing the Vivenderas might do in the meantime, though, is the fact that they have a healing ability, too. So yeah, if you can sort of idle them around these units here that are partly battered up, they might actually be able to get you some more HP back before the big fight occurs. Starting to get inspired artisanal cannons, so this is the veteran upgrade for these. Ah no, look at the score boom at this point. Yep, look at all these units. This is spicy. Look at all these units, man. You need to even get them out of the Krupp factory. You just train them out of his foundry, it looks like. Right? Yeah. That is a really good economy. Yeah, try to get your units in sort of a meleeable position to deal with the cavalry at this point. There's too much units at this point. Really came down to the civilization's macro, I think. Honestly, I would put Germany at like an S plus tier in terms of economy and tier lists. Whereas the Bolivians are probably, I don't know, they probably could be a B tier because the mining camps can be used for booming. It's just slower though than Germany's manor houses though. They're Mietskairns. Yeah, good work though on both sides. I mean, for everything Bolivia could actually do, Adri did a good job with it, honestly. I just feel like if he had like a bit of a stronger civ there, he probably could have, battered Germany pretty hard there. But you never know, Bolivia is becoming more popular every day. I use it in my casual games now. I love it as a casual civ to doing 2v2, 3v3 with. Because they just have really good synergy with their Francotiradors, their Bengal Tiger Escoltas, their Macheteros, just really good synergy. So definitely pick up Bolivia if you're looking for a new civ. I won't be able to watch all games. For me, it's nearly 12 p.m. at night. It's midnight. I have to go this game. GG. And we talk on Discord about Liga. I am back. Do you make any money from YouTube? And if so, how much? So, basically, you need about 1,000 subscribers on YouTube to monetize on AdSense from just video uploads. Currently, right now, I could technically monetize from memberships, super chats, as well as e-commerce like merchandise. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to sell to you, gringos and Juanitos, so I can't do that. I don't really know what would be a good idea for like setting up some sort of membership program. That could totally be something I could look at in the future. So I just have the super chats thing open right now, and unfortunately, since I'm not a cute anime girl, nobody's gonna send me super chats. I'm probably gonna have to wait till I hit the 1K subscriber mark before any sort of monetization occurs. Which totally could happen. It's probably gonna happen this year because, how many subs did we reach today? I went to bed last night with 677, woke up with 680, That's like almost 3/4 of the way there if I could hit 750 pretty quickly if that jumps, So I'm definitely going to be looking again some content that people like. That festive mod from that we mentioned at the start of the stream is something I'll be looking to doing. Maybe grab some AoE 2 players. More Age of Mythology Divine Edition content, including the multiplayer game we did yesterday. That'll be good. Yeah, I'm not worried that we can't hit 1K subscribers on this channel. I think we're gonna. And one of my friends, Bebeder, who does the Top Conquerors, Rise of the Gago stuff, and wrote all his books and everything, said, you're gonna be making more money from YouTube than I did for as many years as I've done it. So just keep doing it. You could hit some pretty high numbers. So just keep at it every day, doing streams, doing videos, doing VODs. The more active you are on the platform, I feel like the more it rewards you back, honestly. Yeah. Also, when I'm looking in this chat, I noticed that, well, wait a second. Or you will have to change gender to anime girl. No, that's actually easy. You just get a voice modifier, which a lot of people do. Just get a voice modifier. But then I have to pay someone to get me a 3D model, though. With big jiggle physics, though. So that you have to pay up a little bit to do that. The voice changer isn't as expensive, but the big anime girl with big eyeballs and jiggle physics thing is pretty expensive, so that'll take a while. And I noticed we're looking through all these Stefan Matovic chats. I noticed Chorizo was here. I see Horacio Zarate. That's our Chorizo, I think. Let's see loco. Yeah. I wonder if he was here when the Grey Borage match happened. He saw that. I know he was so salty about having to do a mirror match with Portuguese against me. He really doesn't like mirror games. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to game number 2 now with Adri versus MCMR. That first game was very promising. Now we're going on to Hudson Bay. And ideally, we're going to see Adri come back with the real vengeance this time. Oh, yes, he is. He's going with Russians. This is my civ. This is the civ that Unstoppable Steletsy was born from. So, you know that this civ means business, right? You've seen my games. You know how powerful I am in my gameplay. If I can do it, you know the Russian civ will give Adri everything he needs. Yeah. And who is he going to be playing against? He'll be playing against Brazil. Huh. I think this is MCMR's undoing, unfortunately. I feel like, at least in my opinion, Brazil is probably one of the lower tier 1v1 civs in the mod. One of the lower tier ones. They're not a bad civ, but they're not a good 1v1 civ, and they're not a good quick fighting civ. At least I don't think they are. I mean, at least for my purposes. I feel like they're a bit limited, put it that way. Because I remember back in the Liga 2023 to 2024, I noticed Luis Kaiser was actually really solid with the Brazilians in 1v1, so I think that's technically viable to do, but then again, that was with the old Brazil civ, right? The Brazil civ we're dealing with now, the economy is totally warped. You can no longer individually train slaves anymore, you have to do it through the slave trades right here, through the big buns. And essentially the way these slave trades work now is they arrive with about 4 slaves each time. And you can keep sending infinite slave trades as long as you have the population for them and you can fit them into your build limit. And every time you send a slave trade, the next slave trade will be more expensive. And also it makes abolition technologies more expensive, which now you research through the town center instead of the town hall, which you used to do. And likewise, if you research a abolition technology, it will make your slave trades more expensive as well. So it's like you can either go slave trade in the long run or you can go abolition in the long run. Doing a mix and match between both is absolutely possible because the cost difference isn't too severe, but you do have to pay up some resources for it. So it's not the easiest choice to make sometimes. Definitely not. Now, this is an interesting, controversial idea. So, apparently, MCMR actually runs 300 coin in a Brazil deck because he knows that you no longer can train villagers for food anymore with the civ, at least not until you get the last abolition technology. So this is kind of an interesting one. Maybe 300 coin is... Huh. And how many villagers does he get either? He gets 10 villagers, German wave, in 2 minutes. I might have to try this. I mean, we'll see how effective it is this game because we're going to see against a very aggressive Russia how this works. Maybe we'll have to see actually, because I'm almost curious now because I've never seen a Brazil age up with 10 villies before and go for 300 coin like that. Because I'm kind of old school and I just go for the 3 slaves myself. Or what I actually do now is I go for the card that ships you more explorers, right? So I can take advantage of treasure guardians now. Yeah. And what's Adri doing? So Adri, hasn't even aged up yet. So I'm wondering if this is going to grant MCMR any sort of inherent advantage here. Yeah. We'll have to see, though. We'll have to see. I'm wondering if MCMR is going for like full aggro here, or he's just doing it as a sort of like a porcupine defensive measure to ensure that he will actually be able to produce military by the time Russia can. It's kind of an interesting situation, though, because I'm wondering if MCMR actually can put up a pretty decent defense here, at least at the start. Maybe going the 10 villager age up is actually a viable route. So, looks like... Well, this is the thing you gotta realize, too, is... you can actually queue up the abolition and the slave trades at the same time. So it's something you can actually do, because this one's considered a big button technology. This one's considered more of like a unit training block or something. For some reason, you can't queue up slave trade while you're doing age up. It's kind of sad, but you can actually queue up the abolition technologies while you're aging up, which is kind of neat. I don't know how often you'll use that thing, but it's just something I thought I'd point out to you. The same sort of thing works with nation-state civs, that Royal Guard upgrade. So you can queue up like a bunch of vills, or you can age up with the Romanian town center, and you can start to get their Royal Guard upgrade on their Calarassi while that's taking place. That's really a nice thing you can do on the sidelines to just get things done a bit quicker and more efficiently. So I'm wondering now, like, if you do this, so you get 5... I gotta pay attention to this, because if I find out here that you actually get one more villager by doing the abolition tech while the other one's queuing up, I might actually switch over to this myself, because I was always petrified that if I try doing the slave trade while the abolition tech is researching, I won't get that extra slave with each trade, and I'll end up like wasting one potential gatherer out of it. So, starting out with Cossacks, pretty standard. Line infantry as well. So, what's going to be the defensive pattern for Brazil here? Are they dealing with muskets? They're dealing with pancav. What options they got? They could go Machitero, they could go Conscripto. Oh, they're going to go full Voluntario Patria. That's another option. Voluntario Patria is essentially just a crossbowman equivalent, but it actually runs pretty fast. Statistically, it's really fragile. It's really weak, but it has a speed of 5, which is the same as, flankers, other fast infantry. In general, if you can outrun your enemy with them, really an awesome unit. But if you can't micro that well, probably be your worst nightmare if you use them. Really up to you, MCMR is a pretty good advanced player, so he can micro the Voluntario quite well. So I actually added in some Conscriptos as well with the Voluntaria Patria. And here's the thing. We might see 3 games on there in the recording menu. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually 3 games, because sometimes what happens is when these Juanitos are, scrambling to get their record games over to the Chorizo Muy Largo, sometimes, as they're clicking through the monitor, they might stumble upon some ventanas with Juanitas Muy Bonitas in them, in which case, the dopamine centers in their brain goes haywire, and how the rest goes, right? They accidentally add another recording into Chorizo. So I always have to assume it still could be anyone's game, right? Just because I see 3 games and there are 2 games does not mean that one person is going to win over the other one, because totally either somebody could forget to record a game, somebody might add a duplicate game in there, and anything is possible. I've seen it all before, so you have to prepare for anything. Really. Starting to get sickle right now. If you're wondering what this is, essentially because Brazil is a very agricultural, slave-based agrarian economy, they don't get hunting dogs in the steel trap style techs that other civs do. Instead, they get the plow and the sickle from the market, which benefits villager gather rates from the hacienda here instead of from the animals. So naturally, Brazil wasn't that great at hunting by the early age 2. They're much better off going with the farming usually, from the mill. And that kind of helps them out, because that means that they can get a really strong early mill economy, which means they don't have to battle for map control as much. The only sort of thing Brazil probably cares a lot about, of course, is the mining areas. Because you need mining to get more slave trades, and you need it for the big cost of the age-ups, too. So, mines become more valuable, hunts not so much. But at that point, I feel like it's a bit easier because, mines don't really go anywhere. Animals, once you shoot one of them, all the other animals start running in 20 other directions, and you could be pushing them right into the enemy's direction if you're not hurting them properly. Good use of a choke point here by MCMR, landing only one hand unit at a time, able to target down one Plastuni or Cossack at a time. But you still got to worry about, of course, the line infantry in here. These will still dish out some hardcore damage against you. One Cossack still left, which is a little annoying, of course. Yep, take him out, and now the line infantry kind of have to retreat now, since they don't have any front to push anymore with. Because I think when it comes down to it, a good micro and Voluntario Patria army will kite down an army of line infantry, which they're starting to do right now pretty easily. So they need something to front themselves with. They need Cossacks, they need Plastuni, which one luckily was still left over here. Took that out. Perfect. So difference between Plastuni and Cossack is Plastuni is actually a dismounted assault unit, so it's almost like heavy cavalry, but it's on foot. And it starts out with a splash attack called the Swashka attack that hits multiple units, and then after the splash is done, it goes back to singular targeting. One thing I'm a little bit concerned for MCMR though is the fact that his food and coin is pretty drained at this point. Now he didn't even get double-sided axe yet, so his wood chopping is a little bit questionable. Really can't afford any additional slave trades right now. All really Adri needs to do is he just needs to hit that threshold of Cossacks needed to overrun the Voluntarios with, and it's kind of a really serious problem here. And big problem here is the fact that, of course, Russia's queuing up these Cossacks really effectively here. They got plenty of food here, they got plenty of coin, they can definitely keep a queue of this stable going. And even though the wood isn't great, good thing about the Cossack is, for the weak stats that it does have, it's a one population cavalry. So you can end up massing double the size swarms of Cossacks than you could with, say, Hussars. All MCMR can do is try to use these trees as a choke point, I think. Yeah, he's going to try to disrupt the pathing of these cavalry by using the trees. But then he's going to be met up on the flank and the rear by the Russian line infantry and the little number of cantonists that they have. Really not going to last long, though. I mean, look at these Cossacks right now, just completely eating into them.
Что? Приказ? Будет сделано. Приказ? Что? Приказ? Что?
Infinite Force Slaves. This is a card I started using initially for my Brazil decks. It's a nice tool to use when you sort of get stumped by the Brazilian economy, right? There's going to be times, depending on the game, where your Brazil economy is just going to get stumped and there's not much you can do. Your only sort of way out of that is try to catch up with Vil numbers using these 4 slave shipments in Age 2 or the 6 slave shipments in Age 3. And ideally, once you get economy going, you try to go mostly for Cacador Mandados, I would say. Machitero is certainly an option, since you can get the veteran upgrade on, but you definitely don't want to be using Machiteros anytime after that, since they don't get the Guard and Imperial upgrade for the Civ. I think Brazil is actually the only civ, only civ in the game that doesn't get guard and imperial upgrades for Mosquiteros and doesn't get any cards to boost them up at all. It's really sad. It's like the only civ that has like bare bones dry Mosquiteros. Like even Peru, who can only get the veteran upgrade on the Mosquiteros, can actually get combat cards for them. Plus they're affected by to the last cartridge and the whatever that weird disease card is that Peru gets as well. So they do get some sort of support, but for Brazil they're like the worst Mosquiteros in the game. But I guess you can definitely use them in the early game though, and they can be very reliable. You definitely want to switch over to Scoltas for Assault once you get into the mid to late game with Brazil, I would say. So we're going to exit out of that. Bruh, who's this Omar Elsandouani? Bruh, why do everyone have to get meat for the second age? I think getting villagers and focusing on economy for 5 mins will be better for army. Yeah, I think it has something to do with the historical aspect of the time period. That's sort of why they do that, I think. Because this Age of Empires 3 was established during the colonial period, right, when people were going over to America. So I think sort of in their mind the developers thought, what are these settlers going to be doing? They're mostly going to be hunting wild game in the woods and the unexplored wilderness, right? Unlike Europe, which, for all the force that it had during the Age of Empires 2 period, was mostly, had villages here and there. You're not going to run into as many animals because a lot of those areas were already covered by people. But in AoE 3, where the land is completely untouched that you're going into, yeah, it's kind of an interesting one because technically in Wars of Liberty, most of Europe, a lot of America was already colonized at that point. And even Midwest, there was some sort of outpost there. I think only like certain parts of America you could portray in the old sort of AoE 3 way. Probably should definitely be some more modern stuff on the East Coast, I think. The Southern Coast. Parts of Canada for sure, but yeah. Kind of an interesting one though. I think in general, an age up time of... you should be clicking up to age up around either the 3.5 to 4 minute mark most of the time. 5-minute age up times do carry slight risk of being rushed or raided, but if you can wall, I think you can handle that. Yeah. I've seen some cool 5-minute age up builds before. I think in Definitive Edition that Widgie covered on his channel before, where people say doing it with the British and building a bunch of walls and stuff, but I don't think it's for the faint of heart. You have to practice it up a bit and really plan out your decks well to do it. From my experience of seeing those games. Now we're doing the final match of MCMR versus Adri. Okay, so Adri's going with the flinch. MCMR is also going as the French. The French frogs were playing the French fries. What else is new? This should be a pretty fun one. I mean, I don't know, like, how does this end when it's France versus France? Like, how does France fry France, basically? I mean, and I'm just thinking, like, maybe one goes assault, other goes maneuver. This is kind of a tricky one to predict, because France is very different than the Portuguese, right? Like, you definitely can't have a big strategic difference, like, say, the mirror I did with Chorizo as the Portuguese. Like, Chorizo went with the hard aggro with the Portuguese and failed, whereas I went with the full boom and succeeded really well to the point of getting to World War I age. But I think for France, you just have so much flexibility that I think it's kind of hard for somebody to completely get tumbled out of existence, I feel like. It's harder to throw in that sense, as long as you're playing normally. Because in general, the Courier de Bois, as they're called in Legacy, and here they're called the Sans-Caletes. Good economy, you know, they gather, I think, 10% better than the standard Vil on all tasks that you put them on, farming, shopping, hunting, all that. See, I feel like just because the Sans-Calete villager economy is solid, it's a lot harder to throw, I think. And I think here it's going to come down to real nitty-gritty military details of both army choice, timing, that sort of thing. Because in general, France has one of the most probably flexible rosters in the game in terms of options. They got really every European common unit available except the generic skirmish corps. All of them available with the Royal Guard upgrades. They got access to the Zuevo, which is the assault unit. They got the mounted skirmisher, the Chasseur Cheval. They even have a very strong mid to late game musketeer option, the Foreign Legionnaire, which you can make through the tavern. And the way that works is, as you move away from the town center, or if you're India with the French consulate, the further away it moves away from that structure, it actually gains additional hit points and attack, making it a more offensive on-the-ground assault unit to use on your enemy's town center. And I found out doing some maths and some geography that you don't actually have to move the Foreign Legionnaire that far from the town center. It's not that tricky to do. So, in general, you just have to move it. I would say outside of a mortar's area or slightly more, if you see the Foreign Legionnaire get those improved stats. And when they do get those improved stats, it's really, you can really tell right away. I think the attack is like 48 or something. HP is pretty decent as well. Yeah. Another thing I don't think I pointed out in the last game we saw as the French 2 is they don't get native scouts anymore. They get these nice fancy French hot air balloons with blue and white and red stripes on them. Yeah, I definitely love the coloration on these things, you know. And even if your enemy decides to pop yours, you can retrain them again, and I think you're going to have up to 2 of them at a time from the town center. So it's definitely a fun unit to use. I think they kind of gave it a special design to make up for the loss of the Confederate hot air balloon that used to be available in the game. Yeah. Back before the Latin American rework and the addition of, you know, new technologies, the Confederacy used to be able to make their own hot air balloon, the immigrants that is, that had like an American flag design on the sides of the hot air balloon, which made it really neat to look at with stars and stripes on it. So it's good to see that they can actually make some more types of hot air balloons for us to look at too. So here's the difference thing. We need to see what they're going to age up with. What are they going to plan here? So Artisan, that's pretty easy. They're both going to go for 400 wood age ups. Now the decks. Like, what's the deck plan here? So this is, who is this? This is George Michaels, or MCMR here. He is going with some strong H2 gameplay. We do have spice trade, so hunting could be improved by that, and berry bush gathering. I see the basic line infantry and volunteer shipments. This is kind of interesting. I see riding school, but no upgrades for any shock units here. Because France has a total of 4 shock units: Hussar, Cuirassier, Dragoon, Chasseur Cheval, and France upgrades their cavalry in sets of 2. So they got some for the range cavalry, so the Dragoon and the Chasseur. The other 2 would be for the hand ones, the Hussar and the Cuirassier. I'm surprised that, wait a minute, we do have one. We do have the hand cavalry hit points, but that's just for the Hussar and Cuirassier. I would really think you would want to upgrade your shock units more, though, to justify riding school. That's just me. I see they do have the strong age 3 shipments, though, the infinite ones. The one for the Chasseur, as well as the one for the Zouev. Zouev one's especially useful. So this one's going to be pretty tempting, I think. But why didn't they get, alright, I understand. I understand now. So I see they got Metz Fortress in age 4 to get another fort. And then they got 4 carronades, 3. Okay. They also have Refridge and Royal Mints, so their economy is not too lacking. How about Adri, though? Like, what's Adri going to do? Also looks like Adri is going to start this thing out with shipments. It's going to be training Grenadiers, but it's going to be shipping the Line Infantry and Volunteers here. The Adri deck looks more aggressive, I would say, or more combative, right? We see Frontier Defenses, we see Hussars, we see the Bagirmi Shieldmates here. More unit shipments, I would say. No infinite ones, though. This is my concern. This is my critique. Get some infinite shipments in here. Get the Zwev one. Zwev one's good. I agree that the 3 Corsair and Falconet shipments are very solid and standard. The Asian Dynasties French gameplay and in DE, but if you can combine these with Infinite Zwev and Infinite Chausier Cheval, that is a really good FF. Because unlike everybody else's FFs, you're going to be able to keep sending skirms in, or you're going to keep being able to send the ranged assault in to do that. What's this? Hurtable. Adri's going on the attack right now. Line Infantry, Grenadier. Volunteers are going to be arriving as well soon, right here. What's MCMR's response to this? So, double barracks Grenadier with a couple did double line infantry first, switches over to double Grenadier, ships the volunteers in. So this is like a tit for tat sort of similar army sort of thing. So it's going to come down to who throws the best grenade volley at the other one, who micros the volunteers best. I feel like in this whole situation, the line infantry is the most expendable thing you got right now. The only reason preserving line infantry will be important is just so you can deal with any potential hussars that are shipped in or any Bagirmi shieldmates. Well, let me scratch that. They won't help against the Bagirmis that much, but they will help against hussars though. Looks like MCMR is... Volunteers are doing pretty good here. Still has some Grenadiers left. I feel like though... Oh yeah, we got some more Grenadiers here from Adri. They're going to throw their grenades in, and I think MCMR is going to have a lovely time with that. He's probably going to... Yeah, he's going to retreat and let these other Grenadiers recharge their grenade attack. Right now, you just see the musket attack now. You have to wait about 60 seconds or 1 minute. And then your grenade throw recharges again with all your Gren units. Ooh, threw the grenades right in the center there. Okay, that's not bad. I think it definitely led to a nice exchange there for MCMR, but now he has to do it with the Bagirmi shieldmates. These things, there's only one real way you can deal with these effectively. You either need to... Well, wait a sec. The only way you can do a Bagirmi shieldmates is literally just pikemen. Yeah, you need pikemen for that. It's literally your only option, man. Just you need good. Good. Now you take this one out. War of the Grenadiers. Every time when you think one of them's being the odds, the other one comes with another batch of Grenadiers to perform another grenade toss at the other one. Yeah, don't make line infantry. Make some pikemen. Line infantry have no multipliers against the Bagirmis. Yeah, your only best shot against the... Yeah, if you do that, it's probably alright. But if you're like going for like hard counter Bagirmi, you need some pikemen for that. It's the only thing it has actual literal multipliers against them in the French roster. How are you gonna position your line infantry though to get? Looks like Adri. Some of these have recharged. These ones haven't been tossed yet. Yeah. This is getting really intensive. I think it's fair to say at this point you can get the Senscaletes involved to deal with some of the threats here. He's going to garrison some in the town center to get that nice anti-shock unit attack of the TC to wipe out Hussars, wipe out some of the big armies. One barracks. Ooh, good one. No. Probably should have through here, taken out two for one deal. That one. Having one Hussar left is really painful though. Yeah, get that Hussar out of here though. Once you get rid of that Hussar, I probably feel a little bit more pleasant. MCMR is going to queue in Hussar now. There's a bit of handcap here. Probably the only way you beat through this now. Thankfully, MCMR has a lot of herdables nearby, so can actually get enough food needed for the Hussars. Try to get 5 Hussars, then you can start queuing up another one. This Hussar is still alive. Very persistent tenacity of this thing. Just shoot it with the villages at this point. Just shoot the horse. Alright, there you go. Enough of the Hussar. Now we start to see some resurgence of George Michael's here. Hussar's doing God's work here. Really good stuff. Grenadiers melting before them. Melting before them. Perfect. Queuing in another Hussar. So where's Adri in terms of resource? Adri doing really well economically here. He seems to be doing pretty favorable in most of these fights. Was able to knock out the MCMR barracks, it seems like. So at this point, Adri's going to switch over to partisans, the pikemen. These things will eat through MCMR's Hussars at this point. And if MCMR doesn't add a infantry in or go for some sort of a capital age up, I think it's kind of going to be hard for MCMR to keep up here. Yeah, these partisans are going to be a nasty surprise for him. And I think he's going to seize at the fact of these things. Yeah, looks like MCMR is going to try to counteract a bit with line infantry though. Even though he is bleeding a bit here for food. He is bleeding a bit dry here. From the look, you need to keep these line infantry protected though. You need to let the hussars do their job against the grenadier. You need to let the line infantry try to pick apart the partisans one by one, if you can still at this point, and try to, get some webbing back, get some footing. Because if you can, safe to say Adri's probably beating you out here based on, resources. Very tough fight, though. I mean, they're both making pretty favorable exchanges here. It's just now that we're starting to see a bit of difference in gameplay. We're seeing Grenadier and Pike versus Line Infantry and Hussar. It all comes down to the partisans. If the partisans get wiped out without much reward for Adri, the Hussars rule the day, and the Grenadiers are completely cleaned out. If the partisans win against the Hussars, the Grenadiers have a pretty relatively easy time with the line infantry. And if any of them have any grenade recharges left, they will use them to their full advantage. You would be looking at a French defeat against French. Yeah, I was gonna say a French defeat, but does it really matter at this point? They're both playing as the Croissant and Eiffel Tower civ, so who cares? They're both smelly Frenchmen. Smell like smelly French cheese and whatever goose liver or whatever they eat, and snails and all that stuff. Frog legs. Never quite understood French cuisine that much. But we might see a skirmish real soon. I mean, I see this patrolling of this Grenadier, and it is pulling in though. MCMR needs to back up his line infantry though. He cannot afford a volley from these Grenadiers. He needs to, you need to trap them in. You need to either make them run away or force them into a bad situation. You need to get these Grenadiers to take some town center hits. You need to get them surrounded. Adri did not want to use it then. Adri could have used it then and retreated, but he did not want to use it then. Interestingly enough, I think I mentioned a little bit earlier, these Grenadiers' grenade throws do not have any malice against cavi. So if you want to throw a bunch of grenades at a bunch of hussars, there's a good chance you can wipe out 3 or 4 of them with that. Not the worst idea to do. And then you would be saying MCMR slightly back in that case. Definitely. I mean, at this point, MCMR is kind of forced to get spice trade at this point to catch up in food ego. Because we are starting to see that gap, Adri at the 155 score, MCMR at the 112 score. And Adri at this point is able to afford more and more units. Is going to start adding in some line infantry as well. Has another counter to the Hussar threat. And in whatever situation, if these partisans get wiped out by MCMR with some careful plays here, there is going to still be a threat for those Hussars in the form of the bayonets of the line infantry. This time MCMR is not paying attention. He was busy looking at music videos of George Michael's or something, and basically completely missed everything. Yeah, that was bad. I mean, you lost your whole coin economy in that one. And that might just cost him the whole thing, too. You can't afford to lose that many sans coletes. It's just really bad. You should have been doing what you did before, trying to lure him in, trying to get him into an unfavorable position, maybe take out 1 or 2 at the town center. I know it's hard, but this is really a desperate skirmish here. It comes down to really best of the best micro indecisions, best of the best geographic decisions, regards to where you pick the fights, where you engage in them, where you retreat from. Alright, so you're going to snare now. You're going to use the hussars as snare. Cool thing is you're taking out the line infantry. This is probably the thing you want to take out, because these are the things that threaten your shock units. Try to catch up with the line infantry. You got to reposition. Alright, so they're not gonna push any further though. Yeah, I don't think they want to risk it too much at this point because they just lost most of their coin economy. I mean, this was literally you know, like a terrorist attack, in so many words, by the Grenadiers. You know, they just blew them up, and there's 2 survivors with missing French riblets or whatever they got, frog legs or whatever they got. Yeah, yeah. Maybe one of these Sanscalates actually lost a frog leg, and they can't show that on the malls, but who knows. Anyways, France is in trouble at this point because France is really hurting France a lot here. French Civil War 3.0 then, right? Because I already did an upload of French Revolution 2.0, so this would be French Revolution 3.0. Yeah, and there'll probably be a French Revolution 4.0 and so forth. Yeah, seems like it.
Votre ordre?
Ooh, this is good. This is really good. MCMR was doing some good scouting work and noticed a bunch of Sanscalates of Adri completely caught off guard. Really good. That MCMR really needed that. He needed that little boost right there. Because what that's going to do is that's going to hurt Adri's ability to get some resources, and since he's aging up right now, even though that's not a good thing, at least it gives you a bit of a boost there. I think MCMR should consider himself kind of lucky here, though, that Adri did not go for like the big shipments, if you know what I mean, right? Like the infinite shipments, yeah. Because MCMR has all the infinite shipments. Adri only has like the single-use ones, like the Cuirassier, the line infantry one. Once these shipments are used up, you know, they no longer help you out very much. MCMR can use most of his shipments again and again and again, as much as it can help him. Adri's going fishy now, going fishing. I wonder why MCMR didn't do that. You know, he literally beat me in like the Liga like 4 or 5 years ago doing fish economy. I'm surprised MCMR hasn't, you know, tried to put any fish on the water. You know, I don't even think Adri even has a. No, he doesn't even have any cards for it. Doesn't have schooners, doesn't have fish market, doesn't have rendering plant. Just having those fishing ships in general just puts you a little bit over the edge, you know. Now, this is a little concerned. I would not do this. Maybe MCMR doesn't care anymore and he just wants to watch his George Michael mixtape. But yeah, I would not do that because you're just literally just putting a bell on your head going beep 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 to let your opponent know, hey, his units are busy sieging, they're going to be flat targets for me. Especially with these cannons, these foot artilleries. GG though. Good series. I mean, these were two very high qualified, high elo players, I would say, in terms of AoE 3. You know, two very strong, competent opponents here. So this was a good series, I would say. Definitely a good one, and I think the other ones, from what I see, are going to be the same thing as well. So let's definitely check those ones out too. See how those ones go? Francia OP. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Francia very OP. You know, they got all the stuff that made them OP from the generic game, plus a bunch of all new stuff. So yeah, that's a safe bet, I think. It's definitely safe to say Francia is OP, for sure. 100% agree with that one. Just checking the time. Right now it's about 6:50 in the afternoon. Good chance we'll be going pretty deep into the night with this one, because we still got, how many more matches? We got 7 more files to go through. We got the Chapo versus Jinpei series, the Fufi versus Rommel series, and that one game from Eternity versus Delian. So we got quite a ways to go before, yeah. Hopefully they named these games right too. I just realized that. If this is not Mendocino, we'll definitely change it over to something else. Change it over to the one that is Mendocino. Alright, so so they got that part right. Again, another Bolivia. You know Eternity's gonna play Bolivia, right? He's Wars of Liberty's Juanita Boliviana, so he has to play his native country, right? Or her native country, wherever way you see the Juanita is. And who are they fighting? Swedish. Oh, this is a pretty interesting one. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen this matchup before between Sweden and Bolivia. The War of the Republicatus build versus the Swedish Beveringer antics with the allotments and stuff. Should be interesting. Yeah. And a lot of people who only played the 5th edition might, have their ideas of what the Swedish Civ is there, but let me tell you, this is a very different Swedish Civ. They do a lot of different things. Well, they're sort of related, but not really. They do have an infantry unit that does look like the Carolina quite a bit, but it's called the Beveringer. And it works a bit differently, right? So instead of that whole anti-cavalry of range sort of thing that the Carolina does in DE, the Wars of Liberty Beveringer is a musketeer and pike hybrid. It has cost food and wood, feels like 4x multipliers against like scout instead of the usual 3x of like standard muskets, and it runs fast. It's like got a movement speed I think it's like 5 speed or something. It's really fast, as much as the Voluntaria Patrias of Brazil. You can use them for kiting, you can use them for sieging buildings, you can use them for fighting cavalry. You can fight infantry with them if you have favorable numbers. It's a really versatile unit. Really tough unit too. Other thing about this Sweden you have to be aware of is the fact that they get sawmills. They basically banks that deal with wood. Right, they trickle wood. They leave behind little crates of wood that you can gather with your villagers. And they have these techs called renovation, big bun techs. They actually increase the hit points of your buildings. Pretty cool. And the other part of Sweden you have to be aware of is the fact that a lot of the main buildings of the Civ, like the market, the town center, barracks, stable, foundry, all those, they get this special building called an annex that they can build on the side of it. And it does different things, like you can build this big giant clock tower thing with the town center, which gives you a better line of sight. Barracks you can build the torps, which you remember from DE, right? Only this one's more militaristic. Build a corral, you can build this iron factory thing. It makes Nordenfeld guns for you. Bunch of cool stuff. And from 2 in particular, the paddock and the torp, or whatever weird Germanic name they changed the paddock to for the stable. Essentially, they can create these armies called allotments. They're these big bun armies of units, similar to the scouting party of the Tupi. Every time you send that army, it gets more and more expensive every time, right? But it sends out a good number of units, though, and it's generally pretty worth it. And if we look at, like, Sweden's deck, they don't have it, but I was going to say there's actually some advanced cards here, too, that makes the allotments cheaper and provide more units as well. Just something you should be aware of if you ever want to go for an allotment-based build. Now, this is usually the way we see Sweden handle things. So they start out usually with Colbertism, the food trickle, because Sweden has very limited villager cards, and they're only team-based. They get team 3 villagers, and then they get team 8 villagers in age 4. So what you do instead is you get Colbertism, and then you go for the Land Mana Party. And what the Land Mana Party does is you get a free villager every time you research a technology at the market. So it's almost like that bonus you get with the Italians in the 5th edition, only it's literally just at the market. Yeah, and if you end up getting all those techs, you end up with a total of 9 settlers, right? So slightly more than you would get by going greedy 3 villager, 5 villager in a standard deck, right? It's like +1. So you end up winning pretty good there, I think. In general, though, we see a lot of crate cards here. Lots of combat cards, too. You know, Sweden gets some big boosts to their heavy infantry. The Komisvarja basically is a multiplier booster to your Beveringer and your Hassetruppe, which is your unique unit assault unit, giving them bonuses against heavy infantry as well. Now, this is an important Swedish card, the Norland Logging, because it actually makes your sawmills actually affordable. Base cost of a sawmill is like 350 wood, and this brings it down to like 210 wood. And then it lets you have 2 of the sawmills instead of just 1, so it definitely helps you out there. This is another good card too, Ritzbank. Lets you have a bank, lots of money, lots of units. Really good stuff for you. Looks like GP didn't wait to get Norland Logging and just got the sawmill right away. Wonder how effective that is. You know, they effectively threw up 140 wood that he can't get back to get the sawmill earlier. Maybe it's worth it if you get a longer. I'm sure it pays itself back if the game goes long enough, but we'll see that. We'll see how that goes. Maybe it's something I could try to macro towards. Who knows? So how's Chapo gonna do this? So he's gonna start out with Kearunas. He went the Mother's Day route. He also picked up Direct Contribution. This is a nice little card too because it basically allows your Pongos to trickle coin while they work. So it almost turns them into the Inca villagers, right? That we saw in the Chorizo series. Ends up making Bolivia pretty strong economically. Now we see the... I just noticed there's a typo here. They're called Franco Tiradores instead of the Franco Tiradores. It's a Franco Tiradore, not a Franco Tiradore. What's a Franco? I don't know. They better fix that typo. I just exploited that typo, man. Franco Tiradore. And I've used that card so many times too, and I never noticed that either. So that's kind of alarming on my part. I never quite noticed that one before. So it looks like Kiruna. Oh, Chapo's also going to be training the Pardo as well. That's kind of an interesting one. So the Pardo is essentially your Juanito Bonito Pikeman unit. It's good against Cavi. Has 2x against Shock. Unlike regular pikes, though, it only costs like 125 foods. So it's kind of a cost you're probably not used to at this point. It used to be a food and coin unit since it's supposed to be almost like a halberdier unit. But the devs actually found out it's more synergetic with things like the Escopetero by giving it an all food cost. Because then you can combine it with like a more wood heavy unit and then you can sort of go like pike and shove with it more easily that way. At least that's the way it was perceived. Looks like Chapo also went the Japanese immigrants, and their villagers are the Japanese foragers. They're great at gathering from berries, right? Cherry orchards especially. And actually, just like the Japanese villagers in the Japanese Civ, they also can't gather from meat either. You know, they're also pescatarian in their dietary needs. They eat rice, they eat fruit, all that stuff, but not animals.
Aquí, Itaita, aquí.
So statistically here, what is GMP going to do for assault? I knew when I was looking at that base, like something didn't add up and he must have put a base somewhere else. Yeah, he put it right over here, it looks like. And looks like GMP is going to try to go for a Grenadier and Bebelinger attack. Oh, wow, that was a good throw. It actually took out a mountain unit, but you don't see that every day. One good thing, I guess, when you're dealing with the Franketeers is the fact that when you're the Bolivians is the fact that they use the shock tag, so they actually don't get as hurt by the grenade tosses as much, because that .25 multiplier does not get added into the equation with them since they're shock. Give them a little bit better survivability, you know. More grenade. Oh, that one almost blew one of them off his horse. Now we see Pardos and Kirunos developing over here. This is an interesting move, though. Chapo was taking his Pardos and put them into cover mode. Well, he took them out now. He was trying to... I think he was trying to use the cover mode of the Pardos to intercept the grenade toss and get them to throw into him. Cutting down on the damage, right? Because cover mode actually reduces... cover mode will give your hand units that have it 50% pierce armor and 50% crush armor. Yeah, you don't see it in the UI, but it's there. They actually show it in the Fab Edition. I don't know if a lot of people use it, though. Like, I use it. I like using cover mode. I've used it in Wars of Liberty, and I've used it a couple of times in Arena as well. And if you can use it effectively and you don't use it as a hindrance to yourself, because it does cut your attack and your movement speed in half, it can really get you to where you need to go, basically. Or it can actually protect some of your other units. It might be targeted by stuff too, right? Like if you have like a musket or you have like a skirmisher you're trying to keep safe from something, when them blindly attack your stuff with cover mode might let those units last a little longer. So it looks like Chapo has shipped in some Maquet, Republicate the Maquettes. So in addition to the War the Republicate does, Bolivia can also ship in the Maquet unit as well. They actually get, yeah, they get an infinite shipment, which you can see right here in Age 4. So it's actually a pretty good option for Bolivia, since it's such a great anti-shock unit. Only problem here, though, is that there's no Hussars anywhere in sight. All you really got here is Grenadier, Beveringer, and Volunteers. Yeah, now this is what you can use, the Lancero. Yeah, Lancero is the one you can use, probably, and that's probably what you're gonna need here. Yep, they missed. I saw that thing go too much to the right. So they have to hopefully hope they can hit the building with their throw this time. Oh, nice attack on the Lanceros there. Takes out the native embassy. I think at this point you could probably just finish them off. I believe. Native militia. So what native militia is, it's a card that allows your native warriors to be cheaper, which includes the Kaoruna, actually. So that's probably what Chapo's going to try to do, is he's going to like try to spam in a bunch of natives here to defend himself, particularly the Kaorunas. I don't think you're going to get much work though from these maps natives though. You don't see Zapotec Lightning Warriors or the Mapuche Ironwood Club and actually even reaching these Grenadiers that they're microing properly. Yeah, like, why didn't he get a Roma conscription or something that at least gives you some units? I don't know. I will say, though, this doesn't look like a good situation, though, for you, by any means. Missiones. Native warriors provide twice the experience bounty when trained. Yeah, that's a card I haven't seen in a long, long time. Back when you needed that card to get the Illimani native warrior that, you know, was removed from Bolivia since it was never meant to actually be there, you know, it was put there by a very angry Juanito who wanted to play with the dev's code, and they said, oh, I'm going to code this secret unit in and surprise everyone. I guess you could still make it, but it's only available in the scenario editor, I believe. Yeah. Basically, the Illimani was a native warrior that, had the stats of a crossbowman, but had a high siege attack, and it actually used a pickaxe to rip apart buildings with, which was pretty creative.
Ja, Anfall.
Yeah, just the volunteers alone are enough to blast back these Kaorunas. Rick's Bank is coming for the Swedish now. That'll give him a bit of extra coin he'd go to work with. Not that they need it. I mean, I think at this point it's safe to say that you're good to go. Like, yeah, you're not going to be able to get Lanceros up in enough time to deal with this, you know. Like, what can you even do at this point? House out, so you're definitely not going to be able to get any Lanceros into your mix. Some Francatiradores add in.
Order. Ja. Uppfatta. Ja.
You guys try to split that if you can. Yeah, try to split those. You have to get 2 units. I know it's hard to micro like that. You gotta make sure though you get some to target on one, some to target on the other. Sometimes I can get. Well, the thing is, in that case, lag actually becomes your friend, right? If it like lags up a lot, sometimes you can like target 4 or 5 things at once. Yeah. Good game though. Good match. Now we're going to be moving on to game 2 on the Hudson Bay. See what happens now. Let's load it up and see what we can see next. Chapo versus GP. Hopefully this is match number 2. Hopefully no Juanita, Bonita, Ventanas were used during the time of this naming of these files. Alright, so yeah, we actually are on Hudson Bay. Swell. So, Chapo is going with the French. Jean P is going with the Koreans. Is Jean P gonna suffer the same fate as I did when I tried fighting the French with the Koreans? I hope not. Hopefully, Jean P has a little bit more success than I did. Crossing my fingers for our little Juanito Peruano here. Or Pollo Peruano too. You know, he's a pollo. Make some pollo frito out of this Juanito. Yeah. Kind of an interesting matchup because honestly, I feel like Korea's just such a good economic and military civ that they should normally have a pretty easy time here, but yeah, I mean, against France, anything's possible. I feel like if France goes like Zouev, though, Korea has some real problems. Until, of course, they hit H3, because then I feel like Korea goes with Byung-Yung, and they take advantage of their anti-assault multiplier, and then they like beat them back, and it's kind of a good skirmish. Also depends, I think, on what sort of decks we're going to see here. Is France already picked yet? Should around the time they get a shipment. I think in general, Korea is going to go with the usual Grand Palace. Wonder Age up here, get the booming going. Yeah. One thing you can do with Korea, though, that you can't do with other civs is you can take your military units and garrison them inside your own buildings. So if like you can get Chapo to come right to your town center, get your archers, run them into the building, get them away, wait for them to start attacking the building, and then just pull the archers out and get some free hits. It's really an annoying strategy you can use on your enemies. I wonder if people do that sort of thing in Age of Empires 2 with the castle, right? I know you can garrison any unit you want in like a castle or tower, right? Has anybody ever taken like a big group of like arbalists in like a 1v1? Got their champions or hussars or paladins, whatever, to chase after them, jump in the castles, mess them up, and then jump on the other side of the castle and start shooting them again? Yeah. Very interesting thought. But deck-wise, what do we got? So, we got some army units, we got some improvements, a lot of different things going on here. We do have traditional archer combat, helps the Byung-Yungs and the Gungo Cav. Japanese training for the Byung-Yungs, as I call them. They're actually spelled Byolgi-Guns or whatever. I'm not going to say that, though, because it doesn't sound right when I say it. Like, I can't pronounce it that easily. You know, Byung-Yung I can say. That sounds Asian enough for me. And Korean enough. But, yeah. Flaming Barrage for the Hwachas, Joseon artillery combat. Fire Cow. I don't know about Fire Cow. I don't know if you should ever really ship this because it's just a petard. Right? I think you're better off with just another, like, shipping a Byung-Gungs perhaps. Maybe, yeah, something else. Something else. Oh, Western Learning does it. Basically gives you access to European arsenal technologies. In particular, ranged cavalry cackerel, which is a grade 1 for your cav archers. Socket bayonet, infantry breastplate, heated shot, and professional gunners. As for Chapo, though, like, what's Chapo doing? So Chapo was playing a lot of I see a lot of upgrade cards here, especially for hand cav and range cav. Has all the hand cav and all the range cav combat cards. Also has the ones for, what are these? For line infantry and grenadier. So definitely focus a lot on stats. Also has advanced arsenal that goes right into that as well. royal decree, coup d'état. Yeah, coup d'état is actually a decent set of royal decree texts, I feel like, because the Belle Époque basically helps you out with your gather rate. Tropas de Montagne, as well as Voltaguards de la Garde, gives you some pretty big masses of cavalry, of skirmishers, basically. You know, first Veteran Alpini, which have great range, and then Guard Cazadors, which are really tanky. They have some more damage. You know, good stuff. I mean, if you can use them at the right time, I think it's totally beneficial to you. What's France going to do at the start, though? Looks like they went up with the Burger. The Burger gives you 4 crates of silver coin. Looks like they're going to start out with some sort of line infantry here, shipping them in. Is that racks? Yep, racks. So they're going to go for combat, it looks like. They're not going to go for the FF. If they did, yeah, no infinite shipments. I don't know what's up with that. Like, why don't you go 10 Chausiers and then infinite 7 Chausiers, you know? Start out with the big bump of them. Maybe get even 6 more with the gunsmith. And then just, you know, keep adding more and more into the mix. I don't know why nobody does that, honestly.
Prêt. Bonjour. Prêt.
Korea putting their barracks all the way out in this area, this territory. You might pay the price for that, actually, because now you're getting surrounded by France. The French frogs are hopping all over your house, all over your base at this point. Yeah, the French frogs are gonna hop their way everywhere with their little French frog legs and beat you. Yeah, group of Dangpa spearmen. Yeah, statistically that doesn't help. Grenadiers had just enough stats to defend long enough against them. So the fact they got range support too definitely doesn't help out a whole lot. That's 200 wood wasted, plus the food and wood that went into the spearmen. Yeah, so this, I think in this case, GP just blundered by not planning things out. This is why I play more passively, more defensively. I might go for like attacks, but I'll do it from my base, or from a clearly distinguishable midpoint that I know is likely not going to get wiped out like that, because now what GP did is he just wasted a lot of wood. He doesn't have a racks over here, right? So he has to build another one, restructure his macro to be able to get some units out of there, and that just puts him behind the game, really. Now Chapo has this big army of Grenadier, line infantry, as well as his 1 HP Minuteman that he can start sending in your direction. And you have to answer to that. And all the while, France is going to be getting more resources, more eco, more military, where that snowball is just going to roll into, you know, a big giant avalanche that you can't deal with.
Oui.
I'm gonna start with the market and probably move over to the town center next for siege. Barracks and a castle. I think it's way too late though for Korea. You know, if they're already in your base and they got these type of unit numbers, yeah, like they're gonna probably, maybe they even take out all the units. Yeah, denying the barracks. Oh, or you could take. Oh yeah, they're gonna just. Yeah, they're gonna do that. They could have just waited for him to finish construction of that thing and just like sniped it, and that's like, yeah. Where's their other? Do they have any? Yeah, like what do they do here exactly? Doesn't look too good. I can plow the hussars towards the villies at that point, while your infantry force goes for the siege. Oh, if they can take down the Grand Palace, that's really devastating. This thing is a powerhouse and a wonder for Korea. What it does is it produces villagers for free over time, a lot like the Ottoman town centers do. It also can research the level 1 market technologies from Europe. So like hunting dogs, placer mines, gang saw, blunderbuss, and great coat. But for double the price. Gives Korea's early economy a really good kick to really push ahead. Building a market. It doesn't even have enough wood to put a barracks down, so Lily needs a market first just to trade off some of that money. All the while they're going to start losing houses left and right, so are they even going to be able to make anything out of that barracks? I don't think so. I don't think you're really going to get very far out of that, honestly. Castle's going down. Just gotta take out the TC now. Yeah, GMP learned this nasty strategy. GMP learned this nasty strategy from Lars. And that strategy is, even though I'm defeated, just run around the map with all your villagers and make your opponent spend another 5 or so minutes trying to chase you around the map. It's something that started with Lars, and I think some Game Ranger boys, a little bit player before named Gnat, and he literally was a gnat too, like an actual fly that eats your fruit and cookies and stuff. Because you fly around the map as soon as you beat him, it's in there for like 15 minutes to lag and internet disruptions and whatever else, ended up happening. And then when the gnat eventually got swatted, then you'd feel such a relief. And then Lars started to do that, and now GMP does the same thing. He literally waits for the whole town center to go kaboom. And then sometimes he doesn't even resign until you take out the last building. And remember, it was in this Liga too, GMP actually built on these islands a town center for himself till the end of the game, forcing the opponent to do trade monopoly on him. Yeah, that was truly something. was truly something. Literally too greedy to waste grenade throws, so Lily was microing them around just to only the butts of the bayonets are being driven into the villagers. Looks like it's GG and we're moving on to the tiebreaker to Malaysia now. That should be interesting. Let's move on to it. Let me load it up now. So, where's the tiebreaker? This one, alright. Hopefully this is the right one. Should be. Should be the right one. So, Chapo's playing his classic Civ of the Canadians, and he will be facing off against GP as the Koreans again. GP really thinks he can pull a fast one off with the Korean Civ, I guess. I don't know about this one. I don't know about this matchup. I would like to say Canada beats this one because of their Chupa de la Marine sailor unit from the barracks. When you go with the Quebecois faction. Yeah, I think so. I mean, unless GP gets a really big mass of young archers here, I think Korea beats out this one. Or I say Canada beats out this one. I mean, Korea can get a bunch of Myungyungs. Korea wins. But if, yeah, it's going to be played between a lot of skirmish units in general. Yeah. The thing is, Korea doesn't actually have a trainable scout shock unit, only an assault one. The Gan H3, the Iron Flail. Same iron flail that you can see in the Asian dynasties with China. That's all they get, basically, for hand cav. So what Korea gets in H2 is they get the Myungyung, which is the longbow archer, the Dangpa spearman, which is a spearman, and then they get the Gungo cavalry, which is a horse archer. So it's maneuver, it's actually not scout at all. Having early maneuver, you know, against Latin American civs is always really good because that basically makes Macheteros unplayable if you can macro around them. Get those cab archers out. But we'll see though, we'll see. The thing you gotta understand with Canada, though, is that it's a Anglophony civilization, which means they actually have two distinct factions within the Civ that you determine which you're going to go with on each age up. For Canada, they have the British-Canadian and the French-Canadian sides, right? The Quebecois versus everybody else. If you go with French Canada, you get a certain set of units. If you go with British Canada, you get a certain sets of units. And it's not like a permanent thing, right? You could go with French Canadians in H2 and go British all the way for the rest of the game, or vice versa, or anything in between. And each politician of the Canadians comes with the unique technology as well that becomes available from your TC, adding even more fun to the Anglophony design. In general, what you do at Canada is you go Québécois and get the Troupe de la Marine. It's a really strong silver unit, low HP but good damage overall. Also a bit pricey, but generally worth it. And you try to use that as your main combat force. And then beyond that, depending on what units you like, you might go Fencibles with the British in Age 3, or you might go Metis with them in Age 3. You might go Mounties in Age 4, or you might go with the Mississauga horse in Age 4. Really depends on your play. And I think for Imperial Age, everybody basically does Voltigouire du Quebec. Some people might still do the Black Watch, I don't know. I do the Black Watch for fun sometimes, but I know it doesn't always work out depending on what the matchup is. Used to be a really nasty unit, but because they add so much cost and pop requirements to it to fizzle it out, it really doesn't feel as great as it used to be anymore. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Pierre-Francois de Lagarde. This will grant you the Troupe de la Marine. Le Chard. Grand Palace again from Korea. Is it the same deck? Looks like it. Looks like the same deck. And Chapo's particular deck here, very aggro-centered, but does have some late game economy. I see Refridge, I see Royal Mint, I even see the squash farming, the squash plantations. What squash plantations does is it increases your gather rate from both the food buildings and the coin buildings, so both plantation and mill. Yeah. Because I guess obviously there's some squashes that you eat, like, you know, a butternut squash or a summer squash or even a pumpkin. Then of course you can sell squash for decorations or Halloween or whatever, like, you know, pumpkin for a jack-o'-lantern, or even some of those weird deformed squashes with lumps and, you know, stuff you get during the fall. Yeah. Live in a region where that stuff's pretty popular, so yeah, you get lots of different weird types of squash that you can get. All shapes and colors, too.
Bonjour.
Looks like the redoubt is coming up. Got some coin crates here. Gonna start shipping some of the Troupes de la Marine right now. Probably gonna get barracks up at some point as well. And these log cabins are actually a pretty essential part of the Canadian Civ. What they do is they trickle wood, about 0.2 wood per second. So if you can get 5 log cabins, you get 1 wood per second. If you get all the possible log cabins, which it would be about 20, because that's the normal build limit of houses in AoE 3, you can have about 4 wood per second. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Almost like a factory, almost. Wood factory. And also then you get crosscut saw as well to help with the wood chopping. Same thing as it's the same technology as gang saw for the Europeans, except it costs 100 coin instead of food, making it a bit different. See, this is the thing that makes the Troupe de la Marine a lot more viable compared to other marine infantry. It sacrifices a lot of its hit points to be a more substantial threat against regular units. Having 32 ranged attack, that is pretty big. Then it totally adds up too when you get the veteran, the guard, the imperial upgrade. These things are not to be messed with. Not at all. I think in particular spearmen are gonna have a real. Well, here's the thing. Look at this. The HP is so low on it. Was able to take out 2 of them. 2 of the marine units. Very impressive. took out one of the monks, and now someone's gonna have to retreat. Getting the hunting dogs right now. Hunting dogs for the Anglophone civs is 100 wood instead of balance 50 wood and 50 coin costs. Minehammer though is pretty cheap, I think. Isn't it like let me think. Isn't it like 50 food and 50 wood or something? Not bad. Let's see, GMP has also set up his monastery here for Lord of the Mountains to start getting in those free tigers. GMP though, going right for the cabins here, is going to deny this one from Chapo. It's actually going to be a negative for him. Tigers though should be an interesting element to this. I think the tigers actually a really painful thing for the Trupa de Marine to deal with, because the tigers are overall a pretty substantial unit with some good HP and some decent hand attack. They have more attack than the spearmen at this stage, so they will definitely force Chapo into a bit of an uneasy situation. As long as GMP continues to make villagers though, I feel like he's going to be in okay shape. He also has to make sure Chapo doesn't get a large mass of the Trupa de Marines though. Yeah. This is something that Chapo has been known for in all of his games. Is kinda something that makes him pretty signature. He builds a wall of log cabins as like a wall that pays for itself with the wooded returns. And not only does the log cabins act as part of the wall, whenever you construct a Canadian building, a group of maple trees will be produced alongside the building that you can gather wood from. See here it says trees spawned by a Canadian building. So yeah, essentially if you really want to build a good defense, you could just like stack up a bunch of these log cabins around your base, and then the maple trees fill in the gaps, and then you can save even more wood and your walling costs. Really is useful. And then for whatever reason, if you run out of wood on the map, there you got some maple trees that you can start chopping down with their nice fall foliage colors and their yellows and their oranges and so forth. Still a bit weird though, seeing a bunch of like northern New England colored trees in the middle of the Malaysian jungle though. Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes me think back to that Republic of Vermont civ I requested before. You know, the devs will really take me up on that and do one. Be a fun like, a new fun civ, since they want to kill off Malta so badly. Just do a Republic of Vermont civ to spice things up a bit. You know, now the Cato Santos has added the Wars of Liberty Malta to his mod under the name Knights of St. John. Why can't Wars of Liberty have a Republic of Vermont civ to, you know, have their own zany ideas added into it? And the reason why I suggested that one is because it actually was a country at some point, so yeah. And they could definitely do a lot of stuff around these colorful maple trees too, since that's the region where that comes from, right? Tried to come up with some very baseline designs for it before, but it's gonna take some incubation and thinking before I come up with anything substantially accurate or anything. Maybe someone else will beat me to it. You know, I'd love somebody to beat me to it because they probably do a better job, and yeah. My designs are kind of iffy at best. The only sort of stuff I get good design-wise is just like getting something to do good gameplay-wise. Like, I know right away if a bonus sounds too, you know, like you could tell the person who's designing it hasn't played a game in their life before, and they're like, oh yeah, this is a good way to represent history. But when you're doing like a real multiplayer match, it's like, yeah, there's no economic or other way to represent that properly, and yeah. Now the Myungyungs, this is another thing you might work here, because the Myungyungs have a better, I believe, do they have a better rate of fire than the, I think they do. They definitely have more range. They have like 22 range versus 16. That could make a big difference here. Oh, they're going to take down a fur trader. That is big. Those fur traders, those things are really big hunters. What they are basically is they're a explorer, so they can like build trading posts, try out town centers and stuff, and gather treasures. But they can also hunt for food. That's sort of their other thing. But unlike normal heroes, they can be killed, right? As far as your immortal village is concerned, your shepherd dog here is the only explorer you get that doesn't die ever. It just, winces in pain and sits there in the dirt for a while taking a doggy nap. Yeah. So now the youngs are... Yeah, this is becoming a bit of a problem for GP right now. The attack on these Tropa Diamantines is just really large right now. Like, what can he do, though? I mean, he could go for Capital H and try to get some more spicy units here. However, you cannot go with Fire Lance because Fire Lance would actually really hurt you here. Because these Tropa Diamantines had 2x against Siege Unit, which means they actually would deal 64 range damage to the Fire Lancers. Which means only a handful of them could probably take out a large army of them. Especially considering their crush armor, too. Definitely a formidable unit. Building the Hwasong Fortress now. Hwasong Fortress is a pretty decent wonder. And basically what the Hwasong Fortress is, it's like a big fort. It's like a big giant castle, basically. So it does all sort of the stuff the castle does. It protects the area. You can garrison your bills in there. It can train artillery and act as a homestay gather point. And it actually also gets upgraded by the same castle upgrades as well. So if you upgrade your castles, you're also upgrading the Hwasong Fortress's stats. Chapo's also taking advantage of fishing on the map as well. So definitely going to be taking advantage of that.
Oui.
Now the problem begins, because now GMP doesn't have a army to defend with. So he's going to have to ship that army, and hopefully he picks the right selections. Kind of wish you would have a shipment of Iron Flails here, I think. Iron Flails would be pretty solid in this situation. I think, yeah, I think Korea going Iron Flails is probably a really good play against Canada, because really the first two ages are highlighted by anti-infantry, which the Iron Flails do great against. And all of them except for the Foot Guard have the skirmish tag, so if you can get like 20 Iron Flails, and you can add the tin armor to them card, that is enough to like wipe out an entire army of Tropa Diamantines with, right off the bat.
준비. 예. 출동. 예. 진격. 대기.
Oh, iron flails. There we go. There we go, iron flails. This is exactly what you needed, Jimpy. He knew what I was talking about. Only problem is, though, you need to get these villas out and start mining right away. Start mining, start eating some animals, start getting that eco going. Because if you can like keep up a queue of iron flails going, I think you're in great shape. Yeah. Austin Calavier, one of the New France factions politicians once again, will grant you access to the Metis Rebel, which is a skirmisher that costs food and wood. It has good armor values, good damage values, but is shorter range. And Austin Calavier's technology is actually the Bank of Montreal, so you get a bank. Great source of coin income. My question is, though, how does GP come up with the fluent coin needed to keep lines of the iron flails going? Going for the Byung now. I really don't like this option here because it says it's good against assault units, which is the only thing it has multipliers against. But Canada doesn't actually have assault units. At least not until Great War Age, right? Because obviously tanks are considered assault units. That would be considered an assault unit, but yeah, you really don't have any assault units in the Canadian roster until you get to World War I tanks and like the Great War Age. So you're telling me you're gonna make a useless unit that, you know, doesn't even serve a purpose? Yeah, like, look at the stats on it. It's like, it's alright, but yeah, it's actually not alright. Look at that low HP though. You really don't want to be running that unless they're going for assault units. Generally isn't a fruitful venture, honestly. Yeah, like, just make a bunch of iron flails. The only problem, though, is at this point that since Chapo's, like, capital age at this point, he could just add riflemen in to snipe at the, riflemen to snipe at the iron flails. Come to a bank. This is the Bank of Montreal here. Light Cav will probably be pretty dangerous against these Byung-Yungs. In matter of fact, these Byung-Yungs, even though they're supposed to be like considered like almost anti-cavalry, they don't have any multiplier against the scout unit, so they're actually totally useless against Light Cav. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it's kind of sad too. Kind of sad the fact that GP is actually training them. Stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and if he actually ships this, that's going to be even more sad, I think. Even actually, Fire Lancers are also very sad in this matchup because, you know, the Troupe de Marines can handle them pretty much on their own, flat down, pretty easily. It's almost like JP's making like the wrong units here. Like, if it was me in this situation, I would keep going Iron Flail until he adds in Rifleman and then start adding some young archers with the Iron Flails. Artillery is always an option, but you need to make sure they are out of the range so the Troubadour Marines can't keep them in check. With their 16 range. So these are now veteran Byung-Yungs, so they have some stats now. Fire Lancers. You really want these Fire Lancers actually probably to hit the cannons. Try to hit the Whitworths with them. Yeah, try to hit the Whitworths with them. Well, it looks like he's doing that right now. You can see the rockets trying to blast into this one. And what are the stats on these Troubadour Marines? Not veteran quite yet. Actually, Chopper hasn't even upgraded any of his units yet. I find kind of interesting. Woodworth was on 0 hit points. How is that can still alive? Did you see that? I read 0 hit points on it. 0 hit points and it was still capable of firing now. Yeah. I'm impressed by Chapo's resolve to win this without upgrading any of his units at all. Yeah. Yeah, this definitely came down to wrong unit composition. GP definitely should have made more of the Iron Flails. He should have, you know, made that like his base, and he would have wiped out those Troubadour Marines with it, and then because of the splash attack, probably would have done pretty decent to against the Light Cap. Pretty sure of that. GG though, I mean, that first game by Gaio, whatever, I call him Pollo Peruano, or GP, yeah. Pollo Peruano did pretty good here. In game 1, game 2 was pretty lacking because of this slip up in the start with the barracks. And now in game 3 kind of slipped behind because of his unit choices. It's alright though, I mean, Marine Infantry are one of those lesser used units these days, so I mean, not everybody probably knows what they're supposed to be doing or anything. Yeah, and here comes the Rifleman. So if you wanted to make your Iron Flails now, these things would wipe them under the rug for the most part. Good game though overall. I mean, I always welcome new matches all the time. I think these guys did the best that they could. Now we're going to be moving on to the single match that we got of Eternity versus Delian. Should be a fun one. So, Eternity versus Delian. I'll check the chat real quick. Streletsy, this match number. It depends on the map. If it's on Mendocino or Dakota, depending on what variant of AoE3 you're considering. If it's Dakota or Mendocino, that would be game number 1. If the map is on Hudson Bay, then it would be match number 2. If it's on Malaysia, it would be match number 3. The maps are played sequentially from thing to thing, and there's no like map picking or camera picking or anything like that. It's Mendocino, Hudson Bay, Malaysia. Every series is done that way. If you can win a 2-0, you never have to see Malaysia. If you can't beat them in the first 2 matches, then Malaysia's going to be used. It's pretty much how it works. So now we're doing Eternity versus Delian, match number 1. Alright, so Delian's going as Belgians, one of his preferred civs. Eternity is playing the United States of America. To the Republic for Juanita Boliviana stands, pretty much. Yeah. I think at this case, if we don't see Bolivia right at the start, that's usually a sign that, or China means that somebody probably banned Eternity from playing China and Bolivia. Because that's like the bread and butter of Juanita Boliviana's China and Bolivia. Those are the 2 heavy hitters and hooks that Eternity has. Also India somewhat too. And probably Sweden. He's good with Sweden. I've seen Eternity Korean matches too. Usually against me actually. Definitely very alright, so background knowledge. The thing that makes the Belgians pretty unique compared to the other European civs is the fact that they start with a frontier wagon, and that frontier wagon can turn into a trading post, a outpost, or a tavern. We see the TP coming in right now. And essentially, if you can use this bonus really well, it means that you can usually take over an entire trade route on this map by age 2, right? You can have like 1 TP over here, age 2, just fill in the 1 over here. And often what you can do then is you can go for stagecoach and start, getting some real hard resources working. And we'll have to check the deck as well. So this deck is very map control centered, it looks like. We see advanced trading posts, so for the rest of the trading posts that your frontier wagons cannot fill, you're going to want to make them cheaper, which I see right here. Also 300 wood, which I think it's a little bit overkill to go for the 300 wood. I think just the advanced trading post is fine, and then you can follow that up with fortified trading posts later on. What fortified trading post does is it allows your trading post to shoot cannonballs instead of, the regular bullets. So they essentially become like little mini forts that can really good at wiping stuff out that comes anywhere near them. We also see the Royal Decree for Belgium, the Treaty of London. Crates contain more resources, extraction quotas. The units you can get are pretty good with the Belgians. You can get the Empress Bodyguards, which sends you Louisiana Tigers, and the Canaris de Namur, so guard partisans, guard pikemen. Pretty solid. In terms of everything else, I'd say this is pretty standard Belgian, having like 4 crates, line infantry, hussar, volunteers, and then you have bicycle and force publique and military use, and H3, which is a machine gun. Yeah. Aging up with the Artisan, 400 wood. Eternity is aging up with James Madison of the Confederacy. So the two factions for the United States are the Union and the Confederacy, since a lot of the Wars of Liberty period takes place during, the Civil War. Yeah, this is one of the things you gotta be careful with the Anglos too, is their shepherd's dog gathers the treasure so quickly that your regular explorer will never grab it in time if that little doggo appears to grab it from you. And the fact that Eternity is going, James Madison is telling me that he's likely going to do Louisiana Tigers here. The Union unit would be the Leatherneck, which is just a Marine infantry. Statistically different than the troop I did on Marine we saw last game, but same idea. Good against artillery, good against siege units. And if you're curious where those sort of like unit stats came from, they're based on actually the Marine infantry from Definitive Edition. You know, how you can have your Minutemen be changed to Marine soldiers. That's where they got that sort of unit stat inspiration from. But I think in general here, I think it's safe to say that it all comes down to how Delenn can handle ranged assault units. Since that's what the Louisiana Tiger is, it's a ranged assault unit. Essentially what a ranged assault unit... Oh yeah, this is the other thing you get by going Confederacy. You can actually make some African slaves too for coin, alongside your normal food costing pioneer villagers. I'm actually not sure though if these slaves actually get a improved gather rate from the mining and the plantation gathering. Does it mention that? Yeah, no, I think these are the same as the Brazilian slaves. So they have their like better kung fu moves and kicks and stuff, but they don't get any better gather. Yep, here's that. What's this? Did that explorer just mess up the building patterns of that villager? I kept seeing it twitch. Kept seeing the thing twitch and it wouldn't finish it. You just bought yourself some extra time, man. That's great. Probably gonna need all the time you can get here. Because once these Louisiana Tigers come out, you got some real problems. Essentially how these things work is they have hand armor, since that's what assault units get in this game, is they all get hand armor. It gets a range attack of... These in particular get 15 range attack, and they get a multiplier against infantry. That's what the assault part comes in, and then since they're also considered cavalry units, but dismount ones, they just run really fast, with the movement speed of 5.5, which is slightly faster than that of the Beveringer, so they can outrun the Beveringer, even. And what you want to do with these is, you want to just keep running them at your enemy, either taking out infantry. They're also good against villagers, you know? They're good against villagers. They're probably the closest thing you'll see to, like, cav archers from AoE 2. Because they don't have that malice against the villagers. They can do 15 damage apiece, which when you combine, that's enough to snipe lots and lots of villagers and take them out pretty much. Oh, but then Delenn is doing a sneak attack. Oh god, he just threw a bomb at that poor civilian. That's terrorism, man. You can't get away with that. But here comes the U.S. Army, though, to stop you in your tracks. No kidding either. These southern tigers are gonna definitely rip you out like they are a tiger. Yeah, see, this is why the Louisiana Tigers are really nasty to deal with. Because once they start, oh yeah, and then you can put them in a stagger mode too, so you offset the effect of the grenade throw, which is really horrendous for the person using the grenades. And then you want to try to get as much cover as you can here with the Louisiana Tigers. Take out as many grenades and the volunteers as possible here.
Want to have some sherries?
Some more Zwevs and into the mix. What I find kind of disturbing, though, is that they're moving at the same movement speed as when they were running before, but now they're just walking. It's like their legs grew like twice the size or something, and they got like giant giraffe legs or something. They're like taking up the same distance, but in a walking motion instead of running. So, yeah, that could be the only explanation of why a Louisiana tiger can walk so quickly. Is probably because it has the actual legs of a tiger itself. Oh no, Delenn, you did it. You delivered your food crates to the front lines again. We already saw somebody do that today, but not as bad as this. Like, yeah, I mean, you wanted to lose at that point. Delivering 700 food to your enemy. How much do you want this Juanita Boliviana? Do you want her to marry you, Delenn? Must be the case if you just drop off your food like that, right in their base like that. I mean, seriously. Couldn't mess it up any more than that. Definitely. 100%. So now we're going to do the final encounter of the night, which will be, I think, Fufi versus Rommel now. And this one's going to be another 3-match one, so get your tacos ready, Juanitos. We're going to need it. Gonna need all the energy you can get to watch this. This is the last series of the night, and we're gonna want to take this one off with a bang. Alright, so Fufi versus Rommel match number 1. If it sings for whatever reason, I'll just try to run it in the older patch that I still have access to. Like after this week, I can actually delete that and save some disk space, but I just keep that as a backup for now in case any of these recording games need that, actually. So, we actually got a Uruguay today from Fufi. Kind of an interesting pick. You know, not a lot of people play as Uruguay. Uruguay is one of the stranger Latin American civs. And they're going to be going up against India, against Mahatma Gandhi, Nuclear Gandhi.
Say.
You know India for sure. You know, they're a vanilla civ. So we don't really need to talk too much about India. I will note, though, that their cards are a little bit better now since the amount of free villagers you get is proportional to the age number now. So age 4 cards, you get 4 villagers. Age 3, 3 villagers. 2 villagers. Sadly, age 1 cards still deliver just 1 villager, which is unfortunate, but couldn't have it any other way, I guess. So, Uruguay has a really weird logic to it. So, they kind of turn what you know about Latin American civs on their head a little bit. So, for one, there's this rule with Uruguay where if you don't select a immigrant colony the first time it becomes available in your age up options, it goes away forever and gets replaced with another immigrant option in the following age. Yeah, pretty much. And if you do pick that immigrant colony when it does show up for the first time, then it stays there always, right? It doesn't go away anymore. So yeah, that's sort of the way the Uruguay civ works. If you just don't like any of the immigrant options you get in the age they appear, just pick the one you do want, and then they'll be replaced with something probably better in the following age, and so forth. You start out, I think, with Germans, Arabs, and Polish, because I pointed out to the devs that you were literally running into immigrant options before they'd even let you train any units, so it was like, what am I going to do exactly? You know? And then you could at least pick a immigrant unit to make, right? Polish for grenades, Germany for the U1 cavalry that they get, and Arabs for Gallego musketeers. Uruguay unfortunately doesn't have villager shipments, so Furrier ends up becoming meta at this point. Well, I wouldn't say meta, but it's an option you can do. You can do Furrier. Another card that I like to get is the Montelissimo. And what it is, it's basically the same thing as the sumptuary laws of the Asian civs, just without the export. So it gives you a wood trickle, a coin trickle, an XP trickle, and a food trickle. A little bit of everything. And this card here, Oriental Exodus. Banquianos move faster and provide more population. I've done this card a couple of times. I don't truly know if it's probably the best one to go with, but I think in the end you actually end up saving on wood costs because you don't need houses anymore, depending on how compact you can make your armies at the start. Yeah, I can imagine. Well, here's the thing. How many villagers, how many Banquionos can you have? Let me look at the build limit. So you got 90 of them, right? So 90 times 2 is 180, right? So you end up with 180 population if you get 90 Banquionos, right? So you only need 2 houses, which is only 200 wood. So you save about 1.8k wood by using that card. Not bad. Not bad at all. And it probably reduces your need for food, for wood crates a lot of the time, I think. Because if you already have a racks, you already have a stable, you probably don't need to produce more than that. So now I see they're edging up with the Germans, the German wave, number 1. And that's the other thing Uruguay does differently. So instead of shipment costing battalions, the Uruguayan immigrant colonies will let you train their units for actual resources. Yeah. And it's, in fact, and it's for that reason that Uruguay is probably one of the only civs you'll ever really see immigrant units from in a chorizo tournament, because it's the only sort of immigrant system that Liga B chorizo could actually digest, I guess. So, yeah. Ready for that. Yeah. But other than that, though, I feel like if you like the way the immigrant variety works, I think for Uruguay you're going to like a lot of their strategies. Because they're not limited by shipments, right? Like if you can't get train posts, you know. Yeah, pretty much you can train like regular units. They also benefit from regular unit training technologies as well. So like, they used to have fencing school and Ryan school, but those were removed in favor of a immigrant card that, this one here actually, Legion de Extranjeros, which immigrants are trained faster except immigrant artillery. So it combines both fencing school and riding school all in one. And sort of the idea of the civ is, while you can train regular units like Conscripto, Escopetero, Pardo, Lancero, as well as their blending unique unit, the idea is that you're going to be training mostly immigrant units, and you're generally encouraged to do that more. The only sort of exception to that rule, of course, is their unique unit, the blending U, and then some of their common units if you apply a lot of upgrade cards to them, which they get a lot of. We actually don't see any of them here, but let me tell you, some of them are pretty good. They got one that gives the Blanding U Dragoon of theirs 1 splash. It already starts out the match with, like, I think 2 splash. Is it 2 splash or 1 splash? If it's 1 splash, it becomes 2, which is better. If it's 2, it becomes 3, which is even better, yeah. Blanding U is probably, like, the strongest unit in the Uruguayan roster. It's not even a common unit. But then they get some, like, one that emulates the Steel Point Spear for your Lanceros, giving them +1 multiplier against Skirmish. They get one that's +1 multiplier against shock units, I believe, for the Conscripto and the Pardo, actually. So they become even more efficient as anti-cav units. And then I think if it serves me right, if it's a shock multiplier for the Conscripto, it actually makes it viable against things like the Montanera or the Infernale, as well as things like Mounted Skirms, which is really interesting, you know. It does make it a better anti-cap unit in that sense. Going for Advanced Fireman. Interesting pick there. To explain that one a bit, you kind of have to understand how the German immigrants work. So these are their villagers, these German masons. They gather really badly, but they build really quickly. You know, they construct buildings in pretty quick amounts of time. But in terms of like actual villager work, like hunting and mining and stuff, they're just really bad at, you know. They'd rather be in some bratwurst and pretzels than actually working for their food, basically. Once that work involves building houses and stuff. Which you see they do really quickly here. And these German houses that they construct has a special property to them. They allow you to send out a batch of firemen. And firemen are an emergency unit you can make from immigrant colonies of any kind, not just Germans. That acts as sort of like the immigrants' version of Minutemen. I think they have the same stats as Minutemen too, except they look a little bit fancier. They have little golden German style, you know, helmets on, so they're a bit different. But yeah, that's generally how firemen work. Most of the firemen you know in your community, you're usually out there in the big red fire truck putting out fires. Instead, the firemen in Wars of Liberty, you know, might even be starting fires themselves by throwing torches at enemy buildings, or actually shooting out the enemy villagers with their guns who are trying to put out the fires. So, firemen in Wars of Liberty don't actually act like firemen at all unless, you know, they're firing upon those trying to put out the fires, and they really are firemen, like firing upon civilians, basically. Yeah. In a sense of what the advanced fireman technology we saw it does is it lets you call out the firemen a second time from the immigrant colony and the houses, I believe. Yeah.
A sus órdenes. Preparado.
And it also lets you call out your Serendos too, which is the Juanito Civ's variant of emergency units. It's like this little emergency spearman that they can make that has multipliers against siege units, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I guess the devs wanted to do that, so whatever, man. Yeah, and it gives them more stats too. Makes the firemen slightly stronger. So this is the Oktoberfest. Essentially what it does is it gives you 500 food and 200 coin, I believe. No, it gives you 500 coin and 200 food. So it gives you a lot of money and enough bratwurst and pretzels to get you through the end of the match, hopefully. 200 food, yeah. Right now, though, it seems like Uruguay is mostly just sticking to conscripto training for now. Once they need some scout units, they could add some of the Legion Diabo from the German colony here. They have the same stats as Yuans, so 40 hand attack and very low HP. They're also one pop, by the way, which is a cool part of Yuans in this game. The Wars of Liberty that the Yuan class of cavalry is a one pop unit because it's low HP, so you can actually mask them properly and stuff. It's pretty fun. Pretty fun overall. India, though, is going to try to counteract all that with Sepoy and Gurkha play. Oh, this isn't good. This is where the economy is. Man, you gotta pay attention to your surroundings, man. You could have gotten some free snipes over there, unless he really wants to preserve that army. Yeah, I think he just didn't want the Gurkhas to catch up and start shooting at his back at that point. So here comes some of those Batallo de Diabos, some of those German immigrant cavalry.
¿Qué querés?
Gracias por la gauchada, che.
Dígame, señor. Entendido.
A sus órdenes. Preparado.
A sus órdenes, ya mismo voy. Me quedó claro.
¿Qué querés? Me quedó claro.
Ja, Auftrag. Wird erledigt. Jawohl, verstanden. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt.
Dale nomás. Que llene el horno y nos vamos a encontrar.
Dígame, señor. A sus órdenes. Ya mismo voy. Entendido. ¿Qué querés? Me quedó... Ya mismo voy. Entendido. Ya mismo voy. Dígame, señor. a tus órdenes. Me quedó claro que los entendido. Dígame, señor Fleming, ahora.
Ja, jawohl. Wird erledigt. In den Kampf.
¿Qué quieres? Me quedó para la guerra, Fleming, ahora. ¡Combate, carajo!
Interesting. So it looks like Rommel went with the Ottoman consulate. So basically, what makes the Ottoman consulate a little bit different in Wars of Liberty than Legacy is, instead of getting hand cavalry like the Gardeners or the Delis that you get in DE, the Wars of Liberty consulate will give you Abyss Gunners as your 400 consulate army. Yeah, and then Age 3, that consulate army gives you Humbarasi, which is the Grenadier, of course. We know them from DE with the Abyss Gunners, and then I believe Age 4 would be Humbarasi Grenadiers with bombards, basically. Oh, what are these? These are the Kunko Aka Riders. Fast native cavalrymen, good against natives, mercenaries, and other special units. Does that mean they get multipliers against consulate units too? In that case, they might actually wipe out these Abyss Gunners potentially. Yeah, let's see how they do against that actually. They're not bad like statistically either against other things, but you should really be trying to target the Abyss Gunners with them. Should be a pretty easy snipe for them, I think, if you can do that. Bayonets of the Conscriptos, though, helping against the Sawars. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to, like, look. I think they might have a multiplier against what would be 2.5, so they'd be, like, doing 60 DMG. Ah, yeah, I think so. Yeah, unfortunately, though, not enough to fight this off. Yeah, Conscriptus trying to take out another Gurkha or two. Yeah, just getting overwhelmed at that point.
Vale nomás. Es en el horno. Nos vamos a encontrar.
Yep, just checking. Did anybody leave any messages lately on the chat? Nope, nothing new yet. Alright. Alright then. Ooh, a Sawar attack on the Bankyo on us. Took out, it looks like one of them. Not bad. Looks like Fufi has switched over to Escopetero now. You do get some combat cards for this Civ, so not a bad
A
choice.
sus órdenes.
Get some good work out of them in the Capital Age, especially. However, I feel like it's Rommel that's probably in the better shape at this point. You know, he's got Abiskars, he's got Gurk still, he's got like all the units he really needs at this point to do a proper push, I would say. General, though, I would say probably at this point, if you're Fufi, you might want to consider adding in more of the Diabo Legion units. You need that sort of like scout unit addition to really push in here. Otherwise, you're going to get beaten out, I think. Grazing? Grazing. Camels generate food and elephants generate wood. I used to get that card when I first got AoE 3, but tell me, is this technology actually worth it? Grazing? I don't know. Like, I mean, we'll have to look at like the trickle rate on these Sawars and see if it pays itself back very good. Can do some of the math. So it's 0.5 food per second. 0.05 food per second. So how many seconds are in a minute? So 60. So what is 60 times that? 60 times that would be, well, I mean, I can imagine it would, well, I mean, if you do it from that point in the decimal place, 2. So if I do my calculations correctly, probably it would give you one food every, like, 10 seconds or something. And that's just for an individual one. So for a bunch of Sawars, how many would this be? About 12 Sawars. The trickle rate would really be combined, would be closer to that of 1.10 per second or something. Yeah, that's not bad actually. I mean, but you really have to go all in camel, I think, to really make it worthwhile. Like if you go Sawar and Samurai and then you go Mahouts later with Howda, yeah, that works. But of course, what I mean, of course you're going to be vulnerable to hand infantry, like pikemen. So is that something you really think you can pull off? Or maybe you just add in your other unit classes using your export from your consulate to get, say, mounted skirmishers like the Chausier, Cheval, and the Zouaves. Oh yeah, you could actually do that because the new French consulate for India in this mod does give them access to the Chausiers and the Zouaves. As well as Grognard Grenadiers too. So plenty of anti-infantry to round out the weaknesses of your Sawars. I see some food growing in this one eco here. So maybe grazing actually does do something. Look at all the Sawars though actually ripping through that line of Escopeteros though. That is pretty scary. Troop steel guns, not enough. This is the sort of interesting dynamic you run into with Uruguay because they can train their immigrant units. Here's a fireman, by the way. I don't think they signed up for that part, being a volunteer fireman. But yeah, getting back to sort of like the aspect of everything. One thing you get taken advantage of as Uruguay is the fact that if you stick to just immigrant unit training for your resources, your units do, your immigrant units do end up shadow teching. They get the veteran upgrade, the guard upgrade, the imperial upgrade, all for free without an additional cost applied to them. So you end up saving bigly, like, down the line once you get to industrial imperial age, because pretty much all those units that you unlocked are fully upgraded all the time. The only thing you need to do is get, these type of cards, Foreign Combat, which adds additional stats to your immigrant units. And how it identifies that is immigrant units actually have the consulate unit tag, same one as this Abyss Gunner here from the consulate. So that's how those are programmed, basically. They get the consulate unit flag. And thus, whenever you upgrade your consulate units, you're also upgrading your immigrant units, which is kind of interesting. But that also means, like a card like Team Filibuster War for Central America, that gives units multipliers against those with consulate flags, means is it makes your whole army better against Uruguay, which is probably the closest thing we've seen to the dynamic that spies used to have against the Habsburgs' all mercenary army. Remember those days when somebody would just spam a bunch of spies and find a really strong spy unit and just completely obliterate the Habsburgs with them? Probably the next closest concept, really. Are those flail elephants? Why would you throw flail elephants by themselves like that, man? The firemen are gonna fire upon them, fire at will on them, and wipe them out with their anti-siege unit multipliers. This fort up here is gonna add an interesting challenge to Rommel, though, going in for that siege. Yeah, I just don't know at this point, like, what's Rommel's plan exactly here? Now, what I'm surprised by, too, is the fact that they didn't want... Well, wait a sec. I don't think... Yeah, that's kind of the unfortunate thing is, if you go like German immigrants in Age 2, none of your new immigrant options are really that good, because Swedish, gives you another skirmisher, which Germany already has. In the, the Brummer, right? The Brummers is a German immigrant skirmisher, so you don't need the ski troopers of Sweden, and then the Croatians just give you, their skirmisher, the Cazador de Indios. It's not even like they give you a Falcuza either, so, like, if they gave you a Falcuza, at least you begin sailors from it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a problem, honestly. And for that reason, I feel like, they really need to rework the Croatian immigrants a little bit so you can make Falcuzas without the age up. Because I just feel like, they lose a lot of potential by not being able to make their sailor units throughout the game. Yeah. Like, and it's not even a balance problem because you'd be spending 2 shipments to get them anyways. Like if, yeah, pretty much. Essentially it. Because you'd put it down 1 shipment to get the Falcuza and another one to get the Mourners, which was the Croatian immigrant sailor unit. So that should actually be perfect, you would think. Balance-wise and design-wise. What do you do now, though, as Fufi is the question. You got conscripts, you got escopeteros, but they're not upgraded. Like, what do you do against a fully upgraded India at this point, who's already industrial age? They could literally go honored Mahouts now. And they can afford honored Mahouts, they can afford it. Or they could get Arumis. They could go Arumi swordsman with Mahouts. And there's nothing you can do about that. The Arumis destroys the line units, the heavy infantry, they destroy the maneuver units, and the Mahouts destroy the skirmish units. There's nothing you can do to counter that, really. And of course the Mahouts also rips through the artillery as well. Which reminds me, yeah, because of grazing, these Mahouts are also bringing in wood income, too. So this is really Really an interesting boost to your economy here. Yep, I think we're gonna see Honored Mahouts real soon here. Unless he's making them from the Agrifort. Yeah, like, yep. Oh, yeah, here's the Caravanserai. Huh, how did that happen? Talk about idling your wagons, man. Let Sawar do that to you. It's not good. Oh no, Rommel's getting the 2 Darnawa's guns shipment from the arming consulate. That is gonna hurt pretty badly here. Darnawa's guns is the one thing you probably don't want here. Because this Juanito doesn't even have any more steel croup cans to counter that with. One blinding you, really? Is that gonna do anything? Yeah, I don't think it's gonna do anything. You think it's gonna do anything? I don't think it's gonna do anything. Yeah, here's some of those Brummer skirmishers. Really walking on death's door at this point. 2 of them? I'm gonna do it 2 of them. Yeah, these are the stats, by the way. That's basically, I think they're based off of generic skirms, I believe. Could be wrong, but at least that, from my understanding, they're just generic skirms. Ooh. Big hit there. Yeah, just not enough like things to deal with elephants, Darnales. Really not enough to do with anything here. Wait a minute, what are you throwing at him? You really threw your Goldworks wagons at the elephants, trying to defend yourself? What is this? I mean, that is really horrifying. Can't be serious about that, man. I know you're dying, man, but at least go out with some grace or something. There's no time for that now. Good match for Rommel, though. Good one. Yeah, I just don't know, man. I was like watching that, like, huh. No, like, after Rommel went FI, there was like no competition anymore. It was like, yeah, man, whatever. I kind of feel like Fufi could have played that a little bit nicer, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like the way the devs handled Uruguay kind of took a 180 nosedive. You know, when they were first released, Uruguay was probably the most OP civ in like the mod, and then they somehow reworked it into being one of the worst civs in the mod. Well, at least it looks like it. You know, they had some really cool late game stuff a while ago, and then they took that out. Like, they used to have instantly training immigrant units you can make from their hero. It was cancerous, but they ended up getting rid of that. So it's like, why do we play in Uruguay anymore? What did they get? Just doesn't. I mean, it's probably one of the only civs that really doesn't have a good structure. Uruguay, you'd think with the way they're set up that they need like extra immigrant colonies or something to justify them, but I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, seriously. I wouldn't think it would be a bad idea to just have Uruguay have buildings that trains all the different immigrants and has their techs, but your whole home city would be around sending infinite shipments of generic LATAM units that cost resources. Something I don't know. It's probably some weird, funky way of setting that up, but not too sure myself at this point. What do you think? Think there's a way of fixing it? Fixing Uruguay, making them, you know, a little easier to use, something like that? Yeah, hopefully there's something they can do about that, because I like the Uruguay civ. It's really a interesting thing, for sure. Kind of happy tonight that I haven't had to swap over my game version of all. You know, I've been able to use the current version of the mod. I haven't had to drop back to the old version to play these matches over again. It's pretty neat. So here we got Samao Borman playing as Brazil. And what's Rommel doing? Rommel is playing as Haiti. Come on, Rommel. Are you telling me that you lost as Haiti to Brazil? You're playing a 2-hour encounter to die like this? Like if you're playing as Haiti, you should be automatic win. If it's not automatic win as Haiti, I hate your guts at this point. Like, come on, man. It's like the best aggro civ there is. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Haiti is probably like one of the best like aggro LATAM civs there are. Just saying. Just saying, they got some really tough stuff going on with them. Essentially what makes Haiti like really durable too is the fact that if you kill one of these Civite villagers of theirs, they turn into a zombie. Or you can turn them into a zombie. So basically when a Haitian villager is killed, it's not really killed, you know. He kind of sits there on the floor for like 5 seconds holding his kneecap, like, you know, like when a 5-year-old falls on the playground and cries for mommy to come give him a kiss and a band-aid or whatever, you know. And if you don't spend like so much food to turn into a zombie, then that boo-boo turns into death, and they actually do die. Yeah, kind of an interesting voodoo civ in that regard. But yeah, if you always have enough food in general, you can basically ensure that you really never run out of villagers. Well, what I mean by that is you never like lose too many of them when you're getting raided. However, when your villager does become a zombie, right? You turn him into a zombie. If you kill the zombie, the villager dies altogether, right? So, villager dies, you turn him into a zombie. If the zombie dies, the villager dies altogether. Finally, actually dies, right? You can't turn the zombie into a zombie anymore. It just turns too unscientific at that point, and you start going into weird mutations and stuff. Nothing for the Wars of Liberty universe to probably have to piece together at that point. Other than that, though, I would say the thing that makes Haiti a lot Well, they do get these cool politicians too, these revolutionary politicians instead of immigrant colonies. Which, let's be real, would you ever pick one of these revolutionary politicians over an immigrant colony? Like, really? Like, actually, seriously. At least in their current form, they're actually hot garbo, I would say, and you should never do them. But if you somehow have like 50 villagers in age 2, and you want to go up to capital age and turn them all into colonial militia, somehow get a win from that, you got that option. Yeah, the one in age 2, though, is just so weird and weak. Like, it says, hey, your villagers have a less than gather rate for like 30 seconds, and you get 5 colonial militia. Like, yeah, they're like, it's like a mini revolt. It's like a this is the way Haiti works. The revolt in age 1 is like a revolt prototype. You get the units, you get a little bit of reduced gather rate for a couple of seconds, and then you pop out of it. Age 2 to 3 is a mini revolt, right? Your villagers turn to colonial militia, but you get a batch of villagers from the town center too, like I think like 4 or 6 or something, and then you can continue to retrain those villagers. And then age 3, you can actually do a full-scale revolt. You can also do it in age 4 if you want to, after you get all 3 of your immigrant colonies that you want, right? It's just another option. And I think that's probably one of the... You're either going to go for the age 3 revolt if you're doing it quick, or you're going to wait till age 4 to get all your immigrant colonies, at least get guard upgrades, and then hit up the revolt. That's the way I see people actually doing it. And if it's for fun value, you can do it. But I just don't think it's always going to be competitive to do it that way. So for some reason, everybody always goes with German immigrants when they go as Haiti. Only me and a select group of other people are true die-hard Haiti Arab immigrant fans that likes going Gallego with Escopetero, which must be one of the most Giga Chad, biggest combos you can do in Wars of Liberty everness. Like, let's take these high HP musketeers with the stats almost comparable to Janissaries and combine them with our Escopeteros. That's a pretty good skirm musketeer combination, don't you think? Why does nobody do it, though? They always go with Germany. You know, you get out of them, of course, is the Diabo hand cav, which you might not always want. You know what I mean? Yeah, pretty much. I'm just curious here, like, what does Brazil do here to beat Haiti? Like, Haiti must have really taken a vacation in this game to let that happen. Like, or you know what could have happened is, it's totally possible that Haiti just doesn't attack quickly and gives Brazil time to grow. If they do that, then that is definitely something that could have went wrong here. Because normally, Haiti should be able to have the aggro tempo needed to stop Brazil in its tracks. Because Brazil will just try to defend with, say, Conscripto, maybe Machitero, maybe Voluntario, but you should be able to, like, work around that as Haiti and fight your way forward, basically. At least from my understanding. Could be wrong about that, that's at least the way I see it. I gotta say the most awesome thing of Haiti, though, is the fact that they have a building that can convert units. The Lacau. And it can actually convert World War I units, too. You can actually even convert Zeppelins with it. Yeah, that is really scary, man. Because, guess what? That means if you can actually have multiple Zeppelins as Haiti with a little bit of conversion power. That's pretty disturbing. Now, the devs did put a failsafe in that does connect the mustard gas ability of all the Zeppelins together, so Yeah, it's not like you could release multiple clouds of mustard gas, or else you'd be committing war crimes on top of war crimes on top of war crimes, and Geneva Convention would be destroyed. You know, all that stuff would basically go up in flames really quickly. Here comes the Mosquiteros. Good positioning. They should be able to take a nice snare at those Voluntarios. Well, Voluntarios might be able to run very quickly if they get snared like that. What was this? It was right there. You couldn't like manually click that? No wonder you're gonna lose this thing to Brazil. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. It might not happen. You know, like I said, sometimes Juanitos do duplicate record files. But, yeah, I mean, it's not looking good today, man, Rommel. You just came out of a strong game. Don't ruin it so easily. It's only just Voluntario Patriots, man. You shouldn't be getting stumped by them. You should be stumping them. Stumping them. Also, why no infinite Zinglin shipment in Age 2? That wouldn't be a bad option. They actually get one in Age 2. It gives you 5 Zinglins. That could add some scout in, and that would actually be perfect for wiping out your opponent here. Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Qui ça?
Ça qu'a fait? Qui ça veut faire? Ça qu'a fait? Un avant. Va parler. Qui ça veut faire? Ça qu'a fait?
Qui ça?
Va parler.
So, switching over to Escopetero, I see. Technically, the viable route to go, I would say. Well, actually, Escopetero actually has the same range as the Voluntario does. So that might actually be a more viable... Yeah, what are you doing, Rommel? Just try to get those out of there if you can, and wait so you can make a proper connection. Yeah. Yeah, if it comes down to skirmish, I think that the Escopeteros generally wins against the Voluntarios. They have more HP. They have the same damage, but they get splashed. They can hit multiple targets. Also, Rommel's also doing the Infinite Force Vitae shipment as well. So it's not like he's really falling behind eco-wise either at this point. Like, what are the vill counts right now? Fufi has... how many villagers? Not counting the forgers. 23. I'm trying to remember what law of Esgabel de Criollos actually does. Is this the one that adds one more slave to the abolition, or is it the one that boosts the gather rate from the farms? Yeah, because I know they changed one of the abolition texts around. It used to give you a one-time muster of 2 slaves at each economic building, but they ended up changing it over to adding 2 more slaves to each slave trade you do, making the slave trades even more tradable, really. Yeah, more tradable. We'll have to see here. See how that turns out. Yeah, because I feel like right now, Rommel should still be in pretty good shape. How many bills has he got? He's got, yeah, he's got a bill lead right now. Like, I just don't see where this falls apart for you if you're Rommel, right? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Rommel throws his Mishateros or something, I don't know. Even then, you should be fine, like... Yeah, like, Stagger still shouldn't, like, be beating you up too badly here. Yeah, the Mishateros are reaching the cannons. Yeah, they are reaching the artillery. Huh, what's going on here? Just doesn't seem like it's connecting as much. Yeah, like, what's gonna happen? You're gonna... Rumble, right here. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Took one out. It's a nice Haitian voodoo priest now.
Pareil. On apprend l'aller. Oui. L'autre. En avant.
Qui semble le faire?
Oh, Mr. Tails are gonna take that one out. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I think you really should, like, retreat a little. Oh, these are Fufi's Mishateros. That takes out your Escopateros. Alright. Alright, things are starting to change a little bit now. I'm starting to see where Fufi's coming back now and dealing with this. I just don't know, man, how Haiti throws a game against Brazil. Like, this is really messed up. This should not be happening under any circumstance. I would never allow this to happen. I wouldn't let anyone do this. I mean, Brazil's like a slow poke sieve. Slower than slow roasted pork, probably. So, I mean, they really shouldn't be beating Haiti in a 1v1. Haiti should definitely have control of the whole situation. Yep, here's Batallo de Diabo immigrant units. They should be able to, yeah, these are actually essential in this case because you're going to need a little bit of something to fight the Mishateros with, I think. Yeah. I don't like that entry, though, with the Mishateros, though. Like, I think you gave Fufi additional hits on your units, which definitely didn't help too much. And what about the Vision Batallos, though? Are you gonna, like, use these, or... Well, right now you can't because it's got too many conscriptos, though. So it's not that simple of a situation. Definitely not. Yeah, I mean... Wow. Haiti not able to stand up to Brazil. That's a serious skill issue, man. I didn't even know how Rommel even stood. It just shows you how strong India is as a civ. Like, Rommel couldn't even, like, contend with, like, Brazil was Haiti. Yeah, that's a skill issue, man. Nothing about it. Like, and I mean, someone like Rommel probably needs, like, immigrant units to help himself here. Like, you probably actually, yeah, you would probably need, like, as many of these batches of Diabos as you can to, like, force them off. You know what I mean? Yeah, definitely. So double barracks Escopetero. You're still struggling.
Ça, d'un coup.
It's time to get some training and help, man. Like, how many vills does he have now? 25? And how much has Foofy got? Oh, Foofy's ready for aging up. This is not good.
Qual é a sua ordem?
33. 33. Yeah, just reposition him. It's not worth getting caught up by him. You should really be attacking as a combined force. Maybe using stagger. Use stagger mode whenever you can as Escopeteros. You want to get as many unique angles and shots as you can with them. Just so you're landing more hits in all of his units, really. And what's like Foofy gonna do when he hits Capital Age? I think he's just gonna go Zuevo, Bienal, and then he's gonna go with the Cazador Montado after that. I guarantee you that. Really no other way I see this panning out, really. It has to be Cazador Montado with, yeah, I just don't see it going any other direction. So once you get the Zuevos, Bienals, followed by the Cazador Montado, hey, Rommel's not going to be able to defend that with Escopeteros anymore because the Cazadors have 50% pierce armor, so it doesn't matter if you're firing a shotgun at them, bullets are just not going to hit that hard, right? Yeah, pickets, what's up with this picket fence of yours? No more Mosquiteros, at least for now, so I mean, I don't know why you're throwing pikes at them. That's what these are, by the way. These are pikemen. The only difference between them and like European pikemen is they actually have a long line of sight, and they can see spies as well and stealth units. Yeah, it's all going to turn around now because Foofy's going to get infinite. Gonna get the Zuevos Bienals. Yeah, I think. Oh, he's actually going to go for an Ingeno. I thought he was going to go for the Ingeno. Oh, here's the Zuevos Bienals. Alright. Pretty tough unit, you know. They have the same stats as the French Webs, by the way, and the Louisiana Tigers, pretty much. So it's a pretty formidable unit. They used to have infinite shipments in the Brazil Civ, but devs didn't like them very much. They're like, yeah, not every unit that has Civ has a special unit from the home, so you should technically get them infinite, you know what I mean? So they unfortunately lost that for unforeseen circumstances, and now they just get two, like, regular shipments of them, you know? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So yeah, they generally do like 22 damage per hit to infantry. I think it's less than the Louisiana Tiger though. Yeah, the Louisiana Tiger doesn't do like 15 damage off the bat though. But these ones are tankier, that's the thing. They have 308 hit points. These ones can take a lot of like abuse and bullets and stuff. I think the Louisiana Tigers just get shot down a lot quicker. And that's why, that's why these guys unfortunately have a little less damage. So yeah, I'm assuming the next shipment's going to be some sort of Cazador Montado shipment. Oh, Volant. Yeah, do Cazador Montados, man. Or this, you could do Skirmish for Combat first. Pickets, Pickets can do some damage against things. However, the hand armor of the Assault class does make it slightly less effective. Conscriptos are going to connect with some of these Civites, because they're right on top of them. I don't think they can turn them into zombies for a worthy investment. Conscious Civite. Look at them just grabbing their like leg and stuff. It's like, yeah, just like a little 5-year-old in the playground that falls off the swing set. It's in there crying on the ground. And mommy's not coming for you, little kid. Just, wait a second. What's going on? Oh, they revived him. Okay, I was wondering. They regenerate? Huh. They regenerate? That's interesting. They regenerate. I didn't know they regenerated, though. Do they, like, regenerate all the time, or is it, like, a one-time heal-up? Yeah, I don't know, man. I didn't know they regenerate, though. That's pretty morbid, scientifically speaking. It's like their cells multiply or something when they're injured or something. They're like actual mutant zombies. Haitian mutant zombies. Yeah. Yeah, because I was waiting for those Savites just to die in the ground. Like, mommy's not coming for you. But I guess nah. Rommel is a very good mama. Juanita for him. Saved his little Haitian babies. But I see also Rommel's reached a capitulate, so what is he gonna do exactly?
Barré.
Yeah, way too many conscriptos in this place, and they're more upgraded too. Yeah, way too upgraded at this point. Because I noticed he actually got the Old Empire Combat. So yeah, that gives these conscriptos an additional 15% HP and attack as well, making them pretty formidable. Want the Free Womb. Is that the one that gives you more slaves in your slave trade, or is that the one after that lets your slaves trickle experience when they're gathering? A lot like the Mapuche guilds. I don't know, actually. Oh, here's some bonitos bonitas here, Las Vivendelas. Las Vivendelas and Spirlidas. GG. Yeah, I still can't believe Haiti got beaten by Brazil in a 1v1. Poor Rommel. He's got some work to do for match 3 to redeem himself, I think. I think we can all agree on that. You can't lose this Haiti against Brazil in a 1v1. You just can't do that. There's no getting around that, man. You're gonna have to redeem yourself for the Juanito Taco Belito. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. I don't know what will happen to Juanito if it doesn't. If you can't do that. Final game of the night, people. We're finally here. Game number 3 of Rommel versus Fufi. Should be a good one. Should be a fun one. See if Rommel can redeem himself from losing his Haiti against Brazil. That's a... So Fufi is going to press his luck again with Uruguay after he got completely creamed past him. And Rommel's going to pick Korea. I have a bad feeling about this. I do. I mean, I hate to say be the bringer of bad news, but this could probably be one of the quickest victories in Rommel history. If Rommel cannot beat Uruguay as Korea, what will ever happen to Rommel, man? He will no longer be the Desert Fox. He'll simply be an online viewer of Juanita Bonita Ventanas forever. The end. But if he somehow could beat Uruguay, which he should be able to do 99% of the time, all will be forgiven. Yeah, all will be forgiven. I don't see any world where Korea loses to Uruguay. Fufi, on the other hand, must be really self-confident to pick a civ like Uruguay in a 1v1 and actually expect anything other than a loss. If he can pull off a win, Fufi will be remembered as one of the biggest MVPs of Wars of Liberty history, as actually winning a 1 vs 1 in Liga using Uruguay. Something not everybody can actually do, right? Because of how awful Uruguay is in a realistic match. And I do mean it too, they are really bad. And if you can somehow win games with them, it makes you really good. No other word about it. We'll see, Rommel, we'll see. You gotta prove your daddy proud. Your daddy gringo proud. If you do good, I'll give you a taco and a bonito. And a Juanita Bonita. Oh, that must hurt. Get a snake biting your horse, man. Look at that cobra bite. The venom is in that Korean explorer, man. Look at that cobra move.
Dale nomás. Que llene el horno. Nos vamos a encontrar. Gracias por la gauchada, che.
How did they get the most of that working, by the way? Did they import Asian mythology animation files for like the Wadjet and the Cobras from the God Power to get this working? Yeah, look at its sliver. Yeah, look at it go. Very slippery snake. Alright, let's examine this Rommel deck and see where it's going. Very aggro, very consulate friendly. I totally like it. I just don't like the lack of resource cards myself. I like to have more resource cards. Personally. Like, I could probably say bye-bye to this. And probably say goodbye to this. And say hello to refrigeration. And possibly wipe out something else to get Royal Mint in there. Because Korea should be considered an economic civ. They should have some eco cards there. You kind of want to avoid going without any eco cards as Korea. Just saying. But the upgrade choices and shipment choices, though, are pretty on point, I would say. Actually, I'd probably take the coin out for Korea because I feel like you're really not going to fly into too much as Korea. So yeah, I'd probably just take out that, take out the other one, get like Royal Mint and Refridge. Come on, Rommel. We know you can. We hope you can do it. If you can't do it, you're gonna have to go Liga B with Chorizo. I don't think you want to do that. Extractivism. What was the first card? First one was Furrier, followed by Extractivism. So it looks like Fufi actually made a new deck here with some other cards. He actually got Arbales, Alabales basically, and basically what Alabales does is increases your build limit of immigrant houses. So if he is planning on going Germany again, which a good chance he is, he's gonna have even more German houses to make even more firemen now, which might help him out in the short term, depending on what he's dealing with. Yeah, I'll be interested though and see what like Fufi's long-term goal is though. I don't like the fact he doesn't have like that Blunderbuss card for the Blinding Yuzo, so he's not even getting the most out of them splash-wise. Just kind of sad. Yeah, because I feel like if he could really get that working, maybe he could give Rommel a run for his money. Who knows? We'll see though. Yeah, this map has a lot of water buffaloes from Malaysia, so if you can put up a livestock pen like this, why not? I'm just wondering why there's a sheep on there, you know. Last I checked, the Koreans didn't have a lot of sheep. You could possibly, I don't know, put a cow there, put a goat there, put a pig there. You could even put Kim Jong-un on there. Who knows? Represent an animal. Yeah. Had to lubricate my throat a bit. Been doing a lot of talking and actually not a lot of hydrating. Thankfully today the temperatures went down a bit, so it wasn't as hot. You know, yesterday was horrendous. Today, not as bad, you know, definitely cooler. Definitely cool enough to do a stream for sure. Here comes Rommel with his Myung-Youngs, and here comes the Dank Spearman. Also looks like he's got War of the Mountains going because we see the monastery producing the tigers now. So Rommel's going all out here. He does not want to get sent back to Liga B with Chorizo. He does not want that fate, and I don't think anyone would. So we'll see. We'll see if Rommel can prove himself here and take down Uruguay. Pretty low hanging fruit that you should be able to knock out. Let's go. Let's go. Well, he's definitely fighting for his life as if he is going to get put in Liga B, though. I mean, look at these attacks going right for the German colony. He knew from the future that I would warn him about this, and he knows that he never wants to go to Liga B like ever, where the people sometimes use decks and sometimes they don't. So he will do everything in his power to beat Uruguay, to preserve his honor and his family name of Rommel, the Desert Juanito.
Yeah?
Took out a tiger, grabbed some coin. Is that right? 440 coin. Grab it, Rommel. Why not grab it? It's free resources. It's not every day you get free money. Free money is always awesome. Grab it. Hello? Free money. Grab it. Grab it, Rommel. Why did he have to use 3 villagers to grab it, though? What? Why? You had an explorer. Why did you use 3 villagers to grab 1 treasure with? this Juanito is clearly under the influence of Juanitos Bonitos right now. He probably pulled up one of their ventanas and he can't stop looking at it now, and he thinks that, oh yeah, it's totally normal now to use three villagers to grab one treasure across the map. Not across the map, but that was a pretty long distance, I must say. Yeah. Fufi might actually be able to pull this off if that's the sort of stuff that Rommel's like pulling here. I mean, he's got some sailors right now. Surely they got a sailor's mouth, that's for sure. But let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they can pull off much of a defense here. Oh, the tigers are horrendous to deal with. They have a lot of hit points. The sailors, don't really have a lot to deal with them. Oh yeah. Thankfully, those sailors have a naturally higher hand attack than most skirmish units, so they can actually fend off things a bit easier unless they're cavalry, of course, which they get a total malice against all shock units. It used to only be assault. Well, at one point, Marine infantry didn't even get a mouse against any shock units, and then the devs decide, what, since early skirms are weak against scout units, late game skirms are bad against assault units, let's make Marine infantry bad against all mounted units, speedy units. Yeah. Just because, probably because they have such weird advantages. They probably need to be more heavily punished in that way. I don't know. I don't know the exact details of it all. Here's some firemen, though, to fire upon the enemies. Definitely not putting out any fires anytime soon. If anything, they'll be starting fires in the Korean houses. Against vehicles, aiding the sailors. Perfect. The only problem with the firemen, though, is the fact that they lose hit points, I would think it would be pretty cool if advanced firemen actually allowed the firemen to preserve their hit points, though. Or would that be too... Well, what I see from that is an actual build, right? The advanced fireman build. Somebody would get advanced firemen, they would make all their firemen, and they would make nothing but firemen. Yeah. Just firemen. Or that would be like the jump start to something newer and bigger and better. Really. Yeah, this is the problem, though. Uruguay's just way too slow to civ. Like, Fufi might be really trying really hard to send Rommel to Liga B, but he might not be able to with Uruguay. He just might not. So Rommel went with the Japanese consulate. So Japan, what Japan offers you is the samurai, the Kie skirmishers, and the canal cannons. And as their bonus, they give your they make your units, I think, 5% cheaper. So a lot like that wonder that the Japanese get that makes their army cheaper. Yeah, they sort of move that over to the consulate. I wouldn't be letting the firemen take the brunt from the samurai, though, because the samurai can clearly do some damage to them. Why do these samurai don't have splash damage, whereas the ones for the Japan civ actually do? They still cost 2 pop. That doesn't make any sense. Like, if they don't have splash, they should really just be like a 1 pop unit for Korea. They have to sort of have their katana stats redone too.
正義、筋力、根力、筋力。根力。
안녕하세요. 내가 할게. 그렇죠? 내가 할게. 그렇죠?
Oh, look at that big batch of firemen. It's definitely gonna be firing on you now. Huh, yeah. Tigers, though, saved the day, though, with their frosted flakes and their incredible hit points. They're great. I mean, Fufi actually isn't doing too bad resource-wise. He's actually going to get capital age now, and then once he does that, he can actually get some like good shipments. Fight this off. I don't know, like, I would like to say that Fufi could send Rommel to Liga B by losing to the Uruguayans, but I don't know. I don't know exactly. Which immigrant? Second German wave? Rommel is aging with Hwasong Fortress. Usually the popular second. I don't know though, like I'd rather go with the Hacienda Temple and get some techs, I think, personally. Or go with the Pyongyang Gate and get some righteous fighters. Yeah, see, I don't know though. It feels like almost Uruguay gets gypped with their Civ bonus almost, because it feels like, yeah, other Civs they get larger battalions. What does like Uruguay get? They just get a shadow upgrade unit that they can train. Like, yeah, it almost seems like Uruguay is naturally destined to failure almost, right? Like, it doesn't matter that training resources has its benefits. I think what they need to do in the end is they have to modify it so you get free units with each age up, right? Like, so you get 2 for the price of 1 or something when you go to capital age, 3 for the price of 1 when you go to industrial age. So there has to be something like that, I think, to make it feel worthwhile for them. And I might be thinking crazy thoughts then, like how could you justify that sort of a structure, but I just think that's the way to do it. You know, I don't think you can do it any other way, really. I mean, oh, but now Rommel knows that you're building a fort, of course, and he's gonna start sieging at the thing, and you're of course not shooting where you're supposed to. You're going all the way over here. Fort San Miguel. Oh yeah, way too late, man. Like, alright. It's like Rommel saved the day. Rommel saved himself in the process. Saved his dignity, saved his respect. Once again, a one eco taco. Right? And he proved that no matter how many Ventanas the 1/8 bonitas you can send him. He's still going to be pretty, wait a second, I hear this phone ringing. One quick second. The final moments of Fufi's game. I think he's going to end in a spectacular defeat now with the hands of Rommel. Thank the spearmen, young archers, and huaches fully attacking. Yeah, look at this beautiful town center. Oh, that's not a bad batch of Serenos, though, to counter it, though. This advanced fireman thing might actually be viable now. Like, the amount of units you get from advanced firemen, that's not bad, actually. Like, oh yeah, I mean, I think in some circumstances, somebody's going with a hippie grenadier build, you might be able to stop them in their tracks with, like, these advanced fireman batches. I think especially because you can have 3 town centers to get the Serenos out, get the 3 immigrant colonies to get the immigrant units out. Yeah, and then you can send the ones from the German houses out too, which is really nice. Can you delete German houses? Can you delete German houses? Because I was thinking, what if you keep deleting your German houses and build more and more firemen until, you know. I mean, you could technically do it with town centers, but yeah, it's kind of an interesting idea. But they're all 1 HP though, and I guess that's kind of why they don't have any sort of like Bismarck model type improvement for them for that reason. I don't know. People like me out there, they'll just come up with really nasty strategies like that with them. Alright, well, okay, Fufi. Lesson learned, never play Uruguay again, at least in a 1v1. I wouldn't play him in a team game. Like, I played him yesterday and I was just so behind with him. Really bad. Good luck. Good job, Rommel, being Uruguay, though. That was great. You saved yourself from having to go to Liga B in the process, which is awesome. So, yeah, great job with that. Good job with everyone that played their games today, including myself. Good job to me, too. Especially for getting the Great War Age. And great job for giving Chorizo one win in the Liga for once, and one additional reason to keep going. So, very good for that, too. So, let's see the post-game like we do at the end of every Liga live stream. Resources, eco, military, experience, bunch of graph stuff, right? Yeah, this was a pretty good event today. I mean, I feel like Week 6 had a lot to offer, you know? I see we still have 5 viewers here watching. That's pretty good. How do you like this last encounter between Rommel and Fufi? Did you like this one, or did you like some of the earlier ones we saw today? We saw the Chorizo and Me series, the Chapo and Gene P one, we saw the MCMR and Adri one. Yeah, we had some pretty fun tournament stuff today, so I think you had a lot of different varieties of gameplay. We even saw Great War Age today. That was fun. So yeah, definitely. I love casting games for anyone just about. I do them for DE. I do them for these Ligas. I've even started to do a bit of casting in Age of Mythology as well with the Return of the Gods mod. Yeah, I can't guarantee when those will be out for you to do, but for you to see, but they'll be coming for sure. So definitely be on the lookout for that. Does anybody have any final questions, comments, anything about the stream today before I get off? And oh yeah, it looks like another Juanito just showed up in the last moments. Hey Juanito number 6, we just completed the final match. Just closing off and seeing if anybody would like to chat about anything about the Liga before I get off now. I haven't really seen a messaging since the Horacio Zarate Let's See This Match number 1. Yeah, so nobody's really talked since then. Alright, if that's good with everyone, I guess it's time we turn off the recording and get ready for the Liga stream of next week, hopefully, or the week after, or whenever the next one is. Yeah, hopefully we can have a nice Liga stream next week, too. These are really fun. We get lots of fun gameplays in them as well that I love covering and stuff, and I love talking to you, too, about them, too. It's really an interesting topic that nobody really covers except me and Chorizo these days. Yeah. See you then. Signing off now. See you on the next Liga live stream.